Salam sejahtera Malaysia. Welcome to the Starling Mall here in Kuala Lumpur. My name is Aaron Minjut.
And my name's Aaron Chen, and we're going to be having the Pokémon Championships Malaysia happening here throughout the course of the day. And we've got a lot of our trainers already on the desk getting themselves ready for the very first rounds of the top 32. I'm pretty sure you're excited. And is there something that you've been looking for? Because it's been quite a long time since we've got ourselves back into the grand stage once again.
Indeed, Contra. So I think the most important part to talk about here is that this is the largest ever Pokemon TCG event period in the English-speaking region here in Southeast Asia. 702 masters, and we had to turn some folks away because we hit the cap. This is an amazing experience here for the community here in Malaysia. And by far, we're looking at a format that has very rarely been tested into, right? We're talking about a brand new set, Twilight Masquerade, releasing just a couple of months ago. Players have had time to tune deck lists, tune archetypes since NEIC. And we've got some very spicy, interesting decks for all of you at home today.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that all of these trainers have been testing out so many of all these variations, and now with those expansions as well, I'm hoping to actually see something really, really hot come true, and we're going to be kicking off really soon with our first round, which we do have Chico, who will be taking on one of them. But of course, before we actually get into that, let's of course introduce to those guys who are brand new to the Championships Malaysia the format of how this goes.
Yes, exactly. So the format here is very, I would say, fresh compared to what folks are used to in the events over in the West or even in other countries. So we have a best of one Swiss yesterday to qualify players to the best of three top cut single elimination format today, right? So 8 rounds of best of one Swiss was played yesterday, a grueling format. If you have a chance to get into the top 32, you would take it, you would grasp it, because not many players have even gotten a chance. One loss in the early rounds would mean that you're not able to go to day 2, and it can happen at any point of time. You could lose your first round, you could lose your 5th round, and the bubble is, I would say, one of the most gruesome things to happen. You can go 6 wins with 2 losses and still not make top cut, which is a crazy format. But then we now have the top 32, the best of Malaysia here in day 2, playing a best of 3, a format that we are more aware of, we are more used to, and where some of these decks have a much higher power level. You think about Gardevoir, you think about Chen Pao, decks that really enjoy a best of 3, where they are able to go the distance, take a messy loss in the first game or even the second game, but they can go the distance. But we also see some interesting decks coming out. We have a Snorlax stall in top 32. We even have a Charizard control in top 32. But I would say this is a very diverse meta. Even for me, I've been in this community for many years now. I think I've been playing for 20 years, which gives off my age, unfortunately. But this is an amazing format because the deck lists are so unique. Right, you could tag in different cards just to make a certain matchup go well. A Charizard deck playing Cornerstone Ogerpon has an auto win. A Charizard deck going up against a deck with Cornerstone Ogerpon, that's a horrible deck, right? You have Iron Bundles being tagged around in so many of these archetypes. And then you also have Gardevoir, which is arguably one of the best decks in format. Not very much played in best of 1, but those that do play it have been taking it all the way to day 2. These are the top of the top players, right? The cream of the crop.
Absolutely, and I'm glad that you actually brought that out. Now that we're also playing on the best of 3 format, I wonder how many Gardevoir decks still managed to make the cut as well. So that is something for us to check out on the long hurdle of the process of the tournament. But speaking of, so many variations out there, and you did manage to actually touch on Ogerpon. Now this is definitely a deck on the rise as well. So it's really interesting to actually see how it actually blends very well into, the Raging Bolt as well, on how they actually activate into how the matchup is going to play out. But when it comes down to, all these Iron Bundles as well, it really shapes up a little bit more variety on how all the other players will actually shape their decks, and I guess that we'll also see all these players cheekily sneaking some different variations of that into their decks.
Yep, so I think one thing to be sure of, the top deck of Southeast Asia, well, two of the top decks in Southeast Asia has always been Charizard as well as Lozone Giratina. I can safely say, in Malaysia, there has been a resurgence in Charizard. There's about 6 of them in top 32, which is amazing. It's the most represented deck here today in day 2. Not the most represented deck in day 1. The most of the top tables were of different variations, but these Charizard decks were able to power through day 1 and now end up here in day 2. Other than Charizard, the next most represented deck seems to be a mix of Chen Pao, Gardevoir, and Ancient Box, which is interesting because there's a bit of a mix here in terms of newer decks that have been only recently, concocted, and some of the more traditional decks from previous formats, right? So I would say we have a good mix overall. Now, that's not to say we don't have some of the newer flair decks that folks are playing. There's a Charizard control deck in the top 32. Right, that runs Pidgeot, that runs Luxray. So there is a lot of variety even among Charizard decks. Now, we've taken a look at the Ancient Box decks. Most of the lists that we're seeing right now are playing the new Walking Wake, right, which is a much more efficient build of Ancient Box. Now, we also see a few lists of Chen Pao. One of them will be on stream. Spoiler alert, one of the Chen Pao decks have made it all the way and they're on stream. Some of them including new technology, which I won't spoil for viewers right now. You have to tune in for the match that starts very, very soon. Players are still setting up. All is to say, we are at a very interesting point of the Pokemon TCG. Now, Worlds is right around the corner. Some of these decks may or may not still be relevant at that point. But we'll see. I think it's a good time for us to all just sit back and enjoy some Pokemon.
Yeah, and that's what I'm really hoping for, especially with, the expansion just being released so fresh into these past couple of months. So I think that it definitely sets the tone of what's actually to come in these upcoming tournaments of the year as well. So whoever gets to Honolulu, Hawaii, I think they're going to have a field day out fighting against some of the best in the world for sure. But when you did mention before we actually get onto the stream as well, Lost Zone could also put in some impactful plays when it comes down to how this whole tournament could actually run for such a deck.
Yeah, so interesting, but you mentioned about Lost Zone. I was interviewing some of the champions from around the region, the Philippine champions, the Singapore champions I chalked to the side. So in Singapore, you had a huge follower of Lost Zone decks, right? Lost Zone Giratina particularly. Now, over in the Philippines, they love the Charizards. Now, in Malaysia, we seem to love Charizard as well now. So there's barely any Lost Zone Giratina even. But there is a resurgence in Lost Zone Box, a deck which most people thought would not be viable in a best of 1 format. So we have, I think, 3 Lost Zone Box variations with different techs. And unfortunately, we can't show them right now in the first match, which we'll get to in just a second. But it just goes to show that even if some players think it's not viable, it is, in the end, up to some of these very good players to bring some spicy deck lists to the top, right?
Yeah.
Now, I want to go into the next matchup because players are getting ready. We have a little bit of time to just dive into the matchup. Introduce the player that you have in front of you, please.
Well, here we have rank 25 here with Shiko99 to be kicking off with a Teal Mask Oakpon EX deck as well. So
The Raging Bull deck. A Raging Bull
Oakpon,
yeah. Exactly. One of the newer decks in the format, right? This is a deck fresh out of the latest set Twilight Masquerade. I love this deck. I'm a dragon aficionado. I love dragon decks just because they're dragon decks. They don't have any weakness. But Raging Bull Oakpon was a deck that folks probably did not realize how good it was up until maybe a week up to NEIC, and then suddenly you see a flurry of these decks coming out, right? So this is the brand new archetype coming out of Twilight Masquerade. It's represented here in Malaysia. I believe there's only 2 of them in top 32. There were a host of them at the top tables yesterday, but most of them fell to single price decks. So they fell to Gardevoir, they fell to Stall. Unfortunately, many of them did not make it. It's one of the popular decks here in Malaysia that I didn't speak of. Unfortunately, only 1 or 2 of them made it all the way top 32. So we'll see how far Shinkung can take Raging Bull Oakpon.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that it's such a rare breed, I really hope that there is something spicy that he has in the deck, which I won't really reveal too much for the moment until you guys get to see it, of course. So with only 2 of them, I really do hope that they can actually at least carry the Chen Pao a little bit forward hopefully into the top 16, perhaps.
Speaking of Chen Pao, I have Jason's here, the 5th seed going into, I believe 8th seed, my bad. The 8th seed going into top 32 with Chen Pao. Now Jason is someone that I know who's plays in the same LGS that I play at, and he's been a Chen Pao believer for the longest time. He has his deck built since the day Chen Pao released back in Scarlet and Violet base set, right? So Jason loves Chen Pao.
Speaking of which.
And you see, like speaking of the match, it's about to start. Perfect start. I didn't want to reveal too much of the deck list, and now we don't have to. Off we go. Jason kicks it off with a Frigibax, and Shinko here has a, I believe, that's a Squawkabilly EX. Yes. And Jason here with a perfect start. Double Frigibax. Well, I would say perfect. Ideally, you like to have a Chen Pao in the active, but that's okay. You have double Frigibax against a Squawkabilly and a Tealmas Ogapon. Now here comes a Pokestop hitting 2 cards. Perfect start here from Jason, I want to say. And that Nest Ball will get him directly into the first deck search of the game.
Such a great tempo coming in for him as well. And of course, eventually, once he does get an activation onto the Excalibur later on, it's definitely going to be pretty much a snowball deal coming in. As for Chico, though, it's going to wait and see of how much can Jason Wee actually get built off of this perfect start that he has so far.
I just realized something. Shingo actually did not place his prize cards, but thankfully that is easily rectifiable since he did not have his turn yet. That would have been a messy situation if Shingo had gone first.
And we got a massive restart in that case, but thankfully not.
Yep, so we see Radiant Greninja coming down here from Jason, one of the better cards, still from the previous block of cards from Sword and Shield, from Astral Radiance, I believe. So here comes Radiant Greninja, a staple for Chen Pao list. Discarding 1 energy for concealed cards, drawing 2, and let's see what's going on. Thank you to the friendly judges for the beautiful ability use markers, giving us at home a good time, tracking all these different abilities that are being played. Now, Jason is contemplating here, I believe, an Ultra Ball, probably looking for a Chen Pao. This is a very interesting matchup for Chen Pao, as they basically need to only attack 3 times with a Chen Pao, in the sense of taking 3 very huge knockouts, but just benches a Chen Pao and passes. Now, over to Shinko, the second Tealmas Ogapon, and look at that, a double Nest Ball off the bat. It's going to be interesting for him because there is going to be a Squawk and Seize for that Squawkabilly EX. So consistency in a card, I want to say, but only on your first turn. Let's see what Chico grabs here. I want to say it's going to be a Raging Bolt. And yes, it's double Raging Bolt EX, which is the star of the deck here, alongside that Tealmas Ogapon. Raging Bolt EX there on your screen. Well, Burst Raw, a great consistency attack, I want to say. Discard your hand and draw 6 when you need it in a pinch. But the main star of the deck is using Bellowing Thunder for 70 damage for each basic energy that you discard. This is why I like Dragon decks, Contra. The sheer power. For 2 energy, you deal unlimited damage, 70 apiece for each energy you discard, which is awesome.
Yeah, and you just basically have to play for tempo, gotta get those energies out, and it's got that Prime Catcher.
Wow, early Prime Catcher here. This is interesting. Does Chico have... Oh, he's gambling on it. So he's going all the way and trying to see if he can just blow up this Chen Pao right from the get-go. Which is interesting, right? Jason might not have needed to even bench a Chen Pao early. He was contemplating it, and now it's inactive, which might give Chico, the first 2 prizes. And we know how quickly a Raging Bolt Ogapon deck is able to accelerate energies. All they need is a Professor Sada Vitality for 2 cards, and then double energy attachment onto the Tealmas Ogapon. A Radiant Greninja of Chico's, and it's just an Iono, so there's no attack here, or at least no Bellowing Roar, I want to say, from that Raging Bolt.
At least a very decent start to kick things off for the side of Chico, despite, of course, unable to find Seda all too early on, but eventually it will come.
Yep, we see an energy down here on Tealmas Ogapon using that ability, and that is another one. Great start. So if only Chico had a Professor Sada Vitality this turn instead of an Iono. That's a bug catching set, I believe.
Yes, it is.
Yep. Looking at the top 6 cards, grabbing a Grass Pokemon, a Grass Energy. I see a few Grass Energy there, which is perfect. So 2 of an Energy card or a Pokemon. So 2 Grass Energies, which is great for Chico's deck. He's still yet to use the Radiant Greninja. So that's another card, another ability to activate. But again, no attack here on turn 1 is probably not something Chico was hoping for. He would have wanted to utilize that Prime Catcher right away and get an early knockout. So here is the concealed cards, drawing 2. Nest Ball and Ultra Ball does not really add anything to Chico's board. He could use the Ultra Ball to discard energies and activate Seda's Vitality for the following turn. Contemplating another card here, I think that's an Earthen Vessel. Yes, you need Earthen Vessel, one of the cards coming out in Paradox Rift, a stable card now in so many decks, being able to grab 2 of any basic energy cards from your deck. And in a deck like, Raging Bull Oakapon, where you play 3 different types of energies, you really ought to have, value in an Earthen Vessel. So here's a Fighting Energy, a Lightning Energy, and I think with an energy attachment, that might be Chico's turn. There's nothing really left for him to do.
Yeah, he is pretty much all set up for the upcoming round as well, having the energy to be equipped into the Raging Bolt eventually. And
yep,
there we go.
So energy to the bench, I think that's a smart attachment, not using the burst draw if it doesn't need to, and protecting that energy attachment, because even if Jason can take a knockout here on the Raging Bolt in the active, the energy attachment on the bench is considered safe. So here comes Shivery Chill from Chen Pao, 2 water energies into the hand. Jason is probably looking for an opportunity to take the first 2 prizes here in this matchup, which will put him in a very good spot, because then he'll just need to take 2 more knockouts. A Buddy Poffin, a gold Buddy Poffin. Beautiful card.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Let's see what's grabbed. He's probably looking to grab a Bidoof as one of it. Yep. And do we see a second Bidoof? Or is he going to preserve the bench spot? He's opting to preserve the bench spot, which is interesting. I think it's a good play as well, because another play that Jason might be contemplating is having to use Iron Hands on the Squawkabilly, if it has to come to that. Because Chico might just promote a Radiant Greninja next turn if he doesn't believe that he's able to go all the way and take a knockout in the following turn. Here's a Hisuian Heavy Ball, just checking the prize cards, and I think that's the reason why we didn't see the second Bidoof. It was prized.
He has been looking over the deck, and it definitely has to be here. So we'll be able to switch that one up. So,
so now
it's a done deal.
Double Bidoof in play, which is, I think, where you want to be as Jason. Or maybe not. Let's see.
He's still holding on to it.
He does have the Lightning Energy, which he's discarding. Always good to have the Lightning Energy in the discard, giving you a chance to use Super Energy Retrieval to fight it back later on when you do have to use your Iron Hands. EX. Here's an Irida, which is, I want to say, the perfect supporter for any water deck. Such a deck for water Pokemon, which is probably Excalibur, and an item card, which is probably Rare Candy, which is exactly what you need in this situation. But it looks like Jason already has a Rare Candy in hand, so goes for an Earthen Vessel. Getting rid of a Nest Ball, which you don't need right now. You might need your base opponent later, but not at this stage. Grabbing 2 water energies. So I believe, based on the count that we've seen, Jason has enough energy to take a 1-hit knockout on this Raging Bolt and putting himself 2 prizes to the good against Chico in this, what's going to be a very explosive, narrow matchup, I want to say.
Yeah, it definitely is. Just looking at how quickly he just gets everything activated. There you go, Red Candy out.
Into the Excalibur on turn 2. Perfect start here from Jason. And here comes the energy attachment. 4 energies, 1 more to the Greninja. And Bidoof. Yep, we do see the double Bidoof. And that's a perfect board state. He opts to use the... Okay, so using the Pokestop as well, getting the Prime Catcher.
Wow.
So will Jason go for the energy attachment now this stage, or just go for a knockout on the active? So yeah, playing it smart, playing it safe. I can take a knockout. I don't need to expend more resources. Jason Wee, 2 prizes on turn 2 in the lead against Chico.
Very clean plays coming from the side of Jason so far. And now, let's see how Chico actually responds to this as well. Got the energy down and gonna be able to activate the Ogapon's ability as well.
Yep, exactly. So now we see double energy attachment coming down to those Steel Mount Ogapons using Teal Dance. Chico has enough energy with 1 more fighting energy in hand to take a knockout on this Chen Pao, but is Jason just too far ahead at this point? Because all Jason needs to do now is to bench another Chien-Pao, take another knockout, and the last two prizes are a straightforward situation with that Prime Catcher already in hand. We might be seeing a very quick game one here, folks.
Yeah, this is just going at such a rapid pace, and Chico just really needs to find ways to keep up with this momentum that Jason Wee has really gotten just out of his second turn now. But catching set, being good, and then here comes another nest ball coming
Nest ball
into
here
play.
from Chico. What is he looking for? Probably another Raging Bolt. Yep, Raging Bolt number 3. But again, is it just too little too late? Because Jason will have his price map, right? I take out 2 Raging Bolts in 2 turns, and then the next one could be anything that you either bring up. It could be a Tilmazo Pokemon, it could be even a Squawkabilly, which is still on Chico's bench. And here comes a Conceal Cards for Chico. Probably just playing his outs as best he can, because all you have to do as a Raging Bolt deck using Bell Thunder is just to take knockout after knockout. It's just that in this case, Chien-Pao is just doing it 1 turn earlier. Another butt catching set. A very nice consistency card, looking at top 7 and picking 2 of either Grass Pokemon or any combination of 2 Grass Pokemon or basic energy cards. And in a deck like Chico's, you love your energy, especially being able to accelerate them and drawing more cards with Teal Dance. That's one hand. It's a very large hand. It's a penny. Okay, so grabbing up the Squawkabilly, which is great. Freeing up a bench spot for that Nest Ball. A good card to have, I would say, because that essentially means there isn't a liability on the bench. But then again, Jason will only need to recycle the same Chien-Pao another time to get a knockout on any of the EX2 prizes on Chico's side of the field. But there is essentially no easy knockout now for the Chien-Pao deck. There's a fighting energy coming down. We have enough energy on everything here at this stage. Belling Thunder's online. Looking to see which energy he discards. And he's opting to leave the energy on the Raging Ball in the active. I'm not sure about this play here, because that just means that if Jason finds the right combination of cards, he can essentially remove the fighting and lightning energy on the Raging Ball. And that would just mean Chico needs a lot more going into his next turn. Here comes the Super Rod, the Chien-Pao, the Excalibur, and the Water Energy going back into the deck.
Wow.
Jason here playing with pretty good pace. Nest Ball, perfect. That's what you need. Chien-Pao back onto the bench, and I would expect it to be back into the active very soon.
Very, very soon. And well, for Jason, it's going to be discarding that Water Energy as he will set it on retreat. Now puts it over on the active as well. As the Chien-Pao is now in play. Very chill, going for the search. Should be able to activate Hill of Blades here, but how much can he actually stack up against the side of the Yoga
This is going to be an interesting situation here, because if Jason misses the knockout, then the momentum shifts back into Chico's favor. But looking at his hand, I believe I see every combination he needs at this stage. So that's a Ultra Ball. Oh, discarding the Prime Catcher, saying that, okay, I probably will just knock out anything in the active. It's going for the Bibarel. Alright, so Jason now just needs to carve out the perfect hand here. Going for the Irida, grabbing the Super Energy Retrieval. Probably just a Pokemon to discard. Probably the Frigibax. Poor Frigibax will be discarded because you don't need a third one at this stage.
Yeah,
but
it's going to be overloaded.
Yeah, and it just means I think Jason might have everything he needs. Oh, hang on a second. There is that Ancient Booster Capsule. So it just means that in order to take a knockout, Jason will need 1 additional energy. So 5 energies to take a knockout on this Raging Bolt EX inactive. Here comes the first one. And I think that's it, because the 1 energy is all needed, right? There would be 4 more in the discard, and the Super Energy Retrieval will grab those 4, putting Jason up 4 prize cards against Chico. This has been an explosive match, even getting rid of the Iron Hands EX, saying I don't need it right now, you took back your Squawkabilly, I'll just go Chien-Pao all the way.
Wow.
So 4 energies into the hand, 4 water energies, perfect in this situation. They're all going to come down onto Jason's side of the field. He can touch it anywhere. Go ops to attach it all to the Chien-Pao EX inactive. Pokestops as well, okay. And gets 2 cards. Nice. So canceling Cologne and the Ultra Ball. He might need an Ultra Ball for the next round, using it right now. So there is the second Bibarel coming down. Perfect for Jason. He's having a field day right now.
He's on an absolute roll, and Chico definitely will be looking to be a little bit shaken. Go for shuffle for the moment. As Jason, he's just making sure that he sets everything up all nicely. For, of course, going for the double prize cards out there. Here we go.
Here comes 5 energies. Discard a Raging Bolt down. Removing almost every energy on Chico's side of the field. Only that lone Ogapon with the grass energy is left. And now it's a tall order for Chico. And look at Jason's hand. They've loaded up all the way. 5 cards of Industrious Incisors and 2 cards from the prize card. 7 card hand. And most of these Raging Bolt decks do not play any hand disruption. Taking a look at the list here, I don't believe I see any hand disruption coming out of the Raging Bolt deck. So it's gonna be interesting. Well, there are a couple Ionos. One has already been played, and I don't see the other one for Chico. And then again, you have double Bibarel on the bench. I don't think Chico has a way coming back here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little tougher for him to actually find the right ones in order to get him activated. And even so, Jason's pretty much 1 turn ahead.
Yep, here comes Earthen Vessel here from Chico, getting more energies out of the deck. He probably has too many in hand already at this point. But if there is a deck that can come back from the situation, it might be Raging Bolt, because all Chico needs here is to maintain some momentum and hope, just hope, Jason does not have a way to knock him out in 1 turn. Then again, Chen Pao does not even have to bench a 2-prizer. So in that situation, Chico might just be again 1 turn too late. Here comes another Teal Dance. Another one as well. So double Teal Dance. Energies are in play. He needs the Professor Seda's Vitality, which he gets off the top. Perfect card there from the Teal Dance. Teal Dance number 3 now. So let's see. Does Chico have everything he needs? I think he does.
He just may. He's got a
Light
ton
energy
of
in hand.
energies.
Seda Vitality in hand as well. So Seda Vitality for the fighting energy. Powers up the Raging Bolt, and then a Lightning Energy from hand. So Chico stays in the game. Pressure back on to Jason's side of the field. Can Jason respond then with a KO? It looks like yes. Lightning Energy down. Out of nowhere, Chico essentially refilled his entire board with energy after losing, I want to say 4 from the attack and 2 more from Jason's knockout. Lost Vacuum. That's a good card to have right at this stage. Getting rid of Jason's Consistency Stadium. But again, is it too little too late? Is it just 1 turn too late? I don't know.
It still feels pretty much salvageable right now. Still trying to actually charge up the Raging Bolt.
Oh, wait, we have the switch card, so preserve the energy attachment. So Chico is now just saying, well, if you got it, you got it. But if not, I'm going to take the win next turn, most likely, if you bench any 2-prize Pokemon. Jason promotes, draws a card. Does he have what he needs?
It all comes down to this.
Quickly pin Irida. I think he has it. He's probably seen the line. Goes ahead and grabs the Chen Pao and the Super Energy Retrieval, which is exactly what you need. So all this has to do is to get enough energy. Throwing 2 cards here. Iron Bundle and Puffin hitting the discard. Give me my 4 basic water energy into my hand. I think that's it. I think that might be all she wrote. So energy to active to for the retreat. Pays it. Pace of play increasing. Jason senses the win. Goes for a Super Rod. I think that's it. Goes to Shiver Chill. That's 6 energy. Perfectly done there by Jason. Taking the first game up against Chico. Wow, that was pretty quick.
Very, very quick. I mean, I wasn't really ready for how explosive it can actually open up on our first round of the day. But Jason definitely was very well versed, and he's got pretty much a perfect start to actually kick things off. Really sets it up all perfectly for the Chen Pao to get activated. So that is our first point of going there. Chico, how do you actually respond to this? Because when we take a look at this deck as well, once Jason's finished his turn, there's not too much that you can actually get out of the abilities when it comes down to how you ideally want to get more out of that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. So we were forced to play towards the Raging Bolt a little bit more, and I guess like that's pretty much the only way. But with that being said, I still think that he did a really good job back in the very first turn, still applying a lot of pressure, but of course it was all run way too well for the side of Jason. This time around, we'll see what Chico's going to be able to pull up again, but we'll expect to see pretty much the same thing. But we haven't really seen those huge spicy cards just yet that has been played out. But I think like overall, Chico definitely fancies a chance here. Looking at how things could actually kick off from the start.
Yeah, I think Chico's going to be in the rough spot here because Jason's deck, looking at the deck list overall, it's a super consistent list. You know, traditional, most Chen-Pao at this stage. Chen-Pao has been a deck that's been around for a long time, I want to say.
Pretty long time.
Relative to, you know, Teal Mask Ogerpon and Raging Bolt. But then again, if we look at the overall setup, Jason essentially only needs to attack 3 times, right? And if at any given time Chico does not get the first prizes, the first couple of prizes, it's downhill from there, right? Like you saw the first turn, when Chico wasn't able to find a Professor Zeta's Vitality, that essentially meant that Jason had full control over the match. And now we see Chico decided to go first. So here's the interesting one. Raging Bolt Ogerpon actually relishes going second, but Chico decides to go first here, thinking that maybe I just need to outspeed Jason by 1 turn. Go after perhaps the Frigibacks if Jason only benches 1 of them, perhaps. We see an Iron Bundle here from Jason in the active. Nothing too fancy, nothing that would impact the match right off the bat, but it is an important tech card if Chico ever wants to buy 1 turn by sending up a Radiant Greninja. So Chico here discarding one of his tech cards, the Sandy Shocks EX. Not really that useful in this deck, I would say, because you're just benching more and more 2 prizes, essentially. But it could be good energy recovery in a pinch. So here is Earthen Vessel for fighting in a grass energy. You need that grass energy for Teal Dance. Goes for another Earthen Vessel. So getting the fighting energy in the discard is perfect for his turn too, being able to go into the Professor Zeta's Vitality if he already has it. Goes for a Lightning and a Grass. So Chico here doing the standard turn 1 for Ogerpon Raging Bolt. I did not get to see what was in his hand, unfortunately. I wonder if he's able to piece together a few more cards here on turn 1, or is the Teal Mask the only thing he has. So it doesn't seem like much. So he goes for the Teal Dance, drawing a card. That is a Raging Bolt, perfect start. That's what you need. There's also a Bug Catching set. 7 cards, once again, getting Grass Pokemon or any combination. And he misses, he whiffs. There's nothing on the card. So no value gained out of that Bug Catching set. Interesting enough. Perhaps it would have been a card to play before playing the Earthen Vessels, because then you leave some energy in the deck for you to grab, and then using the Earthen Vessel after that. It's a small minor play, but it's all about value at this stage.
Not really the best of start for the side of Chico.
That's just the...
But he managed to at least get some going for him.
Yeah, it's just the Ancient Booster Capsule in the Lightning Energy. So 2 energies in play for Chico, nothing much else. Let's see what Jason has, and the perfect card to see. Buddy Puffin getting 2 basic Pokemon, and you'll see probably a Frigibax and a Bidoof, or even 2 Frigibax, I want to say, for Jason if he's feeling a little risky. The first deck search, obviously, the important one. So grabs a Bidoof, grabs 2, or counting 2 the Bidoofs, I want to say, not grabbing them yet. It's a difficult decision here by Jason. I think he might have prized a couple of Frigibax.
That's a bummer if that's going to be the case. How do you actually get it activated?
You need Swine Heavy Ball. I mean, that's the card that Jason was looking for, right? So grabs double Bidoof. So it seems like
it has to be
at least 2 Frigibax is prized. Are prized. That's not good.
Not the way that you imagined round 2 to be going in such a manner as well. Now, it's interesting to note how that his Swing Ball is going to be the only way out for him as well. So he's got to at least get that item running in the bank. There we
It's
go.
good. Okay, so one
Oh,
Frigibax
okay.
was already in hand, but the other two are prize, it looks like. This is interesting.
Pokestop now on the field.
Alright, so gets the... Alright, so 2 cards, Excalibur into the discard pile. If you're just joining us, we are in the top 32 cut here at the Pokemon TCG Championships Malaysia. And we are having here on the left Jason Wee up against Shiko Chenpao versus Raging Bull Ogapon. Jason Wee up a game at this point and now looking to close out the match. But something is in his way. He does not have a second or third Frigibax. They seem to be prized.
This could be a really good chance for the side of Shiko if doesn't really get the engine running. Last vacuum now utilized.
Yeah,
Takes out the Pokestop.
on his own Pokestop. So saying to Shiko, if you want to use a stadium, use your own one. So Shiko goes for Teal Dance, grabbing a grass energy onto that Teal Mazogapon to draw a card. Now we should say that Shiko actually has a decent attacker even in the Teal Mazogapon. So one more energy attachment will allow it to take a knockout on this Iron Bundle, I want to say. But Shiko doesn't have much else, so not the best situation for either player. He's contemplating an Ultra Ball. There's a Mew EX in hand, so discarding the Mew, probably looking for another Raging Bull, I want to say. Or even a Tealmas Ogapon. Yep, it's a Tealmas Ogapon. Doing a quick deck search as well. I love the artwork on these cards, by the way. Tealmas Ogapon EX. Looks amazing.
It does.
Yeah. I prefer the normal art, to be fair, you know, but it's a preference call, right? So
Maybe a little bit more familiar to the eyes, so you know.
oh yeah.
Classic players
Ups
as well.
to retreat. Okay, so into the Raging Bull. I'm not sure if this is the play that I would go for, because all Jason needs to go next turn is basically promote the Greninja, bench my Chenpao, evolve the Excalibur, and just take a knockout after that. But we shall see. These players, after all, both of them accomplished in their own right, gaining a slot in this top 32. It is the first top 32 cut that we've had ever in the Asia-speaking region for Southeast Asia. The English-speaking region for Southeast Asia, I want to say. And we see here... Oh, just a Burst Raw. Okay, so Shiko says, I'm not taking a knockout. I'm just going to refill my hand. That was interesting, but that means Jason has... He's bought himself a turn here. Ultra Ball coming down, discarding Iron Hands, goes into Bibarel. So Shiko, even though he could have taken a prize, and I think it's the right play here as well, right? Trying to focus more on getting 2 prizes. But I think that just means Jason goes into the Chenpao right now if he can and takes a knockout.
Yeah, he's definitely well disciplined to actually go for the long hurdle as well, knowing that it wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. And now Jason really gotta get it all together here to get that Chenpao running.
All right, industrial size of 5. Will Jason be able to piece together a Excalibur, or perhaps get a second? And that's an Irida. That's a Excalibur right there.
Perfect. There we go.
So no, going for the Hisui Heavy Ball.
He's gonna look for
Looking for
more
that
of the basics.
Frigibax. Yeah,
It
trying to
has to be
say,
Frigibax.
I need that Frigibax. I don't want to go into a Excalibur right now. I think it's a smart play here from Jason, saying that if you give me a turn to buy, I will take it.
Yeah, going for something a little bit safer is definitely gonna at least gear him up ahead against the side of Shiko.
Yeah, I didn't see what else he had though. I wonder if there is another Bibarel there that Jason might just be able to even go grab that Frigibax while also taking a knockout. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like there is 2 Frigibax right in the back there.
next to each other, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So double Frigibax now online. We need Excaliburs, not just Frigibax. Surprising that Jason opted to play the 60 HP Frigibax in consideration of the fact that Dragapult was so popular yesterday. But we see just... Alright, so just an energy attachment on the Frigibax and just passing. So nothing else from Jason. Shiko is once again having another turn here to do something with his deck, to go ahead in prize cards if he wishes to. Grabs another Tilma's Ogerpon, and that's going to be even more acceleration for his side of the field. More card draw as well. But I'm a little concerned he doesn't seem to have another Raging Bolt at this point. We are just about halfway through time. So we must have a winner. There are no ties in Top Cut. We will have to get a winner. Here's another bug catching set. Will this one be any better than the previous? Yes. A grass energy found from the bug catching set.
Speaking of time here, if Chico manages to at least pull a win, there's still going to be a little bit more of a time for them to play things out, hopefully, if that's ever going to be the case, since they're pretty much running on a very, very good tempo on decks. So, Chico?
Yep, here comes the Professor's Vitality. Yep, that's what you're looking for. But we still need another Ancient Pokemon on the bench to get full value out of it. Now, in terms of time, if Chico is able to pull this game, we might just go into a sudden death match. And that, I have to say, I favor Raging Bolt. Okay, so we have the second Raging Bolt down. So full value on the Professor Sada's Vitality if he so wishes to use it. Is it Penny also in hand? Not card you want to use right now. Also has an Iono. Interesting. So using the Penny. Okay, drawing one more card. Drawing yet another card. So lots of value out of this one Penny. Able to draw two cards almost just from the cards that he was able to draw. So the question now is, does Chico go for the prize here? I think you have to. I think you have to blink. Otherwise, Jason will just take time set. No, just passes.
He passes again.
Okay, so interesting. Saying that, hey, I don't want to take a single prize. Give me a two prize knockout. But Jason can just sit here and say, okay, I can pass as well. I don't necessarily need to bench a two prizer.
I mean, time is of the essence as well.
Yeah.
This isn't going to look all too great for the side of Chico the longer this one plays out.
I wonder if Chico's just, looking to... Actually, I don't know what he's looking to do. I think you have to race at this point, right? Because you're just giving Jason more time to set up. He doesn't have a Excalibur. He doesn't have a Chien-Pao in play. Of course, you can just retreat the Iron Bundle and use it at this stage. But it's not going to do any good for you to just pass and not take prize cards. So Jason now going to retreat the Iron Bundle. So this is what I was talking about, right? He just passes and that's it. If Jason just says, if you're going to play this way, I can do the same. I don't need to do anything. I don't need to evolve into Excalibur. I don't need to bench Chien-Pao. I can just, deck you out even. Because let's face it, right? A Raging Bolt Ogerpon deck will probably deck themselves out more than a Chien-Pao, or quicker than a Chien-Pao, I should say.
That's seemingly to be the case because of the heavy utility use over on his end, and of course all these energy burn as well.
Yeah, I am a little concerned here for Chico. He definitely has to take prize cards. And yeah, he decides, okay, if you give a Bidoof, I'll take a Bidoof. I didn't want to go for an Iron Bundle. It was not efficient for my energy use. I'll go for the Bidoof. And Jason says, okay, now it's time for me to go. I'm going to bench Chien-Pao. And now I need to piece together an attack. Irida, that's a Excalibur, if he doesn't really have it. And the Rare Candy. There it is. Looking through the deck to make sure if he has enough energy. That Excalibur there on your screen, super cool. To be able to attach as many water energies as you like onto your side of the field. It's a match made in heaven, Excalibur and Chien-Pao. They were meant to be a deck together. There was even a starter deck featuring these two cards for any new player to pick up. So here comes Shivery Chill, 2 water energy from the deck. 5, and all he needs is 5, so 3 more to go. And I believe, yep, that's a superior energy retrieval. He definitely has it. It's all about resource management at this point. So Super Rod first, interesting. Getting the Bidoof back into the deck. and the Excalibur, and the Water Energy. Alright, so full value on the Super Rod. I was half thinking he was only going to go for a couple of cards, or just one. Decided to go for 3.
I'm just astounded at how efficiently Jason has actually played it out as well. If he has to go on the defensive, he will be doing so the same. And now, pretty much all hands on deck. Jason Lee will be looking to set up for that knockout. Gets the 2 more energy.
Here comes another Earthen Vessel. So Jason just loading up on basic energy cards into his hand. He may not even need to use a Superior Energy Retriever at this time. I think it's just purely just from drawing into this energy from Silver Chill and the Earthen Vessel. Rare Candy into Excalibur. Super Cold is online, and look at the number of energy cards in his hand. He's still short of 1 though, I want to say. Did he miscalculate?
There you go. That's
oh no, there we go. So he's played it up perfectly. He's also looking to discard another card, draw 2 more, fill up the hand, and now look to use a Super Energy Retrieval. Yes, perfectly done. Discarding an energy and an Ultra Ball. May or may not need that right now. So grabbing 4 basic water energies, and now he's definitely having enough. 5 energies onto the active, 1 onto the Green and Greninja. Refill the hand with Bibarel as well. This is going perfectly for Jason. And again, he's just 2 more attacks away after this one to win the entire match, because at this stage, Chico only has 2 prizes on the field and already at a disadvantage. 4 prizes to 5. What can Chico cook up here? Will he be able to get an attack off? Well, this is the thing about Chico, right? I think he would have needed to use the Professor Sala's Vitality last turn to guarantee that this turn he could Iono and just mess with Jason's hand a little bit, but he opted not to go that path.
He still has the Seda in hand.
Yeah, so but you have to use it right now, but you get only half value out of it. You only have 1 energy accelerated from the discard. Gets the Lightning Energy off the 3 cards, but that doesn't further his board state any differently from where it was. It just means that Jason is once again 2 knockouts away from winning. So what can Chico do here? He does have the Prime Catcher. Will he opt to go for the Excalibur? Then force Jason to have both the Rare Candy Excalibur as well as energies. That's an Ultra Ball. What's he going to grab this time? Another Raging Bolt? I would assume yes.
It has to be.
Exactly. So, and look at the deck, so thin at this stage. There is not much going on here for Chico.
It's trying out.
Yeah, he's really low on resources at this point. There's a lot of energy in play, but that's about it. The energies, once they go onto the Ogerpon, it just means that you can't draw more cards. So you can't really dig deeper once those energies are in play and they're not being discarded. So opts to discard. There we go. 4 energies, 4 grass energies to take a knockout on that Chen-Pao. Chico now down to 3 prize cards. Jason left with 4, but once again, Jason is the one in the driver's seat. All he needs is to bench a Chen-Pao and go from there. Once again, seeing the exact game plan that we had seen in Game 1. Both these decks here are specialists at taking huge knockouts. But one of these decks is probably just 1 turn ahead than the other. So 2 water energies and a Chen-Pao going into the deck. That is easily accessible just with an Irida. I was going to say a Nest Ball and Irida, but an Irida is perfect. Grabbing the Chen-Pao. Probably another item card of his choice for Jason. Maybe an Ultra Ball, set up another Excalibur, or even a Nest Ball. Oh no, just Puffin. Okay, so probably looking to set up that second Bibarel if he ever needs to. But Chen-Pao comes down, that's the most important part. Retreating the Renegade Ninja. Chen-Pao back in the active. Chiritrill for 2 more water energies. I think Jason has got this game wrapped up. The deck is super consistent at this stage. He has everything he needs. There's no hand disruption coming up from Chico, at least not right now.
He's just running like clockwork. Nothing seems to be disrupting him at all.
Yeah, here comes Super Energy Retrieval. There goes the Puffin. And what's the next card to discard here? Bibarel. Alright, so not even considering the second Bibarel. Let me just get into my energy cards. 4 energies in hand with the 2 already from Chiritrill. That's 6. He is replicating the exact turn he had just last turn.
Deja vu, man.
5 energies to the active, 1 energy to the bench Renegade Ninja. Refill the hand with Bibarel as well. I think we can probably call it game set match at this point for Jason.
Gonna go for those 2 prizes. Gets back the his swing.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Jason has the Super Rod in hand, I believe. Or it might have been played already, I don't know, but he does have an Ultra Ball, so all he needs is just to recover the same Chen Pao, and he's golden. He does have a Swing Heavy Ball as well, so if that Chen Pao, for whatever reason, the second Chen Pao, I mean, for whatever reason, was in the prize cards, he could get it out right away. So let's see if Shiko has any way whatsoever to disrupt the hand. Goes for the Earthen Vessel, grabbing 2 basic energies. Discarding the Nest Ball. Does have a boss in hand, so will Shiko switch gears here and go after the Excalibur? He might just have to.
Should be the play for him to at least...
Goes for the Teal Dance. Oh, that's
Nice.
Palpat. Perfect for this scenario. Maybe recovering some supporters. I did not catch what were they. Might have been the Stardust Vitality, might have been the Iono. So right now, 2 prizes to 3. Goes for the Prime Catcher onto the Bibarel. Retreats the Ogerpon. Goes into the other Ogerpon. So Shiko is going for a knockout on the Bibarel and just hoping. Oh, he doesn't die, you know, so he had it. So this is the play here I was talking about, right? Disrupting Jason's hand, but Shiko is taking one step further. I'm going to get rid of your draw power and then get rid of your hand. So Jason now is hard-pressed on finding 3 energies in order to take a knockout here on this Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
Comes in at a pretty clutch moment as well, I would say.
I would think Shiko has been planning this in for a while. His hand was not disrupted as well. We just couldn't see the Iono, unfortunately, and he was having it all this time, perhaps. So Shiko now looking to attempt to attach another energy, but I think it's really been used. Yes, I believe it's really been used at this point, so he has to use another Teal Dance, not on the same one. So takes a knockout on the Bibarel, going on 2 prize cards. Jason promotes the... And he has it, the superior energy retrieval right off the top. Energies in hand, Jason Wee takes the game and the match here in top 32. Really played by both players, but once again, it's all about the power of that Chen Pao deck, being able to go toe-to-toe with Raging Bull Ogerpon. Unfortunate for Raging Bull, unfortunately. That is one of the new archetypes that we love to see, but just not good enough for this particular matchup.
Yeah, on the very first round, it was definitely a valiant attempt. It was more of a race on who really gets to get the faster activations, but this Chen Pao, man, I tell you, he just has gotten pretty much all the things that he needed in hand, and sure, round 2 didn't really look to be the best of starts, as he had 2 of it inside of the prize pool as well, so a little bit shaky for both ends, but he knew exactly when to also hold his opponent when he needs to before actually going in for all these evolutions as well.
Well said. I think the most important part here is that Chen Pao Excalibur as a deck has been perfected almost by many top players. And here in Malaysia as well, these top players are picking up from where they left off the previous format, right? So Chen Pao, you know, maybe not as popular as it once was. We saw that NAIC, it wasn't really bringing in the numbers. Players were opting for the newer decks, opting for Dragapult, opting for Raging Bolt. But as you can see, consistency is key here. We're looking at the deck list overall, looking at the matches we've just seen. It was a straightforward matchup for Chen Pao. I think Raging Bull, Ogerpon, well, being one of my personal favorite decks, was just too slow. One turn behind at any given point. And even then, we never really saw an opportunity for Jason to even play the long game by not even benching, you know, EXs to prevent knockouts. We did see it earlier in the game, in the first half of game 2, where, you know, if Raging Bull is going to pass, I can pass as well, says Jason. Right? Chen Pao can do the prize prevention game as well, right? What are you excited for the next round? I think that was a brilliant play match by both players. But what are you excited to see for the next round of
Well,
matches?
we definitely do have a lot of interesting decks that will be playing, but we got to take a look into who really makes into our next cut as well.
Yep.
So for us to actually know who's in and who's out, so I'm really hoping to actually see if we're gonna be able to actually get either of all these. Was there still a Lugia player on board as well?
Yeah, I can share with you a few things here, right? We have quite a few Lugia. We have quite a few
Yeah.
Charizards, as I mentioned. We even have a Control Charizard in Top Cut. We also have a Dialga that, from what I understand, might be making it into Top 16. We can get that confirmation later on. Now, we also then have a couple other Chien-Paos. Maybe not something you want to keep seeing over and over again, but it's still an option. Now, a Chien-Pao mirror match is going to be interesting. We haven't seen those in a while.
That's definitely going to be a blow-for-blow knockout kind of matchup.
It can even be a prize prevention, right? Like you could even go down the Crit Reading Greninja route, with taking multiple prize cards in a turn. There is, I want to say, one Snorlax deck in top 32.
Yeah,
And
I think like that's really interesting.
Last we know, it was poised to make it into top 16. So maybe you might show that instead. We have to see, right? So looking at the match we had just now, and just jumping back here again. What do you think was a standout card for Jason's deck? What was the card that had the most impact over the couple of games we just saw?
Well, like overall, like the final clutch play coming in with a Rod definitely gets him back on track as well, just to seal the deal. But just looking at how things have actually played out, of course, getting his swing ball at the right time has at least got him back into that same acceleration, or else he'll still be pretty much halted for progress. For the first round, I think like things have definitely run pretty much on how he really wanted it to look, and it didn't really seem like he was being hindered at all. So round one, pretty much
straightforward game.
Straightforward game, right?
Yeah,
there's no other way to actually put it.
Yeah.
So it's just going both for both. But meanwhile, for the side of how the Raging Bull has actually tried to play it out as well, I guess like same could also be said, but just like what you have mentioned, just not really having the same form of formidable tempo as compared to what the Chien-Pao can actually offer on the table.
Well said. So I think at this stage we are awaiting the rest of the matches to conclude here in top 32. Now, if you're in chat, put down the matchup that you want to see. Put down some of the decks that you want to see, and we'll try to get those on stream for you for the next round. What do you think will be winning nationals here in Pokemon Championships Malaysia? Let us know. We want to figure out, we want to show something that you want to see. So if you're in chat right now on YouTube, put in your favorite deck. What do you think will be taking it all the way here in Malaysia? And perhaps you can find those matchups and we can bring it on stream for top 16. We have to see, right? I'm personally looking at the list of decks we have. I want to see some Charizard. I want to see some Charizard because Charizard took a downturn in NAIC. It's somehow back with a vengeance here in Malaysia. It could be the best of one, right? It could be the best of one situation, players opting for more consistent decks. And I think rightly so, right? You only have one shot at Nationals every year. You want to do well. You want to get that paid invite to Honolulu, Hawaii. If I didn't have this job, I would want to play as well, right? But I have to be here with you, bringing this for the audience, right? So we will take a look and see what else we have in play. We'll get the technical team to also let us know how are the other matches going forward. I want to also bring our attention to the fact that this was, once again, the largest ever event in Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, the English card using countries here in Southeast Asia. Largest Pokemon event ever, period. 702 masters, and unfortunately we had to turn some folks away as well. And today, here at the Starling, we also have the seniors and juniors event ongoing as well. The divisions are split, and winners for each division will get a trip to Honolulu, Hawaii in August. How exciting is that?
It is definitely exciting, and I was here early in the morning, and I just see this place pretty much packed up here on a Sunday morning. And you guys could actually take your time to also come over if you guys are here in either Kuala Lumpur or anywhere across Langor as well, where you can also, meet some of the players when they are not really within the tournament. Have a chat with them if you guys need tips or so. But overall, I think like it's been really good vibes of what we really do have here in the Pokemon Championships Malaysia. And even last year, throwing back a little bit, since you mentioned so much about the charge, that we did actually see it a whole lot more prevalent back in the days, and now I guess that we could still potentially see it make it into a pretty deep run later on, but we'll have to see what we are offered onto the round of 16s coming our way. And of course, there's also a lot of interesting other decks that we'll be catching up on. So let's talk a little bit more about that Snorlax as well.
By the way, you mentioned about meeting players. I want to be here to meet Pikachu. We have the official Pikachu mascot here at the Starling. So if you want to have a meet and greet session with the Pikachu, you should come on down. There's only like 3 more sessions left for the rest of the day. Come on, take some photos, take some pictures. Shop at the pop-up Pokemon Center that we have here as well. You can grab a Fuecoco home if you like. These are official merchandise here for sale at the Starling. Or you could just come and take a look at not just the TCG side, but also the video game championships. We finally have a video game championship after many years of it being down for a while. And I think at this stage, all we are waiting for at this point, Contra, is the next match. Right?
That's right.
So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Grab a drink, grab a snack. We'll be right with you shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Learn how to play the Pokemon card game in just 9 minutes.
I got my first pack of Pokemon cards.
Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokemon cards?
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokemon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokemon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokemon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokemon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokemon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck! Have fun! Rock, paper, scissors,
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokemon that say basic?
Basic Pokemon. I have 2.
Place the first basic Pokemon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokemon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokemon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokemon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokemon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokemon. If a Pokemon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then.
I will attach one grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing one card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have one Nemona and one Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only one supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach one water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose one basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokémon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokémon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take one prize card. When the Pokémon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time, I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right! I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with low sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose, so I'll take a prize card.
Pokémon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on, for my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down.
But before that, Let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win. There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokémon trading card game. Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokémon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokémon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokémon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokémon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokémon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only one tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokémon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a bench Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair! That's a trick question!
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution! Yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now!
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokémon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Game in just 9 minutes! I got my first pack of Pokémon cards! Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokémon cards?
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokémon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokécard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokécard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokémon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokémon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokémon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokémon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right!
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck! Have fun! Rock, paper, scissors.
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokémon that say basic?
Basic Pokémon. I have 2.
Place the first basic Pokémon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokémon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokémon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokémon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokémon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokémon. If a Pokémon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing 1 card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have 1 Nemona and 1 Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only 1 supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right! I'm not done yet!
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach 1 water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose 1 basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokémon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokemon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take 1 prize card. When the Pokemon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time, I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right, I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with low sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose, so I'll take a prize card.
Pokemon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on, for my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down.
But before that, let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win. There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokémon trading card game. Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokémon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokémon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokémon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only 1 stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be 1 in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokémon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokémon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only 1 tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokémon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach 1 tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
1 per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are 2 different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pokémon Championships Malaysia, as we are already through to the rounds of 16. My name is Aaron Contra-Chan, and here with me is Aaron Minjit, and we are definitely in for more Pokémon TCG action. So we've definitely had some exhilarating rounds, and it's definitely interesting to also look at the brackets as well. We'll keep you guys up to speed on what really went down on those round of 32.
Definitely. I think it's interesting to see what the matchup we had just now. We had Chien-Pao versus Raging Bull Ogerpon, and Chien-Pao just blew it out of water. Jason Wee taking the entire match 2-0 against Jinko. It was an interesting match. It was a, I want to say, pretty straightforward match for both these players, but it was just that Chien-Pao was one turn ahead. And that's just how it rolls. The Chien-Pao deck being super consistent, being able to get knockout after knockout after knockout. 3 per game, in fact, and that's pretty much all she wrote. Yeah,
and it's pretty much straightforward. And interesting enough, there's also a few other players that are also looking to play Raging Bull throughout the course of the run, and I believe that a few of them have managed to also make it past into the rounds of 16. But of course, we'll take a look at the brackets and we'll elaborate further on which match we will be featuring in moments time. So definitely we have a lot of exciting stuff. We also had that Snorlax deck that is definitely exciting to watch as well. We'll see whether they're going to be able to get that eventually. Of course, tell us what you guys think in the comments right down below, wherever you guys are watching from online. Or you guys could come down here to Stalling Mall, Pataling Jaya, if you do have the time to do so, because we still got more rounds to go before we even make it into the grand final. So you could be here to be on the first eyewitness. So, of course, a lot to actually unpack out of all these rounds. And what are some of the interesting stuff that you have seen coming from the trainers of the round of 32s?
Well, interesting enough, I think we have 2 more Chien-Paos and at least 1 more Raging Bull in the top 16, which is interesting. These decks are definitely able to go far. Unfortunately, for some of the viewers at home who have mentioned that you want to see some Dragapult, I probably can confirm that almost every Dragapult deck has been eliminated at this point. Dragapult falling short here in Malaysia. We do know that a couple of Charizards still in top 16. There is just 1 Lozon Giratina deck still in the tournament. But I think we can go for a very interesting match after this. I probably want to let us know what are we facing. What is the first deck that we have for the next match?
Well, we got a Lugia V-Star deck coming up on board, so this is definitely going to be pretty interesting because of, you know, the expansions giving it a little bit more variety onto how this could actually play things out. So this one will be played by, of course,
by YST. Yeah, so YST here going into the tournament in Lugia. Lugia, one of the more popular decks here in Malaysia, of course, and as you can see there over there, YST now up against S9, and S9 plays an interesting variant, plays an interesting deck, I want to say. It's Frostlass Monkey Dory.
Wow.
I want to say a rogue deck here in Malaysia, but I do know there are quite a few Frostlass fans, even here among the Malaysian community. I didn't expect one to go this far in the tournament. Here, S9, or Spencer, someone that I know personally, he has been able to take down Charizard earlier on in the round of
Wow.
top 32. And pretty much now the only one unique deck that we see here, other than Snorlax, of course, is this Frostlass Monkey Dory deck. We're in for a treat, Contra.
That definitely is a treat, and of course, I really want to see what this deck is all about, because I wasn't exactly too well versed on how this one functions. Of course, later you get to elaborate a little bit more. But Lugia V-Star, I think like we've seen so many times before, even in the past tournaments, a little bit more straightforward. You stack things up, and of course, get it all running all together, and just go for all these hard hits. So. Of course, with a little bit of changes out there, which we'll elaborate a little bit further, and now with some of all these addition of players also utilizing Ogapons into the deck, that definitely makes things a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, so I think right now we have the Lugia deck that's in front of us. One of the key cards here that might come as important in this matchup will be that Wellspring Mask Ogapon, able to take multiple prize cards. And here with players are already actually setting up and started. We have a Lugia for YST, and he's played his first turn, and it's just a Lugia. Didn't get to see what was discarded, unfortunately. Now for S9, it's a Monkey Dory, starting off with an Arven. So we will see what S9 grabs here. I would presume it should be a Buddy by Poffin to grab a couple of Snorrents. Now the deck plays quite a few techs. It also has a 1-1 Noibat Noivern EX line to go up against basic Pokemon. There's even a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. There's a Mawile. Also plays Cleffa, Manaphy, Jirachi, Rotom-V. This is a stacked out, tacked out deck from Spencer here. So we will see what comes out. It looks like it's a Nest Ball as well as a Forest Steel Stone for S9. So let's see what it grabs. Going for the Rotom-V. Okay, so that would be an instant charge play available for S9. So wanting to have multiple options for turn 1. Most likely going to be using the Forest Steel Stone, I want to say, to go into a couple of Frostlass from Buddy Buddy Poffin. Or will he try something else? I'm not too sure. We don't know what was exactly used on turn 1 by YST, unfortunately. We got into the stream a little bit late. But if there are Archeops in there, we should be able to get off and running in turn 2. Now, of course, the key card of the deck piloted by S9 here is that Frostlass with its inverting, Freezing Shroud, I want to say, which puts 1 damage counter on each Pokemon that has an ability, except Frostlass. And guess what? On YSC side of the field, most of the Pokemon that he'll be playing do have abilities. And then, of course, for S9, being able to put some damage counters on your own Pokemon like Monkey Dory or even on that Rotom-V, you can just, you know, pretty much transfer that damage back onto YSC side of the field with Monkey Dory's ability. Now we see 3 cards here from that instant charge, and now back over to YST.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that it does block out a lot of all these abilities, it definitely might hinder the acceleration that it can come out of the Lugia. Of course, already having even the Snorunt already activated as well.
Now let's see what's going on here. We do have immediately that Lugia V-Star coming down. And immediately into the ability, into that Summoning Star ability for Archeops. 2 Archeops right off the bat. So there were 2 Archeops already in the discard pile for YST. Perfect start here from the Lugia deck. There is even a Flutter Mane, which might come into play here in the following turns for you to be in the active and shut down one of S9's abilities in the active. YST immediately going for double Archeops here, double Primal Turbo, going for multiple energy cards. We get double Turbo Energy. I think that might be Give Energy as well as a V-Guard. So quite a few energy cards here already in play for YST. And just making sure he knows what is in his deck at this stage. Both players here have decent starts. I want to say even S9 has gone for just 1 Snorunt at this point. Making sure that there's a Manaphy, probably knowing that there is that Wellspring Ogapon, able to take multiple prize cards for YST, so preventing the snipe. And it's a simple knockout from YST in and now over Spencer. And we see the Frostlass immediately dropping. So the damage will start to pile up, but can S9 weather the onslaught from the Lugia? Because it's going to be interesting. You're only putting 1 damage counter in between turns. you're going to need quite a few turns
It's
in
gonna
order to
take a
build up
while.
damage. Yeah, exactly.
But how long can they actually stall to actually get there in essence? Because just looking at how things are going, this Lugia is going to look for those quick knocks as well.
Well, it's going to come down to S9's other suite of attackers, right? He's able to perhaps bring a Mawile into active and trap a Pokemon from YS's side of the field that will not be able to attack. But at this stage, regardless if it's an Archeops or even a Fluttermane, oh, we see an Elekid here. This is a tech card
Wow.
from S9. YSC immediately asked it to pick it up. So the Elekid here, I believe, is an attack that does 30 damage to one of the opponent's Pokemon. It's a snipe attack for no energy. Crackling shot there on your screen. 30 damage to a Pokemon, and guess what? It does apply weakness on a Lugia, so able to build up extra damage on the Lugia. Or perhaps just take a snipe attack on a Pokemon on the bench. So now, S9 grabbing energies from the deck. Jirachi going into the discard pile. Not a card that you need at this stage. Retreating the Frostlass into Elekid. Get Dark Energy on the Frostlass, perhaps to retreat it the next turn. But no Monkey Dory to replace the one that he lost in the first turn. Or the second turn, I want to say. So here comes Elekid doing 30 damage to the Archeops, and now the damage builds up. So we have a turn 2 Freezing Shroud coming out of that Frostlass. It's only 1 damage counter per Pokemon though. So the question now is whether or not S9 is able to build up enough damage before YST takes all prize cards. The key card here might be the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, which can take a knockout. If YST is not careful, S9 might just take a knockout on the only efficient attacker on his side of the field. Here's Capturing Aroma. I did not get to see if it was a hits or a tails. I think it might have been a tails. Why is he looking through his deck here for an option? Might be picking a... Yep, let's look at V-Star. So the question now is, will YST bench another attacker? Or will he just say, you know what, I'm going to take 6 prizes. I'm confident of taking 6 prizes before you're able to take a single prize. And again, I just want to reiterate, S9 did take down a Charizard deck in the top 32 match.
And that's definitely no easy feat as well. So going up against something like a Lugia that's been known and loved and played so much.
It's a
S9.
Luminion now from YST. So his hand wasn't going too well. Definitely need to do something about that. Grabbing a supporter here, maybe going for a boss. Yep, right away. A boss's order onto the Frostlass saying, no, I am going to make sure damage... Oh no, going for the Rotom. So I'm going to raise you on prize cards. I don't mind taking 10 damage a turn, but I'm going to go into the Rotom. So YST essentially going down to 3 prize cards this turn on just his third turn at this stage.
Just trying to...
I think the players are just double checking what's going on at this stage. And it might just be a Tempest Dive for the knockout. And YST now 3 prizes to the good. S9, I don't think there's enough damage at this point to take down the Lugia. Blood Moon Ursaluna only does 240. So here comes the damage. It starts to build up on every Pokemon that has an ability except for Frostlass. S9, what can he do? Here is an Ultra Ball, perhaps a second Frostlass. Ooh, is that a... Interesting, okay. Artazon goes into the bin as well. Now, Monkey Dory comes out. Yep, Monkey Dory comes into play. So we will see an Adrenabrain. Yes, we will. We will now see some of this damage from S9 inside the field start to move across to YSTs, quickening the clock on some of these quite high HP Pokemon. You see that the Monkey Dory, when the Pokemon has a dark energy attached to it, you may move 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon to another of your opponents, or to an opponent's Pokemon essentially. And now we see the damage coming out onto the Archeops. Interesting. S9 here prioritizing the damage on the Archeops and Iono right off the bat. So YST's hand will be disrupted this turn. But Lugia doesn't really mind that. Lugia is a deck that is very flexible and versatile without a hand. Ultra Ball, Neuven gets discarded, or Noibat I should say. So we will not see the Neuven unless S9 recovers that somewhat.
It's got the technical machine devolution onto it.
Not something that we need to see this particular matchup, but we will have a second Freezing Shroud. So now the damage on the field will be double. You will see multiple damage counters on each Pokemon with abilities, including S9's own, but he doesn't mind that. Having the Adrenabrain ability will get to move those damage counters. And we see a Cleffa, okay. Here comes Cleffa. So another free treat Pokemon, I should say. Elekid will be the Crackling Shot on the Archeops. So now, passing the turn across. 2 damage counters on each Pokemon with an ability. The damage starts to add up. S9 here probably playing into the potential Blood Moon next turn. So YST now will have to figure out, does he have enough turns before S9 cleans up his board? We are going to see, yep, I will say 1 more damage counter, 2 more damage counters essentially on the Luminion. And here we go.
I guess that's the beauty of this deck. You just get to dictate how many damage you want to do to each one of them. And the numbers are absolutely rising for the side of S9 across the entire board of YST. Definitely will be handy to have the Blood Moon Lucilla.
Yep, here comes the Mesagoza. So potentially getting a different attacker for YST on a hits flip. Yeah, so just checking on the damage. The Archeops are supposed to be on the same damage, I believe, because they are both down at the same time. So unless I'm missing something. Or it might have been one of them has extra damage due to a Crackling Shot. Okay, so Elekid into the discard pile. S9 here now up against YST. YST down to 2 prizes. If there is a turn for the Ursaluna, it's probably this turn. Super Rod now recycling an energy as well as an Elekid. I don't know if S9 has enough turns here to take the win, but he definitely needs to take a knockout on this Lugia V-Star, who has been cleaning up on his Pokemon. Here's an Irida. We see Irida once again being the supporter that helps out so many decks. Chien-Pao in the previous match, and now Frostlass in the second match. Ooh, an Unfast Stamp. Okay, interesting. So the question now is whether or not an Unfast Stamp here would actually come into play, because there is, I believe, a Gift Energy on YST's Lugia. So if S9 takes a knockout with an attack, it does not, well, it doesn't seem like he's going to use an attack at this point, because it will essentially trigger the Gift Energy. You don't want that after an Unfast Stamp. But here it is, Unfast Stamp played. YST will draw 2 cards, whereas S9 will get a fresh hand of 5. And I think players now are just checking with the judges about something. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so it was just a quick check on the shuffle. No harm done. We are good. Crisis averted. 5 cards for S9, 2 cards for YST. So it does mean that S9 will not go for the Blood Moon this turn, because otherwise it would just reset YST's hand back to 7 thanks to the Gift Energy. So it might be that he will just look to close out perhaps 4 prizes next turn, and then leaving the Blood Moon Ursaluna in the active, which is not something YST will be able to knock out so quickly or easily for that matter. So here comes the damage from Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain. Another Monkey Dory. S9 does run 9 of them, or 3 of them I want to say. And I was thinking about 9 damage counters being placed in a single turn. That was the most that he could do.
So actually going to hit the engines of the Archeops, stacking even more over onto the bench.
Yep, so we will see, I believe it should be about 120. Yep, so 120 on one of them. And I think 100, 140 already in another. So it might be, so next turn will be interesting. S9 might just clean up on a number of Pokemon. So one of these Archeops will already go down. Oh, this is going to be quite close actually, thinking about it. Because while YST can go down to this last prize card, S9 might have the potential of just cleaning up the game after. Because the damage on YST side of the field is permanent. You can't actually remove that damage. I mean, you could have with the Luminion, but not any other Pokemon. Here's a Perez's research. I think YST is looking for an answer here. I don't know if he has any. There isn't any particular card that I think removes damage from Lugia's side of the field. So this is going to be an interesting situation. There isn't any, you know, Professor Turo's scenario. There is no Penny. YST might just be losing his entire board in the next couple of turns.
Oh, quite the bummer out there. He's definitely got a really good setup to actually kick things off. But right now, at the brink of it, what can YST do to secure 2 prize cards in specific? I don't think there is actually much that he could actually get out of this situation.
So 1 prize down here, 1 more prize down for YST. On to the final prize, S9 here will take another prize himself. Well, 2 prizes I want to say, because it cleans up all the Archeops on YST side of the field. You have pretty much no energy acceleration moving forward for YST. That's it. There is no more Archeops, and I think S9 might just be squeaks way through the game, because all it needs now is just to take a knockout onto this active Lugia, and all YST has is just a Luminion.
It's just so
And
beautiful
I
to play that.
think S9 might just take the win here outright, because with the Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain, he's able to take 2 more prize cards on to this Luminion, and then retreat into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and that's the game pretty much. S9 takes a knockout on both these Pokemon, and that's it. Game 1 goes to S9. Frostlass takes the win.
That was so beautifully played out. And he just came in time. You did mention about the Blood Moon Ursaluna. He just came in just to finish things off. And also how it actually won for the Lugia was just going hard-hitting at first. And then you just see S9's focus. You want to take out that Archeops. So you stack and you stack. And then when the timing was right, you take out the engines. You just don't go anywhere.
Yeah, it was just like a natural progression, right? Going after making sure that there's crackling shot damage onto the Archeops, making sure the timing on those damage counters as it ticks up was perfected. There was essentially no more turns left for YST. What could you have done? You have no Archeops, and you have no way to remove the damage. So when Blood Moon Ursaluna drops, it's a complete wipeout. Nothing left on the side of the field there for YST, and S9 comfortably winning that. We were thinking it was going to be closer. I mean, it was technically close.
It was pretty close.
Yeah. But it felt almost that S9 planned it all, right?
Yeah.
The damage was perfect, knocking out pretty much all the Pokemon on one side of the field in a single turn. So I would say that was a masterclass of a Frostlass deck. And it's just a shame we didn't see anything else from the Lugia. But I'm looking at the list. What else could you have played?
Really, there is not much to be done right there. And S9 just played this so technically well on how he actually sets the board right.
It is definitely... It felt almost one-sided at that end over there. Even though Lugia was in the lead for the most part, we might just see this Frostlass deck in the top 8 here at the Malaysia Championships. Not something I would have expected. I would deem it a rogue deck for sure. Let's see what else can we see. I think YST might have to adopt a different posture for the next game. He might have to lean into his Chinchinos. There is 3 Chinchinos in his deck with that special roll attack. And one important point here, Chinchino is not a Pokemon with an ability. So maybe YST has adopted that strategy moving forward and just forego Pokemon with abilities. But look at how quickly the damage has stacked up on his side of the field.
Yeah, and I think like what you mentioned makes a whole lot more sense, where you will not run the risk of course, giving away even double prizes when you have anything to stack up against a Chinchino, which I don't think it's exactly all too worth it. But pressure will still be applied nonetheless. It's going to be a my bat as well as a roll time to kickstart the engines running for the side of S9 yet again. Meanwhile, YST has also got one for his own. And this time,
Yep, so we see a Noi bat in the active here for S9. Double Snorrens off the bat and a Rotom. And unfortunately for YST, one of the worst starters you can have. Iron Hands EX, 4 retreat cost. But it's a perfect attacker if he's able to get the Archeops up and running, because you're able to take multiple prize cards very quickly with Iron Hands. Maybe this was a Pokemon that he was looking for in the previous match and wasn't able to get it down in time.
perhaps so.
But it just might mean S9 just goes after the Iron Hands right away, building up damage counters and using Adrenabrain to take a knockout on it before even dealing with the Archeops. We shall see. There are 2 Snorrens already at this stage. The Noibat inactive is a trump card against that Iron Hands because it does, the Noivern EX does prevent damage from basic Pokemon. So here we see a instant charge, 3 cards to the good for S9 and YST. Does he have a Lugia? That's the card you're looking for. We do see a Minchino. That's great, capturing Aroma. This will be clutch. Is that a Tails? I can't see very well, unfortunately, but that might be a Tails, I think, and it is. So it is a Tails. A basic one comes down, and that's a Lugia. It's so flippy. These cards in the Lugia deck, unfortunately, no ideal Pokemon search other than the capturing Aroma, in addition to what is already being played, like Ultra Ball and things like that. So let's see, will YSC be able to discard Archeops? That's what you want to see. Here's an Ultra Ball. Seems to be taking some time. Maybe a difficult discard, unfortunately, for YST so early in the game. I see another Ultra Ball. That does not bode very well. And is that... So he does have a look at V-Star in hand already, but no Archeops. So grabbing something. Maybe the Archeops using this Ultra Ball. Discarding a Jet Energy as well. That might not be as relevant, but it's also a good way to get the Iron Hands into the bench. And... Oh, you can't do that, my friend. You're not able to change up the card. So, maybe YSC was thinking he could actually go for a Luminion here. Oh no, so it's an Archeops. Potentially, he could have gone for a Luminion and then maybe thin down hand enough to go for a Carmine, but looks like it's just an Archeops here. No. YST, what are you looking for at this stage? It's still very early in the game, there's still time, but S9's best friend seems to be time. Alright, so another Minchino, a different one this time. This is the one with the call for family attack, I believe. But what else? Does YST already have the Carmine? Or another supporter perhaps? Because not going for Luminion here and not having anything else. Oh, has an Iono. Alright. So that's not too bad. At least it's a supporter for the turn. And S9 did instant charge to fill up his hand. So all that goes underneath the deck. And each player gets a fresh hand of 6. Not too shabby for both these players to get a refresh hand at this stage. The question is, do we see anything else? Oh, so a Jet Energy onto Lugia. It looks like it's going to be a Read the Win. And it is. So one Archeops goes to the bin. That's the first of 2 Archeops that he needs to be in the discard pile. And being able to draw 3 cards off that discard. Now back to S9. Do we have anything going on for S9 at this stage? A Frostlass here wouldn't do anything, to be fair, other than put damage on his own Rotom. So we do see one Frostlass. With Monkey Dory, maybe not. Alright, so we see an Artazon. Using it right off the bat. What is S9 looking for here? He'll grab almost anything in his list. Goes for the Elekid. This is nice. Being able to spread some damage early on. The Noiva not really important in this matchup, unfortunately. So that's one spot for S9 on his bench that is taken up. So Elekid comes about. Crackling Shot will do 30 damage, but double onto a Lugia.
It's gonna go for the weakness.
Now, what else does S9 have here? Will we see another Frostlass, which might become relevant? Oh, goes for the snipe on the Chinchino. I mean, Chino. I like this play. S9 realizing the fact that that's the one Pokemon that I have to damage manually because it does not have an ability. Let's Captain Roma, and that's a hit. So you will see Summoning Star, I want to say. Oh no, it's Archeops, so there will be a Summoning Star. I already presume that there is a Lugia V-Star in YSC's hand. Perfect start so far. We might be seeing a very efficient start for YST. We did see one previously as well, so I'm not too sure if that's all he needs at this stage. Here's a Serena, or maybe not. So I believe YST already has the Lugia V-Star.
Should be able to have that in hand as well.
Okay, so I think it's an Ultra Ball, discarding the 2 cards. Yep, so I believe it's a Serena play, discarding up to 3 cards in order to draw up to 5. So discarding the Carmine, and then the judge is making sure the deck is shuffled and randomized before drawing cards off the top of the deck. So it gets only a single card. I'm not sure that was the most efficient play for YST. Able to discard the Archeops, but still digging for that Lugia V-Star. No Summoning Star at this stage. I think if we were to slam it down right off the bat, if he had it, it looks like YST has nothing right now. Oh, we do see a Chinchino. I keep getting these two mixed up. A Chinchino. And it's just free to win. Discard a card, draw 3. That's it. Now, for S9 though, this just means that there aren't any reasons to go and get another Frostlass. It's good to have it, but it doesn't add any damage to any Pokemon on Y's side of the field unless he has a way of removing one of his own bench Pokemon to drop a Monkey Dory. So just a Super Rod, stealing 1 card from his hand, I believe. But this is interesting. It seems like we're going to go for a very slow game this time around. Game 1 was, I want to say, a very quick game.
Very rapidly.
Yeah, it was a very quick one comparatively because damage was just piling up and turns were being shifted between both players. But this game, though, seems like a slow pace.
Yeah, YST definitely has adapted really well into what S9's plan has been. And hence the case as to the sort of switch up, another capturing Roma now.
I mean, it could be that YST is just stalling out and not being able to even attack because YST here is the one on the clock. Because every damage coming out of just a Crackling Shot or potential Monkey Dory Adrenabrain will just make it so that his side of the board will be filled with more damage counters. We see Wellspring Mask Ogerpon here. So that is not a Lugia V-Star, unfortunately, but it is an efficient attacker for YST, being able to take multiple prize cards with that Torrential Pump attack, 100 to the active, 120 to the bench. You have to shuffle energy back into the deck, but that's fine because Archeops gets them back for you next turn. Oh, he does have a Jack. Perfect. So we will see the Lugia V-Star. And at the very least, we will get attacks rolling for YST. But it also means that there will be more damage coming out on his side of the field. But there's a cool play here. Getting multiple... Oh, he goes for a Minchino again. So... that might have been a misplay. Because that was a slot that he needed on his bench for the Archeops. YST here, I think jitters are getting to him. That was a horrible misplay here. I think S9 just apologizing. But I mean, this is a competitive environment.
Yeah.
You use that Artazon, you bench that Minchino. That's one less slot on your bench for the Archeops. So you still see the Summoning Star, YST, oh no!
He had to be efficient on this, and this is just a tough one for the side of YST now that this is being put into play. That'll make do though.
It's not going to be a great experience here for YST, I'm sure. So he just passes because he actually wants S9 to take a knockout now. Otherwise, you only get one Archeops, and that does not bode well for him.
I mean, he could just spread out the damage. He doesn't really have to rush into anything. It's definitely in the favor of S9 overall. He's got that Blood Moon Ursula already put into his hand. And there you have it. We're gonna have the price once again put back into the spot.
It's going to be an interesting one, I think, because I'm still reeling from the fact that YST benched that Minchino without realizing that he needed that spot save for the Archeops. And so now S9, ball back in your court, buddy. What are you able to do? Oh no, back to YST, in fact. That was a manual attachment from hand, not ideal, and time is ticking at this stage. Oh, wait a second. This is awkward. For whatever reason, I thought YST attached an energy early, like this turn, but in fact it was earlier. Anyway, Irida back on for S9. That's probably another Frost Blast. Yup, now I will pile on damage, says S9, because there is a Lugia in play with an ability. Double the number of damage counters being placed on Pokemon with abilities. And I think if you're S9, you're pretty comfortable at this stage. You're already one game up. Damage is piling up on both sides of the field, but damage on your side will be removed via a Monkey Dory, assuming we see one.
Definitely on the driver's seat right now,
but
dictating the pace.
But you're YST, you'll be kicking yourself for benching that Minchino, because you could have gotten attacks off last turn and start racing S9 before any damage gets piled out even further. But now, double Frost Blast, still no knockouts on YST side of the field, and I don't think there's any way for YST to ever remove Pokemon from his field. So though that essentially just means that S9 has a perfect way to clean up the board.
And then YST, he's...
There should be 2 damage counters on that Lugia V-Star, by the way. Yeah, perfect. Our judges are catching it. And now, over back to YST. I think if I'm YST right now, I would just take the L and get the Archeops, because it's... Well, to be fair, there is already 3 energy cards on that Lugia, so he can start swinging right now. But that just means you are not accelerating any energy. Maybe you don't mind that, but it just feels like you're just, at this point, playing a Lugia deck with no Archeops.
Which is a little rather awkward.
Which awkward, but I can respect that. At least you're not piling damage counters on your side. I feel like maybe this is the game plan for YST moving forward.
A lot more calculated in terms of the risk that YST is taking for sure.
Yep.
But definitely not as speedy as how he wants things to be, but being forced to play this way because he needs to respect S9's approach as well, knowing what's to come.
So here comes the Adrenabrain ability from Monkey Dory. Goes for the Lugia. Alright, so I'm going to quicken the clock on that Lugia, says S9. Here's a counter catcher. Interesting. Going after the Iron Hands, I would presume.
Very likely to be the case.
Yep, going to force up the Iron Hands. Yes. And that just means YST has to find a Jet Energy. We know one was discarded and one is already attached. Does run the full 4. And here comes Instant Charge for S9, drawing 3 more cards, and here comes more damage. Counters everywhere.
S9 absolutely cooking this one.
Oh, there should be 60 on that Chinchino. Yeah, good catch there by S9. So now YST has to find a way to switch out this Iron Hands EX. Otherwise, there are no attacks and the damage will continue building up.
Such a tough situation for the side of YST.
I should also say that there is a situation where S9 might just go for a technical machine devolution play. As things stand, there is no need to even attack other than just continue refilling his hand and then getting Adrenabrain damage all over the place, enough to take multiple knockouts. YST here not in the best situation. You see, capturing Aroma. It's a hit. Not sure what he can look for at this stage. Maybe another Chinchino. That might be the default choice. Goes for an Archeops just to thin the deck, I want to say. So here comes the V-Star. So yes, he will be using Summoning Star for a single Archeops. He will be able to use Primal Turbo for some form of energy acceleration. And I think that might be... So this is an interesting one. There is a Legacy Energy in YST's hand. That means he takes 2 prize cards with the Amp You Very Much attack. There we go. So YST able to get not just 1 but 2 prize cards this time off an attack on that Cleffa. Cleffa goes down and immediately S9 puts up the Noibat. Is the Noivern in his hand already?
Finally getting some stuff going for the side of the YST.
So just want to remind everybody that there is supposed to be damage counters placed onto the Pokemon that have abilities. So those should be done.
Well, S9?
Yeah, so S9 making sure the damage counters does pile up on the entire field, rather than just his own or just YST's. By the way, Poffin, another... Oh, I don't think you can get a Monkey Dory, right? Oh, that's from hand, so it's alright. So double Monkey Dory.
Double.
We're gonna get double Adrenabrain. And here comes the damage. We still don't see a Noivern EX, so I'm a bit concerned here for S9 because an unchecked Iron Hands EX would quicken the clock on YST. On S9 for YST, I should say.
Definitely looking a little bit more worrying as they're looking to take out 1 out of the book.
Yeah, so I want to say double Adrenabrain earlier. Or single Adrenabrain.
The Minchino's out.
Alright, so the Minchino was a 60 HP Minchino. The other one is 70 HP. Oh, here's a Noivern.
Oh, there we go.
Alright, I think this might just seal the game for S9 because... Well, to be fair, if YST is sitting on some boss's orders, that might help. So Noivern EX with that Code Flight prevent damage from basic Pokemon done to Noivern EX. But YST can still guss around or boss around the Noivern and potentially get some prize cards off a Frostlass or Monkey Dory. And he has to do it now. Else, it just might be too late. Stay tuned for a bit, folks. We have a slight technical difficulty. But this has been an interesting game, Contra. I am excited. I'm so glad we picked this particular match, by the way.
Yeah, this is definitely a very, very technical on how this actually works out and the adjustments that was actually made to this Lugia V-Star deck in order to ensure that, you don't have all of these Pokemon with abilities on play. So, like you said, did play towards the side of Chinchino instead, and of course, needing to play the slow game alongside, which has given them enough of an opening to get the right cards to unfold, and after that, really landing those solid blows, especially with the Iron Hands activated.
Well, the main thing here was that misplay on the Minchino, by the way.
Yeah.
Because, yes, great to have a secondary attacker that actually doesn't get damaged by the Freezing Shroud. But the question then is that we have to make sure to have Primal Turbo, because that accelerates energy, you get to attack. That one turn might have lost him that match, that game, pretty much, and the match. Not having the Primal Turbos activated to accelerate energy and get attacks going. Maybe he could have been okay with a single Archeops, but unfortunately he didn't go that route. Maybe the jitters got to him. Maybe just being in the moment is rather unfortunate, but misplays do happen. This is a high-stakes environment, right? A competitive high-stakes environment. The quality of play here at Malaysia Championships has been impeccable. We saw in the previous round, Chen Pao, Raging Bull trading hits. Even in this game, S9 playing to his outs, winning on pretty much one turn, pretty much. Not even taking a prize before that, almost. I want to also say that we did see some folks in chat ask, but wouldn't the Manaphy got knocked out as well? The main thing was that there were no Pokemon left on YSC side of the field. So 2 win conditions were met in that game 1. We are thankfully back in action here in game 2, and we see a Blood Moon Ursaluna in the active. So it does seem that YSC did find a knockout last turn to take 2 prize cards, but that just activates Blood Moon Ursaluna to take a knockout here.
Oh boy. This is where he turns up the heat here. Season skill already being utilized.
This is going to be interesting. I want to say that YSC should be down to 1 prize rather than 2. But I'm not too sure if the board state has changed much since the last time we saw it. We do see a boss in the discard. Oh, here's an Iono. Alright, so Blood Moon Ursaluna should be able to take a knockout here. But we just need to double confirm, is it a single prize left for YSC or 2 prizes for YSC? That does make a difference. Ooh, go for the boss's order. Oh, hang on a sec. Oh no, that's not a boss. My bad. That was a counter catcher. Is he playing it? Is he not?
He pulls it back.
No, he pulls it back. Okay, so it takes a knockout on the Iron Hands. So I want to say it was probably a single prize or double prize that YSC took. And now he's down to a single prize. Ursaluna was able to attack for free last turn. And now YST, does he have it? Does he have the boss for game and forcing a game 3?
It's only down to this turn.
Yep, we also see the Archeops no longer on the board. The Archeops was taken out by S9 saying, hey, I'm not going to let you accelerate energy. So if you want to win, you have to do it through the Lugia. Oh, the boss off the top!
Wow!
That is the game for YST.
Just in the nick of time,
And
salvaging it, and now still having some time to play for heading into round 3.
Game 3. So now we have game 3.
Yeah,
and
game 3.
we have 10 minutes left on the clock, and we have game 3, folks. And I'm excited. I love to see a top deck boss for the win. But it just means we get more of this Frostless deck. We get more of this Lugia deck. I don't know what to say. We had everything in these 2 games. We had a couple of technical issues, but we sorted it out. And now we get a chance to see, a game 3.
Yeah, I definitely would love a little bit more of that rematch. So I'm glad it's the best of 3 overall. So, of course, we did see a little bit of that blunder on that play over on the bench. So now that he's taken notice, he's definitely going to make those kind of adjustments in order to refine a little bit more of that gameplay for the side of YSD. And that win didn't come in all too easy for him overall. But S9, I think things were looking really stellar in the early game on how things have played out. And then eventually, yeah, I guess it was
I mean,
down to...
it's an Iono to 1.
Yeah.
An Iono to 1, and you top deck the boss for a win. You can't predict something like that.
Yeah.
And Lugia decks are known to play multiple bosses orders, right? So in the list, we see there are 3 bosses orders, which which are important for the Lugia deck. They don't need draw supporters much later in the game. So the boss orders are the cards that make Lugia grab the knockouts that they need. And in this scenario, it was perfect, right? Iono
Absolutely.
to one of the top deck, grabbing the boss's order for the win. And now we go into the game 3, and the players are setting out. Looks like it's probably YST might want to go first at this stage. And we have 9 minutes left on the clock. Both these players are playing pretty well in terms of pace. It's just that these games are going very long.
Here we go.
And it looks like, oh, so S9 opts to let YST.
This time starting off with a Snorunt,
Yeah.
as well as the Lugia V.
So Lugia V for YST, capturing Aroma there. Unfortunately, not able to see what that was.
Starting things off absolutely right. This time around for the side of YST. Gonna be having the Archeops.
Yep, so Archeops now, Ultra Ball the Archeops away for the Lugia V-Star. He does have it for turn 2 unless S9 disrupts his hand. This is the perfect start for YST, other than another Archeops in the discard. Is there anything else for YST? A double Turbo Energy, that's good as well. Makes it so that Lugia V-Star can attack with Tempest Dive, even without an Archeops. S9, Buddy Puffin right off the bat. Like to see both these players are quickening their pace, which is great to see. We are very low on time now, 8 minutes left in this top 16 match. If you're just joining us, welcome to the stream. Where have you been all day? We have been having awesome matches of Pokemon TCG here at the Starling. See Noibat and an Elekid come down from that Buddy Puffin. Irida, Snorunt, and Earthen Vessel. So we are going to see... Oh, there's a Mawile. Okay, that's interesting. That would have been a card that S9 might have been wanting to use. But that goes to the discard pile now, grabbing a Psychic and a Fighting Energy. What else does S9 have? I don't think they ask for much else at this point. This is a pretty decent setup. We're just missing maybe, I don't know, a Monkey Dory or even the Rotom. Retreating the Snorunt into Elekid, so putting some damage with Crackling Shot. That's going to be 60 damage onto the Lugia V. But again, my concern now is time, because as time goes on, YST's deck is better poised to winning this match.
That's what he's really gonna go for those quick knockouts if he actually could. Gonna be
Alright, so Minchino down on the bench.
setting pretty much a slim ordeal as compared to
Ooh.
that second game that he had. Here comes a double turbo.
Yep, Lugia V-Star online, Tempest Dive and Summoning Star online. Is YST going to grab just the single Archeops? No, just taking a knockout and that's it. Alright.
He's saying at the time there's only 6 more minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, no, S9 here playing pretty... YST here playing pretty smart here. Playing with the advantage of time. Not benching any more Pokemon that might get damaged from the Frostlass. Ultra Ball here from S9. Probably grabbing the Frostlass, I want to say. Yes. So Freezing Shroud is online. S9 also quickening his pace, knowing full well the time is ticking against both of these players. And unfortunately for him, Frostlass is not the best deck when it goes to sudden death or when it goes to time. Remains to be seen if he's able to eke out this win. So it's just an instant charge and over back to YST. So damage now on the board, 70 on the Lugia V-Star, 10 apiece on the Rotom and the Monkey Dory. Here comes the Minchino and Chinchino. YST feels happy to just take a prize.
Yeah.
Takes a knockout with Tempest Dive, and now
2 up.
S9. Ball in your court, my friend. What
What
are
a
you able to
comeback.
do? Yeah, it's all back down to the game too, right? That Iono to 1 and then a top deck boss. And cards are flying everywhere.
Yeah, the nerves are really getting into him right now. He's
Oh,
got
yeah.
to move very, very quickly.
And the thing is, players aren't aware of time. So they just know that time is running out.
He
They have
definitely
a sense of
notices.
it. Yeah, I mean, competitive players of this level, they probably are aware that time is ticking, but they don't know exactly how much time that's left. S9 here, grabbing a Monkey Dory. This is his way of accelerating some damage onto the field. The question is, what happens
It will
next?
be great. So far,
Yeah.
working with only one. Gotta get rid of that Lugia eventually.
So just an instant charge. Oh no, that's not good.
Oh boy.
That is not good. Because that is just an extra prize, another prize for YST, and he's just chilling. Now the question is YST worried about this Lugia getting knocked out and him not having any more attackers? So now grabbing in Iron Hands. Alright, so discarding a couple cards. One of them was a Jamming Tower for an Iron Hands EX. I would presume YST can shift into this Iron Hands right now to take 2 prize cards off this Monkey Dory in the active. And that just might seal the game here. Unless S9 has a way to activate the Blood Moon Ursaluna again. No, decides to just attach manually. Oh no, here we go. Here comes the Archeops.
Wow.
YST says, now is the time. Get me my Primal Turbo. Use it twice, right off the bat. Love those ability markers. Thank you to the
it's
judge team for
coming.
that. Alright. And looking for the Legacy Energy. It's not prize, it's there.
Wow.
That's a
Just what
that
he
is
needs.
that's exactly how you close out a game now. Taking 2 prize cards would amp you very much. Retreat the Lugia. I think YSC sees the writing that he's ready. He's ready to take the win here. S9, what do you do? Can you take a knockout on this Iron Hands EX? And even then, if you do so with the Blood Moon, there are 2 Archeops in play, which allow even just a Minchino or Chinchino to take a knockout on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. I think YST has found a way through this game.
Yeah.
I think
Absolutely.
it's a brilliant comeback from YST off that boss. And now, just a Lonely Snorant up in front. Even discards the Blood Moon Ursaluna. I think
Just-
the only play here for S9 might be just to stall it out. But with what? He concedes. YST takes the win with 2 minutes down, 2 minutes left, and takes the game 2-1. Game set match for YST.
That really came in clutch. That game 2 on the top deck, my, the boss's order really turned it around. And when it comes down to, you know, such a sudden death kind of timer on the clock, this is
Well, I
where
mean,
the
yeah,
Lugia really thrived out.
It didn't go to sudden death, thankfully.
Yeah,
Because if it
yeah.
did, it would have been an awkward situation for
Yeah.
anyone. Thankfully, we actually had
Yeah.
3 full games in that 50 minutes. We were treated to a spectacle, right? All 3 games
It was.
going back and forth. The first game, obviously, a masterclass from S9. Game 2, just by the stroke of luck, Iono to 1 off the top deck, boss order for game. And in game 3, it just felt like YSC had a game plan that is so different and yet so effective,
Yeah.
right? S9 was not able to come back from that. Iron Hands was able to do its job in taking prize cards quicker than and pretty much what it's used for, right? So we will now have a Lugia deck in the top 8 here at Malaysia Championships. Unfortunately, commiserations to S9. What a brilliant run to top 16, but unfortunately, we will not see this Frostlass deck any further. I'm glad we had the chance to see it.
Yeah, I'm
right?
really glad as well.
We almost did not pick this deck. We almost picked a different stream match for everyone at home. We were looking for Dragapult. We couldn't find any Dragapult, but this was the next best thing to feature a brand new card from Twilight Masquerade. and at the very least, we got to see some action with Frostlass.
Yeah, so technically gifted on how S9 actually executes his plan, especially back in the very first game. I think like when you see the full blow spectrum of what it can actually offer, I think definitely this could be getting more into a popular play time for some of these players who's hoping to pick it up eventually. But with that being said, now that's pretty much concluded, we'll be looking into other trainers that will be also making the cut as well into the upcoming round. So another look into the top 8. So that's going to be a pretty huge statement on how Lugia is still very relevant up to this day.
So I want to say that there was a Lugia in top 32 that beat a Miraidon. The only Miraidon that made in top 32 was taken out by a Lugia, which says a lot about the deck, right? Miraidon traditionally having a very good matchup against Lugia, and yet we saw 2 of them in top 16, one of which you just saw on your screen now moving into top 8. Before we take a break, I think the most important thing that I like to ask anybody is, what's your card of the match, or Contra? What is your iconic play even from the match you just seen?
Well, of course, the game-saving play has to be Game 2 on that boss's order, right? And then after that, it was just a done deal overall. But before, on the adjustments that he made overall, I think he definitely has set the tone of how he really wants to play for Game 3 as well, which is why we see a great switch up more on towards the Iron Hands. So I believe that on how he executes, how he plays, that's how he actually got the wins. That not only just depending on that stroke of luck.
Yeah, I think the key thing here was that there was no Neuven EX in that Game 3 to put a stop to that Iron Hands. Rather unfortunately, that Noibat went down. Maybe perhaps it would have been best to retreat the Noibat into even a Frostlass or even a Snorunt, just to give that up, right? Just to ensure that you have an answer to the Iron Hands. Because once that Iron Hand sits down with 4 energy attached, it will continue taking prize cards. And that's all you could do, right? It was an effective card both in Game 2 and in Game 3. That's the reason why Lugia would play these cards. We also didn't get to see quite a few other things. Like, for example, both these deck lists actually ran Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's just that for Lugia, you never had a chance to use it. Frostlass would not take any prize cards except taking everything at the final stages of the game.
Yeah.
Now, I honestly would have loved to see some Wellspring Mask Ogerpon to be able to take multiple prizes.
Yeah, that's one we didn't really actually see.
We didn't see it. Yeah, we didn't get to see that. We did see, essentially the other multi-prize taking Pokemon, Iron Hands EX, a very popular card. We are seeing that even in some Lost Zone decks here in Malaysia. We are very close to going to the break. Just want to get final thoughts then. What are you looking to see in top 8? We'll try to get some of this information out into the stream chat. We'll ask around if you want to see a certain thing. But let me know, what are your predictions? Can the Lugia deck go all the way? A deck that was pretty hyped up at the start, but then tapered off in favor of Gardevoir. We don't have any more Gardevoir, I believe.
Actually,
it's completely all gone.
I was actually surprised because I was chatting with you before this whole run begins, and it's like, oh, what about Gardevoirs, right? Like, it's been popular even over onto the United States, seconds on the stream, and basically in some of all these other regional tournaments as well. In my mind, they didn't make the cut at all. I thought that at least one would slip through.
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple of them. I think it was 3 of them or 4 of them in top 32. The question then would be how many of them actually got into top 16 and top 8, right? So we will try to get some of the information. Most of these games are still being played from what we are told. If there is a particular deck that I'm hoping made it through, is that Lone Regidrago deck, which was our option 2 for the stream match. Regidrago against Lugia.
I wonder how that went, actually.
We will have to find out and see, because it was up against Lugia. Right, so the 2 Lugias were our 2 options for this stream match for top 16. We went with one of them to give you the spectacle that you just saw. Now, did it overcome the Regidrago deck? Not too sure.
We'll have to find out. They're still in the midst of their own matchup. So without looking into all the other interesting stuff, I wonder how the Snorlax deck is doing as well. That's one that we wanted to actually take a look at, which, hoping that, we might actually get some surprises later on if it does make true.
That would make for interesting, entertaining cast, I would say. But I think at this stage, we can cut for a quick break and be really back really shortly with top 8. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you get a beverage, get yourself a snack. We will be able to come back with some information on the next matches. Stay tuned.
Learn how to play the Pokémon card game in just 9 minutes! I got my first pack of Pokémon cards. Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokémon cards.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokémon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokécard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokécard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokémon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokémon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokémon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokémon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck! Have fun! Rock, paper, scissors,
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokémon that say basic?
Basic Pokémon. I have 2!
Place the first basic Pokémon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokémon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokémon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokémon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokémon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokémon. If a Pokémon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing 1 card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have 1 Nemona and 1 Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only one supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito's Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach one water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose one basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokémon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokémon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take one prize card. When the Pokémon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time, I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right, I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with Low Sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose, so I'll take a prize card.
Pokémon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on, for my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down.
But before that, let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win. There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokémon trading card game. Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokémon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokémon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokémon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage, or letting me pull a Pokémon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokémon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only one tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokémon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution! Yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokémon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Learn how to play the Pokémon card game in just 9 minutes! I got my first pack of Pokémon cards. Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokémon cards?
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokémon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokémon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokémon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokémon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokémon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck! Have fun! Rock, paper, scissors,
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokémon that say basic?
Basic Pokémon. I have 2!
Place the first basic Pokémon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokémon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokémon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokémon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokémon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokémon. If a Pokémon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach one grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing one card from my deck. I'll attach this Psychic Energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. I will use the Slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have one Nemona and one Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only one supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach one water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose one basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokémon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokémon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take one prize card. When the Pokémon in the active...
Welcome back everyone here at the Starling for the Pokemon TCG Championships 2023-2024. My name is Aaron and with me is Contra, and it has been an amazing day so far with lots of matches for us to see who becomes the national champion here in Malaysia. We just had a pretty nail-biter of a match between Lugia as well as Frostlass that went down to the wire with I think 2 minutes left on time, and Lugia was able to take the win there. How do you feel after that matchup, Contra?
Yeah, I'm just really stoked on what's to come because we now have one Lugia deck on board, but I do believe that we have already got the brackets all updated, and we do see a lot of all these Lost Zone decks are still at play on the other side of the spectrum.
Yep, so a lot of variety, I want to say, here in the top 32 in Malaysia. We had Lugia versus Frostlass just earlier, as you said. There's also a Raging Bull Ogerpon versus Champa matchup. We had top 32. Now in top 8, we're going to see a completely different matchup as well. spoiler alert, is none of the decks we've seen so far.
None of it.
We seem to have very unique decks, I want to say. So at the very least, here's the current breakup as it is here in top 8. YST piloting Lugia will be going up against Jason Wee with Chen Pao. Kai Jian, yet another Chen Pao player. The former Asia Open champion will go up against Zainal, who has been playing Raging Bull Ogapon. On the right side, Nyx versus Kenson is actually a Lost Zone mirror match. That would have been a fun one, right? But the stream match we'll have for you today will be between Weera and Brian. Weera piloting Reggie Drago box and essentially going up against the only Lost Zone Giratina deck in the entire top 32.
And that's going to be Brian that's going to be in the field for that as well. So it's definitely very interesting to see the old school method as well as the new one. Of course, there are certain adaptations with a couple of new cards to be set into play as well. So we'll definitely want to see how this one is going to be playing out because on your side, of course, something a little bit more fresh. Could you also elaborate on, how much of a difference it actually makes when it comes down to, these two matching up all together?
Well, if you think about it, Lost Zone Giratina deck has been around for a long time, right? It took on the regional league here in Malaysia back in October, I want to say last year. Reggie Drago, on the other hand, is a completely brand new deck that just came out from the recent NAIC timeframe in the Twilight Masquerade format. But Reggie Drago as a card has been around for a while. It maybe didn't have this partner, the right partners for it to essentially see the success it's been having. Now, this matchup, on the other hand, isn't one that we usually see. It's not a deck which essentially has, not a matchup that we usually have on stream even, or even see. But I would be very pressed to admit, I want to see Reggie Drago be able to take this win, even though I think it's slightly favored towards Lost Zone Giratina, if not more, because Giratina as a deck, Lost Zone Giratina as a deck, is a super technical deck, right? We know that it's a very popular deck over in Singapore. Brian Kwao, one of the best Giratina players, has won multiple events and top multiple events with the deck along with his team. It's one of the popular decks in Malaysia. It even won regional league 2 and 3 here in Malaysia, piloted by 2 different players in 2 different formats even. So I want to, you know what? I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to
We're just going to let it run. And then
we're going to let it run. We're going to let it run and just see. I am behind, my dragons. I love my dragon cards. I love, for flavor purposes, my Regigo V-Star. I enjoy seeing Raging Bolt once again. Unfortunately, this might be the only chance you will see a Dragapult EX. I know some of you have talked about it over in the chat about seeing a Dragapult deck. I think Weera is the only player left with a Dragapult in their deck. And it's not even the one with the evolution line. It's just there for Reggie Drago to copy the attack using Apex Dragon. So
yeah, and you did also have a chat with the gentleman that just concluded his match as well earlier before we begin this live stream. And this deck definitely pulls surprises for those who are looking at the empty bench. You could also really fill up those slots really quickly to really just power through certain scenarios like that. As we are getting back on track, this is going to be the best of 3 here in the top 8 as we begin our run. Brian versus Weera, and we already all have a pretty standard opening coming in from both of them.
Yeah, I think ideal starts for both these players. Weera has the Regigo V in the active. Brian has the Confe. As always, as a Lost Zone box, you want to see a Confe in the active. For Weera, on the other hand, we want to be able to see the Cleffa, in fact. So he does run the Cleffa. I was looking on the list for it. It's right at the bottom. The Cleffa is in the deck. Unfortunately, right now, he does have, a hefty Regigo V in the active position. Doing a quick deck check here. Lots of bling in Weera's deck.
Oh, yeah. I was just going through the list of blingy cards of EX, of E-Stars, and V.
Here's the Tilma's Ogapon EX. Tilma's Ogapon, the card we saw in our top 32 match when it was paired with Raging Bolt, and it's just a pass from Weera. That's all he has.
Okay.
Rather unfortunate because I would have expected more out of his deck. Maybe a Squawkabilly. Unfortunately not. So here Brian immediately has a Buddy Puffin, Templesino as well. Doesn't really come into play in this matchup other than having a Stadium in play, as Weera doesn't actually run any special energy for Temple Sinnoh to take effect. He does run a jamming tower, so maybe, just maybe, Brian was aware of that. He would have kept that Temple Sinnoh. Let's see where this goes now. By the way, Poffin, I will presume to grab 2 more Comfey. This is how the Lost Zone deck sets up. It's an archetype that's been around for a while. It will finally be exiting the format sometime early next year. But it has seen its share of successes.
Throughout the course of it overall.
Here comes
Second.
second Comfey, and that's it. So Brian valuing the bench spot, I believe. I think I saw another Comfey in the deck, so just wanting to keep the bench spot open and not have the third or fourth one, I should say third one. So we should see some flower selectings very soon.
Both of it
So
utilized.
my bad, by the way. I think that Temple Sinnoh was in fact from the Lost Zone rather than from a stadium plate. I think that's a complete miss from my end, because usually we see on the other end of the board. We can hopefully get the judges to have that sorted. But in any case, we immediately see in a beast seeking from the Giratina V, Brian going on the offensive, I want to say, with getting cards into the Lost Zone. Getting to 7 will be key here to activate Mirage Gate.
That's already 4.
Yep, already 4 in. He's more than halfway there. Weera has to do something at this point. Now, the interesting situation here is that Weera is actually, or should be able to take a knockout on this Giratina V if he gets the right combination of cards. The question is always whether or not that's possible. So,
It's like
that's immediate Legacy Star. Yeah, right off the bat, Legacy Star. Discard 7 cards off the top of your deck and pretty much put 2 from your discard pile back into your hand. And I think there aren't many options there for Weera. Going to grab the Earthen Vessel and the Nest Ball, and not much else. We don't see an energy switch, which is key in this deck. You want to have energy switch to be able to power up Apex Dragon in a single turn. But with no energy in play, it's a moot point anyhow. Now we see the Teal Dance coming out from the Steel Mazogapon, thanks, after all, to the Earthen Vessel. Now we see the Dragapult we talked about. That's the only Dragapult, unfortunately, that you'll be seeing on stream today, folks, because every Dragapult deck has seen an early exit here in the top 32 at Malaysia Championships. 2 Grass Energies from the Earthen Vessel, which I presume will be for that Teal Dance. Oh, just 1 Grass Energy, 1 Fire. So we are potentially thinking that he still needs to attack. Oh, he still needs to attach, I should say, that Fire Energy to the active. And now we should see a couple Teal Dance. So 1, draw a card. Earthen Vessel off the top. That is perfect.
That's beautiful.
Getting a 2nd Grass Energy for the Teal Dance, the Teal Mas Ogapon EX for the Teal Dance. Discarding a Neuven EX, so the 2 dragons, 2 out of the 4 dragons, oh I should say 5 dragons even, that Weera has are already in the discard. He does also run a Hisuian Gudra V-Star, as well as a, well, let me just go through the list. There's a Giratina V, a Giratina V-Star, a Hisuian Gudra V-Star, a Dragapult EX, as well as a Raging Bolt EX. So quite a few options here for Weera, and so far he's been doing pretty well. And he does get the double energy switch.
Wow.
He actually has it.
That's
Wow.
perfect. That's actually perfect.
That's great. The question now is what attacks does he have access to? I think it's only the Noivern and the Dragapult.
What's his next decision here?
So rather unfortunately, there will not be a knockout for Weera. That probably is a good thing, I should say, considering that Lost Zone decks, they do run a couple of cards that get activated, such as Come to Catcher, so maybe this is a good thing in some way.
Could be.
Yeah, so, but we will see 200 damage here from the Dragapult EX Phantom Dive, but I would have hoped that it would have been a knockout. Unfortunate for
Not
Weera
enough.
here. So here spreading the damage on to those Comfeys. 3 apiece, says Weera. 4 and 2, I should say. And now over to Brian. So we see a Colorless Experiment right off the bat. That puts him to 6 cards on his Lost Zone. 1 more short activating Mirage Gate. Now, we should say that a Mirage Gate here, coupled with one more card into the Lost Zone, would enable Brian to use Lost Impact should he be able to find the Giratina V-Star. 6 cards in the Lost Zone. One of them is Psychic Energy, quite a valuable resource. And immediately here, a Jet Energy, putting the Comfey up into the active. Flower selecting from Brian. Seven cards in the Lost Zone. Mirage Gate is live at this stage. Retreating into another Comfey.
Getting another one on the board as well for the flower
Oh,
selecting.
I think that's an energy, yeah. So, unfortunately, wanting to keep the Nest Ball, having to give up 2 energies on Brian's side of the field. These decks do rely on energy. Brian is opting to run the Psychic Grass and Water Energy in addition to Jet. Lots of options here for Brian, but every energy that ends up into the Lost Zone is an energy that we should pay attention for. Radiant Greninja. Brian hoping to draw more cards here. I think he's looking for that Giratina V-Star. If he doesn't have it already, that would prevent this Apex Dragon from taking a knockout on that Giratina V that's on the bench. Thanks to Dragapult, nothing on the bench is actually safe.
Yeah, this is always a little bit of a threat coming in with a Dragapult to be run.
Yeah, Prime Catcher here, pulling up the Tielmaz Ogerpon into Cramorant. So, just taking, just getting some damage on the board. Using the Cramorant. Spin innocently 410 and over back to Weira's side of the field. Now, Weir obviously has an energy off the top. He definitely had one earlier, I want to say. So, a Teal Dance, another Teal Dance, energy flooded on Weira's side of the board at this stage. And I think this might be a very quick game contra.
Yeah, it's
Weira,
really looking to be.
Weira can take up to, I believe, 4 prizes this turn. Retreating into that Regidrago V-Star would enable Weira to take a commanding lead and leaves Brian with no real response. There aren't anything that's available in Brian's deck list to take down a Regidrago V-Star apart from that Giratina V-Star, which we will not see at this stage.
Now he brings it back online once again.
So here comes Regidrago V-Star, Apex Dragon, allowing you to copy an attack from a Dragon Pokemon in your discard pile. It is my second favorite card of the format right now. The first being Raging Bolt. I have to like my dragons.
So what's the other?
Well, I mean, Raging Bolt, right? Raging Bolt number 1, right? So here comes the Mew EX. I think Weira is just making sure that he's able to draw into some options, anticipating a Roxanne perhaps from Brian. And using a restart for 1. But honestly, at this stage, I think Weira is in a commanding position.
He definitely
Here we go.
is.
There you go. 4 prize cards off the bat.
Wow.
Taking a knockout on a Comfey, the Cramorant inactive, and the Giratina V on the bench.
Such a commanding lead with this play.
And this is just turn 3.
This is turn 3. I couldn't believe my eyes on how quick this has gone by. And just like that, 4 prizes. What's he got from the prizes? I would be able to help him a whole lot more as well.
I don't even think he needs that much
Yeah,
help. I think
he doesn't
Brian
need it.
does not have much going on, and Weira essentially is just a boss order away. Going after Greninja on the next turn and just knocking out the Comfey would be game, set, match in 4 turns. Well, game pretty much in 4 turns for Weira. 4 prize cards as early as turn 3. Regidrago flexing his muscles at this stage. Brian, what are you looking for now? Concealed cards, getting 2 into hand. Super Rod, one of them. He does have energy, but I don't think he has anything going for him at this stage. He really needed that Giratina V-Star that last turn to at least stay in this match, to be able to use Lost Impact potentially in the following turn. But now, there aren't any options left.
He's just in a tough predicament right now. What does he play for this time around to switch things up now that 13 is already gone?
So for Brian at this stage, if I were him, I would just scoop up this game and go to a game 2. I don't see any out unless I'm missing something glaring in my face, but I don't think so. He could go for a stall play on the Ogerpon. Oh, the switch card might buy him a turn, which is great. I believe that might be a Giratina V, yeah. So another Giratina V comes down. It does not prevent Brian from staying in the game beyond the next turn if Weira has either a boss, just a boss I would say.
Mirage Gate.
No Prime Catcher in his Regidrago deck actually. It's actually a different ace pack, interestingly. But here comes Brian with some energy onto the Radiant Greninja. So he's able to stay in the game at least because he does have a switch card. Healing up the damage. Now Weira is not able to take 2 prize cards with Dragapult, but he still can go for a knockout on the Giratina V. Now a Roxanne. Perfect timing from Brian, resetting the hand for himself and bringing down Weira's hand to 2. Yeah, we shuffle the whole hand into the deck. And Weira's hand was definitely loaded with options thanks to that 4 prize cards that he picked up in the previous turn.
He's just on a roll right now. Weira really putting this Dragapult into full effect. Now let's see what he actually has in hand this time. But now only down to 2 cards at least. This could still be very optimal for the side of Brian.
Here's an interesting card. Weira actually runs Scoop Up Cyclone, which is an ace pack we don't usually see. But that just means that this 90 damage that's being put on this Hilma's Ogerpon would actually not knock it out. Does it?
It will be knocked out, it seems.
Oh, I'm mistaken. I believe, yeah, it was enough.
Yeah, that will be 2 prizes in for the side of Brian. All picked up as he will now already have some sufficient items to also utilize later on, if that were to be the case. Back towards the side of Weira as well. How does he actually respond to this one? Probably having only 1 comfy to work with.
I think the judges might be checking something because I think it might have been a knockout. Yeah. I was questioning.
right.
I was questioning it myself because I believe it was 110 from a Cramorant and not 120 from a Sableye.
Oh boy.
So it would not have been a knockout. And that's why I was thinking the Scoop Up Cyclone here would have been perfect for Weira. And how do you reverse this game state? Let's see. Maybe the judges were able to tell, but it might. So I think they were able to reverse this. That should not have been a knockout. Hence why I kept a little silent and was looking through my notes to see if I missed something. But yeah, so that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX does not get knocked out, at least not yet. So anyway, back to Weira's turn. Teal dance for another card off the top. Does he find what he needs? I believe what he needs now is to get a Raging Bolt into the discard and a boss onto the Giratina V to close out the game. And even then, it's still not too bad. He can still go for the long game. That's just a 5 energy to the other Teal Mask Ogerpon. So here's a retreat. Yep, I presume he's going to go for a knockout here and put some damage on the field. Most likely onto that Giratina V to put it within range of a knockout via either the Teal Mask Ogerpon even.
Definitely putting Brian at a very risky state as well.
Oh, splits the damage, decides to split it.
50-50.
Nice. Yeah, it might be... So
Only 1.
1 and 5. Okay, so 10 damage would still mean that a Dragapult, well, I guess another attack from Regidrago, copying Dragapult's Phantom Dive. will still knock out their Comfey. So Brian now has to find something, and that something is likely Giratina V-Star
Doesn't
and
have
Giratina V-Star and a Mirage Gate. That's what you're looking for right now. I see the Mirage Gate and the boss.
the boss could definitely come in handy, right?
Not right now.
To
You need it for
another
the following.
turn.
You need it for the following turn, but you definitely want to use that Mirage Gate. Only one energy? That is not ideal. We were talking about the energy count earlier. A lot of energy ending up in the Law Zone. Some already in the discard after using the Greninja earlier on. But just a single energy on that Giratina V isn't ideal. He's probably looking for a Super Rod right now.
This is looking really bleak. I mean, Weira, he could actually walk away with another turn in hand. So whatever he's got to make this work right now with the Giratina.
So not too bad. So not too bad. The fact that he was able to go into the Comfey enables it to go to 10 cards in the Lost Zone. And here comes the Lost Requiem for the knockout. Star Requiem for the knockout, I should say. So 2 prize cards for Brian. What can Weira do at this point? Here's an interesting play. Mew can use genome hacking for the knockout on a Giratina V. And I think
That could be the play.
maybe, I think he's looking to thin his hand down. So I think there's a boss in Weira's hand. So being able to boss and go into the Teal Mask Ogerpon can be a knockout on the Comfey. So I think he's trying to dig for that last energy that he needs via the restart. So this Ultra Ball here is purely just to thin the deck, potentially of one more card. Momentum in Weira's favor right now, but that can surely swing.
Is that Clef Sassy?
Yep, that's a Cleffa. So Cleffa comes down. I don't think you should be okay, hang on. Maybe that's not going to come into play because it's the only single prize in Weira's side of the field. But it opens up a Sableye play. And by the way, we had a quick check on the counter earlier. It is more than 10 already in the Law Zone. Earlier it was 10, it's 12. So we're all good at this stage. Here's the restart. I don't think he got what he needed. He's missing 1 grass energy at this point. So retreating into the Cleffa. And that's it. That's not ideal at all for Weira. So the question now is, can Brian go for multiple prize here? He can!
Wow.
That's the game here because Sableye coming down, the Cleffa play doesn't come into effect at all. It has nothing on it because 120 damage being put down from Lost Mine takes a double knockout, 4 prizes, swinging over to Brian. What a play.
What a play. I didn't really expect that. The moment I was waiting for the Sableye to come out for a while, and of course it came in the nick of time.
Yep.
And I think that he definitely has it at the back of his mind for a while, despite, you know, losing out that Giratina V-Star so early on. Definitely.
The Giratina V early on, so it was just Giratina V. So essentially that play using the Reading Greninja, putting 90 onto the Mew came in clutch because that allowed the overall, I mean, pretty much the game plan, right? Being able to take multiple knockouts. The card that we did not see that would have changed the game altogether was a Scoop Up Cyclone. It was in the deck, I believe. It just never came out.
Yeah. Tough draw overall.
Yeah.
But
well,
it's been quite the run for these two teams running decks with, of course, Law Zone implemented.
Well,
Now,
yeah, I think overall it's a very swingy matchup at this stage. We can see how quickly things can change. That Roxanne was clutch, making sure, giving essentially Weira a tough time to try and get to that final prize. I don't think he could have played any differently. It was a tough situation no matter what. Maybe the Mew, regardless of the utility it gave, was not the best thing to bench down because that essentially gave Brian a chance to come back, you know, being able to take multiple knockouts right off the bat. Thanks to Sableye. But now we see us in the next game. We are now having just over half more time left to bring this back to hopefully book a spot in top 4. And we shall see now as the players continue setting up. Alrighty.
It was just so interesting. We looked like he's got everything in hand.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, that Roxanne definitely have stirred his tempo a little bit more.
Yep.
Else it would have actually been a full swing that will be hitting on the side of Brian.
Yep, but here we come. And here Weira starts off going first in this game to Squawk ability on the bench, which is great for that Squawk and Seize, but it is a liability again in this matchup. Again, 160 hit points, very easily reached by this Lost Zone decks. But there is a Rage Drago in the active, so as early as turn 2, Weira should be able to get something going as long as he draws well off this Squawk and Seize. Nest Ball here from Weira, doing a quick deck check as per usual. I presume this for Teal Mars Ogapon. Will he be able to reverse his fortunes here in Game 2? After what was a blistering start in Game 1, thinking that he had it wrapped up almost. Teal dance for 1 card. And now, does Weira have anything else going for him?
Yeah, Lee's getting the Teal Mass Ogapon line.
Seems like there is a switch. Alright, so going to the Teal Mass Ogapon. I think he's going to go for Squawk and Seize. Here he is. So here comes the discard. So the Neuven is discarded. A Grass Energy was discarded as well. Drawing a fresh hand of 6. Squawk and Seize ability you can only use on your first turn. In this case, ideal for Weira. We do see, there we go, that is an Earthen Vessel. Not sure what was discarded there. The card's a bit difficult to see.
I've got to take a look at the back of it as well. We take a look into...
A Grass and a Fire Energy picked up. Oh, that was a Giratina V-Star. Okay. So that is potentially a card that could come into play for Weira later on in the match. Being able to one-shot a Giratina V-Star on Brian's side of the field. So it seems like Weira is content with the setup and passes over to Brian, who has a Radiant Greninja active. Not the ideal starter, but here is a Concealed Cards for 2. Does get a Nest Ball and a Giratina V.
Immediately puts it to play.
So now we should see a couple of, at least one flower selecting, I should say.
Yeah.
Brian doing a quick energy count. Yep, just making sure he knows where his resources are. Sableye is there, Psychic Energy, Water Energy, Grass Energy. These are all resources for Brian to make sure that he's aware of.
Let's check the Camarans as well.
Brian should be going into a Confe if he can find them.
I think he passes at least one of it earlier on.
Yep, I mean these players, being where they are, will do deck checks early on in every game, which is great to see. No!
Are you saying all of it is in the prize?
Oh no, okay, so he goes for a Giratina V.
Okay.
Is Brian not opting to go Confe this route, knowing that Apex Dragon will be able to pick off those Pokemon on his bench? This is interesting, of course. Or did he prize the Confays? I find it hard to believe he prized all 4.
I don't think he prized all 4. I think there was maybe at least 1 or 2 that's looking around the deck from what it seemed to be throughout the check.
This is interesting. So no supporter from Brian as well. No Chorus Experiment, which is clutch for these Lost Zone decks. And immediately Weira slams down the the Rage Drago with Apex Dragon getting ready. Double Teal Mass Ogapon. And again, that V-Star, Legacy Star is ready. Another Teal Dance.
He's absolutely...
Manual attachment. He's just 1 energy switch away. And here's an Iono from Weira. I'm not sure if I would have played that. Knowing that my opponent did not get anything going other than just a nest ball, I might have just taken the chance to do a Legacy Star.
Yeah, I think that would have been a more efficient play, but I guess he's really hoping to just have a better tempo into this as well.
But I guess you see more cards in this way, right? You are able to see 6 cards from the Iono and then another 7 from Legacy Star, hoping to grab an energy switch so that you can keep attacking this turn. Maybe that was the play, and he rather conserve resources as well with the Iono. Now we see an Ultra Ball here, discarding the Dragapult. So we do have the Dragapult down in the discard, which is where it needs to be able to use Phantom Dive. Grabs another Regidrago V-Star. It would be great to see that energy switch. So yeah, Weira is checking to make sure they're in the deck. So there are 2 of them in the deck at least. The question now is if he can get it. He runs to full 4.
Discards his Dragapult.
Yep, discarding Dragapult. Now all he needs is an energy switch to start swinging. That's what he's looking for at this stage. Can he find it off this Legacy Star? Another Ultra Ball. Thin 1 more card from the deck.
He's doing his count on the energy as well.
So at least a penny in Weira's deck. That was a card that could have come in clutch last game to remove some of the damage. Okay, grabbing a Giratina V. Oh no, Raging Bolt. Okay. Maybe not. We are here deciding to go for the Giratina V instead now. Or maybe not again. Alright, another Regidrago V. The backup attacker that Weira did not have early on. So now we do have another Regidrago V that can come down. So, Legacy Star should be the ability that he'll be using right now. Discarding 7, and that's the energy switch right off the top. Discarding 7 cards, and there's 2 of them being discarded. And the boss as well. Okay, maybe a little too many good things. And the penny as well. That's quite a bit of resources being discarded. And he doesn't run any Pal Pad.
Not even within that 7 draw.
So Weira has to pick here from the 7. He has to pick Energy Switch, which is already angled towards. He's opting for the boss.
That definitely does come in handy later on into the game.
Yep. So here's a retreat from the Tilemas Ogerpon into the Regidrago V-Star. Energy switch to the active. And now Regidrago V-Star will be using Apex Dragon. I would presume to take a knockout on this Radiant Greninja and spreading 60 damage onto Brian's bench. Yep. There's a knockout, getting himself the first prize card of the game and splitting the damage 30 each. So, what can Brian do here? Nothing in the Lost Zone. Does he have anything going for him? Doesn't seem like much, to be fair.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a lot. Poké Gear is a lot if you can hit that Colress. 7 cards up the top. Does he get it? No.
No.
No Colress Experiment. That's rough for Brian. There is a Prime Catcher which you could use for a stall play. Does have a Nest Ball.
Nest Ball.
Will we see the Convey? Or will we not see the Convey?
Might be a good time to bring it up right now.
I mean, he has nothing in the Lost Zone. Maybe Brian is just locked out of Conveys. I did see one pass by, so there is one in the deck. Perhaps he is aware that there's only one in the deck. I seem to see a couple, at the very least. Maybe he's not opting for it at this stage. Goes to the Cramorant. interesting here, the interesting play here from Brian. I'm not too sure if truly he has multiple Conface prize and therefore opted just not to go for even one.
A very, very difficult start for Brian. But,
Indeed. Now, I wouldn't have benched the Cramorant because that just means that there is another Pokemon, single prize Pokemon, that Weira can go for to close out the game. I would have just left it at two Giratina Vs. And here comes Abyss Seeking to put 2 cards in hand and 2 cards into the Lost Zone. This is the play that Brian feels is... It's the only play that Brian feels is doable for him at this stage. So Giratina V-Star and a Psychic Energy ending up in the Lost Zone. And now back over to Weira. Does Weira have an energy to retreat this Squawkabilly EX and continue the momentum he has built up so far in this game? Iono, so he did not have an energy. Okay. Interesting situation here. Imagine if Weira missed the attack this turn. It would be brutal for him.
it definitely seemed to be the case. But Weira believed that he could still churn something out.
I
Got
see
a couple
energy.
of energy.
Yeah, I see at least an energy switch and then a superior energy retrieval. So that's not too bad. That gets energy back from the discard. I think there was only 2 in the discard at that point, or 3. So here comes Tilma Zogopon with Teal Dance once again. And another. Weira's side of the field is flooded with energy. And an energy in the active to retreat. And here comes, once again, another Phantom Dive from Regidrago V-Star, I would presume. And Brian does not have much going for him. Being able to Abyss Seeking that previous turn was good, but it does not add anything else to the side of the field. There's no Conface to pivot into. He will not be reaching 7 cards in the Lost Zone next turn. And here is Dragapult's Phantom Dive, copied by Apex Dragon for the knockout. Brian already angling the card into the discard. And we are just placing damage counters onto the Giratina V. Opting not to spread damage onto the Cramorant. Perhaps reading that Brian will probably evolve that Giratina V. And now we see a Confe. This is turn number 4 for Brian. Finally, his first Confe has landed. Here's the Pokegear. Do we see a Colress Experiment? That's the question. The supporter has eluded Brian, and it's eluded him again. It's just a boss. And I think Brian is angling that he's going to scoop up this game. And now we're tied. 1-1 in this top 8.
Just didn't really seem to actually get the right cards running throughout the course of Game 2, but Game 1, I guess, was where all the action actually happened. Meanwhile, of course, things looking pretty okay for the side of Weira.
I mean, if you're Weira, you had action in Game 2 as well.
Yeah,
there was a lot of action going on in Game 2. You were taking prize after prize, a perfect setup for, you know, Regidrago, V-Star. You had multiple energies all over the board, able to energy switch around. It was pretty much a perfect setup for Weira, to be fair.
It
you know,
is.
taking prize card after prize card from turn 2 onwards, it's what you want to do with Regidrago V-Star, right? Now, for Brian, it was an awkward situation. A Lost Zone deck with no Confe until turn 4 is brutal. And I think that's something which Brian will hope to avoid here in game number 3. We're down to 20 minutes. I think it should be enough time.
Just about enough time.
And I hope for you joining us, you're enjoying this experience as well as we navigate top 8 together here at the Malaysia Championships 2023-2024. Players are setting up at this stage. And I would think Brian might just go second here. No, he's going to go first, and he has a Sableye in the active. Not ideal, but at least he starts off with a Buddy Poffin for hopefully 2 Confes. Something that we did not see,
Much
not
better.
even one of, until turn 4.
Now, this is definitely up the alley. of what he needs to actually keep the engines running on his deck.
I mean, engine didn't even start last game, so that's the situation for Brian right now. He has to navigate the early game with Comfey as best he can, and then go into his attackers. That's the Lost Zone box, right? That's the Lost Zone deck, I should say, not really a box deck here. So here is a Jet Energy, bringing that Comfey into the active, having to Lost Zone one Comfey. That's interesting.
Very, very interesting.
Retreating to the second one. So 3 Comfey. Now we see 3 Comfeys on the table on turn 1. I've not seen them for a while. Ooh, a Mirage Gate into the Lost Zone. That's not the greatest to see, but I presume Brian is aware that he probably needed some of the resource. I couldn't catch what it was. I think it might have been that switch card. Now, Weera, Nest Ball, right off the bat. A Cleffa in the active is ideal for him to refill his hand in this particular game, especially after going second. So I would think it will probably be a Regidrago V. That's the card that Weera wants to see right now.
Always gets his
Oh no, it's
activated.
Squawkabilly. It must have been a really bad hand for him to go the Squawkabilly route. Yeah, it might be just a very rough hand. Or maybe just going the distance with his hand.
Probably
that's a nice discard of the Ultra Ball. Raging Bolt into the discard. There is also a Regidrago V-Star. You have multiples of that. You run 3 of them, that's fine. But getting a Raging Bolt into the discard early is something that we would like to do. Get all of these cards that you don't want to play down, even though they're basics. Now going probably for that Teal'Mas Ogerpon. Yep, Teal'Mas Ogerpon already in on the bench. And I think, yeah, just making sure decks are cut. And now Teal Dance for 1. Is that a Nest Ball? It is! Wow, perfect start from Weera.
Wow.
He's getting everything going. So here comes Regidrago. And I think now Weera can just Squawk and Seize and really just refill his hand. Yep, discarding an Ultra Ball and something which I couldn't see. I think it's Super Rod, perhaps. So drawing 6 fresh cards, and ouch, that's a lot of his dragons that he doesn't want to see in his hand. He would rather discard them. I think he has to look for a way to discard them right now. It might be a good, or perhaps it might be a rough hand. Okay, Ultra Ball, not too bad. And remember, he is able to refill his hand with the Cleffa.
What a hand he had. And there we go. Teal'Mas Ogerpon EX is already up online.
Yep, another Teal'Mas Ogerpon, which is great for Weera here. More draw power. Energy switch to the Drago. And just an Iono so far. That's not too bad. At least a supporter play for Weera. He's able to see multiple cards here at this point. 6 cards from Squawk and Seize, another 6 from Iono. Does he have the Fire Energy attachment, which is what you're looking for, or at the very least? Oh, I think he has a damage. Oh, he drew an extra card. Uh-oh.
Gotta get that.
Aha. Okay. Oh, okay, so, alright, reversible game state. I'll let the judges handle that point, but at the very least, we're able to salvage the match. And another energy switch. Is Weera going for a turn 1 attack? All he needs now is just a fire energy and he's golden.
Yeah, that will be.
We're going to use Dragon Laser for 130 and spread 30 to the bench. And he's going now for... He's even got the Mew, so the Mew will sit on the bench. The restart will be able to fill up his hand. So the question now is, can Weera get the Fire Energy Nest Ball here, probably just to thin his hand, just to be able to play that Mew and restart for 3 or even 2. He's going all in here. That's interesting. So we see the Mew. He's thinking. I think the other two cards in his hands are two energy switches. There are 3 cards in his hand. Weiro cannot restart unless he burns the energy switch. No, so he's just going for a Cleffa. Alright. Just a grasping draw.
Good enough.
I got ahead of myself. I thought he was going to go for a Dragon Laser. It's nice to say Dragon Laser on stream. But we're not
Love to
getting
hear
a
it.
Dragon Laser, unfortunately.
Not yet. Eventually,
Yeah.
hopefully. Now, first get the flower selecting is done.
Yep, fall
Stand
setting
this up.
for Brian. We had a lot of action on Weira's first turn. Now back to Brian again. Here comes a Pokegear 3.0. Will we see Chorus Experiment, the card that has eluded Brian for the longest time, and finally he's seen a Chorus Experiment.
There we go. Looking so much better, Brian.
Indeed, we have a game. That's the main thing. We have a game.
Most importantly, managing to clutch the first one. Now, this is definitely going to be a little bit more pressure. With 12 more minutes left on the clock as well. So they have to be very self-aware of what's really going down. 2 more cards into the last zone.
Indeed.
And now, Giratina V is already on the board.
Giratina V on the board. We also have Cramorant. So Brian will look to take a knockout here, I would think. Yes. Takes knockout with Spit innocently, knocking out the Cleffa for a prize. Now time is getting short here for both these players. Now back to Weira here. Does he have the cards that he needs to piece together an attack from Regidrago? So we do see Regidrago V-Star. That's great. That's perfect. Grass Energy as well onto 2 Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Great to see the deck working like clockwork on both of these players at this stage. Although Brian's start is a little slowish, we know how quick the Lost Zone decks are able to pile cards into Lost Zone. We are attaching energy to the active. So this is interesting. Is he gonna go?
He's going to go for the Geom hacking?
Oh, he's going to go for the Juno hacking for the double knockout on the Greninja, I want to say. Is there a boss in his hand?
He did have a boss's
Yes,
order
there it
earlier
is.
on.
There it is. Perfect start here. Genome hacking, copying Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. And he'll take a knockout on maybe the Comfey and the Sableye. 90 damage for 2 Pokemon on Brian's side of the field. We did not see this coming.
I didn't remember about the boss's order. I didn't expect it to be like right now, you know,
Yep.
he had those energy. We expect him to be doing other stuff instead of like committing into the Mew. And now
Yep, and
this
goes
is
for the double
definitely-
Comfey. Perfect start. Perfect turn here from Weira, knocking out both Comfeys. Now Brian is down to no Comfey. Feels like the previous game all over again.
Boy. And remember, once inside of the Lost Zone too.
Exactly. So he will need to dig for that final one. And I believe he does run Super Rod, so there's a potential for him to get back some.
If there's a chance of it being in the prize, it's going to be such a bummer for Brian.
Yeah, I think the easier route is probably going into a Super Rod and then puffing those 2 back out. We see a boss's order this time around from the Pokegear, so no
It's
Chorus
got a Nest
Experiment. Now a Nest Ball. This has been a very interesting game so far.
Yeah.
Time is ticking. So Weira essentially did a play there that will allow him to go for 2 more 2 prize knockouts rather than going for single prizes. I'm not sure if that's actually efficient though for Weira's side of the field, but he has to look out for that Giratina V evolving to a V-Star and potentially knocking out that lone Regidrago V-Star that he has in play.
He's always posing a threat with the Regidrago.
Oh, there's the 4th Comfey. So we have the 4th Comfey.
thankfully.
All 4 have made their appearance. Boss onto the Drago V.
Making
And
advances.
just pass. Okay, so Brian is saying, okay, I'm going to just evolve into the Giratina V-Star and pass over to you. Now, Weira does still have access to a Legacy Star. That's the V-Star that has not been used. Both players have V-Star abilities or V-Star powers, I should say, but none of them have been used. Now, Weera has used all the pennies. Perfect. I was going to say he could use Energy Switch, but the penny comes in clutch. Perfect timing on that penny to be able to pick up that Regidrago V. Brian's boss is essentially wasted at this point. Now, Mew EX in the active. Will it be able to Moonlight Shuriken again? I think so.
Should be able to do it. He's gonna go for the restart first.
No, this is a Legacy start.
Oh.
So discarding all these cards, but likely Weera will want to take that 2 energy switches, and this is pretty much Regidrago V-Star giving up all its energy. But Weera takes a commanding lead against Brian. I'm not sure if this is the most efficient play though. This does put Weera in a very awkward spot in having no energy left.
In a really risky position too.
Yeah, okay, so at the very least there's another energy on a Teal Mars Ogerpon here. And another, forget what I said. There's enough energy for both Mew and Regidrago at this point.
Yeah, we'll just continue flowing with that in that essence.
Yeah. But again, the situation now is awkward for Weera if Brian is able to take a knockout on that Regidrago V-Star on the bench. It is a very risky play now going for these 2 prizes because Brian can just respond with a Roxanne and a counter catcher, and that's it, to be fair. There's not much that Weera can come back from that sort of play. But at the very least, in this turn, it looks like he's going to be able to take at least a prize card. The question is which. Alright, it's going to go down the path of 2 Moonlight Shurikens in a row for Mew VMAX's genome hacking.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. I have not seen this happen. I've seen it happen once. I have not seen it happen 2 times in a row.
Didn't really expect this to be the play as well.
And if I'm Brian, I'll be pretty annoyed at benching that Comfey. I didn't get any use out of that Comfey. It wasn't even switched to the active. I didn't get any flower selecting, I believe. And I think Weera is just double checking Brian's bench. And now I think we will see the double knockout, removing the Sableye and the Comfey. Weera down to 2 prize cards remaining up against Brian's 5. Can Brian find a way back here? It's going to be awkward. He only has 5 cards in the loss zone. He still needs 2 more in there.
Needs 2, and there's no more Comfey to work with.
There's no more Comfey to work with. There is a Roxanne in hand, but what does the Roxanne do for you this turn? Okay, so going for the counter catcher. So he had the counter catcher play, bringing up instead the Squawkabilly. Just a stall for a turn, I want to say. And now Roxanne. Weera down to 2 cards. Brian up to 6. This is a comeback card that he requires at this stage. No time to play a Chorus Experiment or a boss. This is the only supporter that matters right now. And even then, Weera can draw out of it thanks to Mew.
Yeah. With the Mew, you could just quickly go for that restart. So it doesn't really hinder it all too much altogether. But
and let's see now. 2 cards off the top of Weera. I'm holding my breath here on what those cards are. Weera should be in a decent position here unless Brian is able to find a way to buy himself a couple of turns. I think a Super Rod is incoming. You see multiple Super Rod in hand here for Brian. Picking 2 Comfeys and a Grass Energy. I need my Comfeys back. Now does Brian have a way to draw into them? Perhaps with an Energy discard for concealed cards or a Buddy Poffin. Most likely going to be... It's most likely going to be concealed cards. Yep, we see concealed cards for 2. Will we see Comfey? 1 card a time. That's a switch and a Super Rod. So just a Nest Ball. 1 Comfey. This is the 5th Comfey we've seen. Pretty much a recycled Comfey from this card.
There's about 3 more minutes left on the clock as well.
It's going down to the wire.
Weira, as much as he's ahead, I think Brian's finally getting things going all together.
But it remains to be seen because Brian essentially right now has to get to 7 cards in Lost Zone.
Yeah.
He's able to go to 6. That's a second Roxanne. There are no more Roxannes because Brian valued having the Chorus Experiment in his hand. He retreats into the Cramorant to get some damage on the board. This is decent from Brian. He's not taking a prize card, but he's setting up prizes for later. And now Weira, is he able to draw out of it from the Roxanne to 2? What's in the hand, Weira?
Got to see if you could find him.
Oh, that's a good start.
Oh!
That's a good start. That's an Earthen Vessel. Now the question is, are there any more grass energies in the deck? I think this might be a 2. 2 more left.
Time to keep digging right now.
Those are the last 2 from Weira's deck. He runs 9 grass energy, and that's the last 2 that we have. As you can see, it's actually all 9 are on screen right now. So we will see double Teal'c's Ogerpon drawing up more cards for Weira. And I think all he needs now at this stage is a way to take 2 prize cards, potentially through that boss's order. But does he have a way to take out the Giratina V? That's the question. I think he would have, thanks to Raging Bolt. That's what he's looking for, a boss's order for game. Did he get it? He's able to thin his hand further.
He's deciding. I don't think that he has anything to actually amplify it though.
There is so another Earthen Vessel. Okay,
Earthen
so
Vessel.
discarding his hand,
Oh.
checking for any more cards. Is there a boss in there? There is. So he's looking for a boss's order. Or is there no boss order? Let me just double check. I did not see it, to be fair.
He's used one much early on,
That's true.
and
So it might be there aren't any more. But he did grab the fire energy. So the question now is, restart for 2. Gets a scoop up Cyclone. That's good at prize prevention. Being able to at least get the Squawkabilly off the field. There you go, scoop up Cyclone. An all-time card being reprinted as an ace pack again. Put one of your Pokemon and all attached cards into your hand. And Regier goes up to the active. Weira will go down to 1 prize card. And this is a very awkward situation here. I think he might be out of gas.
and remember this, only 30 seconds left.
Oh my
He's
gosh.
still ahead. He's still pretty much ahead.
He is. It might come down
To time.
to time. So Weira here is just deciding what to play. Goes for the Dragapult. Takes a knockout. And 60 more damage. Where does it go? Where can it go? We are deciding on the damage. It might be it just goes to time before Brian can even take his turn. And time should have been called now. Brian playing as quickly as he can.
He's got to finish his turn.
Grabs the cards off the chorus. I think Brian has a way of taking 2 prizes. But is it enough? How many turns does he have left? We need the judges to confirm this. It might be that Weira just eked out a win here, because even if Brian is playing his final turn, Weira will not need to take any more prizes. He's up. His 4 prizes up. There is no way for Brian to take 4 prizes this turn to tie the match. Oh. That is not that's not draw 2. That is a pick 1 more to the lost zone. So did Weira just do enough to get into top 4? See another Giratina V-Star into the active here. It's going to be a Star Requiem for the knockout. No, it's a Lost Impact for the knockout. And the question now is this. Has Weira done enough?
It's so tough to say right now whether
It is. This is a nail biter. time should have been called right now. This might be the last turn of the game. We'll get confirmation that very soon.
If it is, then
If it is, it's
gonna
pretty much
just
done.
go-
Exactly.
go all out, go for the win. Or I mean, even if you go the next turn, Brian has already done his best overall. But just looking at the whole series, it's been quite a back and forth.
It's a nail biter, of course, and now I think they're clarifying with the judges on the turn order. It might be that Wira has eked out the win here without having to take all prize cards because he is leading the prize race 5-3. And all he has to do is just pass. And we will let the judges do what they need to do at this stage.
Well, of course, we'll get our own confirmation in a moment's
we will.
time.
Exactly. So, but this has been an interesting matchup, I want to say, because, you know, Regidrago V-Star is such an efficient and fast deck. I think Wira has been able to attack, you know, in all 3 games by turn 2.
Yeah.
And that's amazing, right? Maybe the last game was the only one where Wira was able to even threaten turn 1, you know, but in every game so far it's turn 2, and that's it, pretty much over. Wira takes the win here and a spot in top 4 at the Pokemon TCG Championships Malaysia with Regidrago Ogapon.
Wow. What a stellar win that was, and he will advance into the top 4s. And now we will see a chance for it to even make it to the finals as well. But, well, I don't want to jinx anything right now. Well, I don't like casters.
Yeah,
curse.
that's no
Let's
casters. Yeah.
So far, so good. The way that he's playing, like you said, the way that he's been playing the Reggie is just so immaculate. The way that he gets activated so early on, and then you also do have the Teal over the back to be able to supplement, get those energies going, running very, very healthily overall. Meanwhile, I guess, like, of course, there's a little bit of a hiccup on the opposite side where we take a look at, you know, the setting. I think back in game 1, it was looking great with an early activation on the Giratina, as well as having the engines running with the Comfies and the Cameron. But game 2, round 4, to even find the first Comfy, that was really tough.
Exactly. I think overall, it was a very interesting matchup. We saw the power level of both these decks. You know, game 1, the ability for Brian to come back from it. Game 2, Wira just breezing past. Unfortunately, we didn't see Lost Zone deck, you know, doing what it normally does. And then in game 3, I believe if given enough time, Brian would have taken that match. It is just a matter of running out of time at just the wrong time frame, and that's how Wira is in our top 4. In any case, we had an awesome match. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back real soon with top 4. Go and grab a drink, grab a snack, and I'll be right with you very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Learn how to play the Pokemon card game in just 9 minutes! I got my first pack of Pokemon cards. Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokemon cards?
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokemon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokemon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokemon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokemon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokemon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck! Have fun! Rock, paper, scissors,
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokemon that say basic?
Basic Pokemon. I have 2.
Place the first basic Pokémon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokémon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokémon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokémon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokémon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokémon. If a Pokémon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing 1 card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have 1 Nemona and 1 Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only 1 supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right! I'm not done yet!
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach 1 water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose 1 basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokémon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokemon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take 1 prize card. When the Pokemon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time, I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right, I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with low sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose, so I'll take a prize card.
Pokemon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on, for my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down.
But before that, let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win. There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokemon trading card game. Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only 1 stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be 1 in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only 1 tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach 1 tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
1 per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets...
Welcome back to the Pokemon TCG Malaysia Championships. And we are now down to our final 4 players remaining. Once again, this is Contra here with Aaron Minjit, as will be your commentators for the entirety of the evening. And now we're moving towards the end of the line as well. One of these will be one of the players will be our finalists, or should I say trainers will be our finalists by the end of it all. And this matchup is definitely going to be pretty interesting, but for those of you guys who may not have been up to speed just yet, we'll keep you guys up to speed with the leaderboards to be shown on screen in a moment. But what a match it has been for all of the trainers that have played out. Now, only 4 remains, and on this side of the bracket is Jason Wee versus Yung Kai-Jen. And guess what? We're getting a Chen Bao matchup for a mirror.
Yep, so I think what the most important part here is that we saw on the right side of the bracket, Weera winning the previous match in top 8 with Reggie Drago up against Lozone Giratina, now having to face another Lozone deck in next 717. So that's going to be interesting for Weera having to navigate, you know, just the few Lozone decks that we have in the top 32. And on the left side of the bracket, we have Jason Wee, the match that we streamed earlier on in the day in top 32, navigating in the past couple of matches, and now in the top 4. Who's winning for him? Asia Open champion Yung Kai-Jen. Both these players piloting their own flavor of Chen Pao Baxcalibur.
Yeah, and just diving into what we have managed to at least take a look into the deck as well. Now, this is definitely interesting to actually see a slight difference when it comes down to variations of what they will play out. And just looking at what I do have on hand.
Yep.
Should I reveal it? Or should
I mean, we can go it this way, right? So I know both these players personally, right? I know Jason, I know Kai-Jen. They are both very good players. We should, and without having to reveal anything by words, you see right on the top, Yung Kai-Jen playing a Dunsparce on his first turn. And 2 Dunsparce on his first turn. This is a different sort of Chen Pao deck where not only are you actually running the typical Baxcalibur and Chen Pao line, but swapping out the Bibarel for Dunsparce, or the Dunsparce, I should say. And now Kai-Jen here having 2 of them in play already. Capturing Aroma here, I believe that's a heads. It's going to be an interesting situation to see. Both these players, once again, I'm mentioning, bringing Chen Pao, but in 2 different flavors. And now we see the Dunsparce. Did I say Dunsparce? I said the Dunsparce. With his runaway draw ability there on the screen. Once your turn, you may draw 3 cards and then you shuffle back the Dunsparce into the deck. Interesting to say the least. So now Jason's turn, having Iron Hands in the active. Not the most ideal, but right off the bat, having his Swine Heavy Ball to be able to check his prize cards. And does find a Frigibax, and he has quite a few stuff in there. There's a Bibarel and a Bidoof as well. Let's see how this goes now for Jason. He will definitely want to bench that Frigibax, which he does. Here comes the Buddy Poffin for his first deck search of the game. Likely we'll see another Frigibax as well as a Bidoof.
Both sides really running on the right tempo.
Both sides having both Frigibaxes down already at this stage. The only difference here is that Kai-Jen has access to 2 Dunsparce, and now Jason having a Bidoof. Now, the thing about this matchup here is that if Kai-Jen is able to go into a Baxcalibur and Greninja, it's pretty much game over.
Yeah,
right.
You just have to activate the Baxcalibur.
Not just that, it's all about the fact that Kai-Jen has gone first, right? Going first in this matchup here, being able to use Moonlight Shuriken to take out all of your opponent's Frigibax would essentially mean that they are locked out of the game, at least for another couple of turns. So, and neither of these decks actually play Manaphy. You know, with the bench space already super tight in Chen Pao list, no mana fee in sight. Jason does have the Radiant Greninja for concealed cards, getting an Irida. Now, what will he be going for at this stage? That is an Earthen Vessel, and probably want to pick out either a Chen Pao. He does have a Excalibur already in hand. Might have to turn up the pressure right off the bat, but he may not want to bench it so quickly. We shall see.
This is Chen Pao.
And yes, it looks like he will be going for a Chill. He must have had a way to switch out the Iron Hands from the active. Oh, hang on a second. That was an Earthen Vessel. Yep, so both these players, they know each other. They're completely fine. I think Jason's skipping a couple steps ahead to just get multiple things searched out at the same time. So that was for an Earthen Vessel, discarding the Chen Pao, and then getting an energy attachment onto the Iron Hands and passing it back to Yong Kai Jen. So now we see that the Dunsparce Runaway Draw is active, being able to get 3 cards for Kaijen and then shuffle back into the deck. Interesting technology here from Kaijen. And he is one of the most seasoned Chen Pao players in Malaysia. Arguably one of the best, although Jason Wee might have something to say about it. And another 3 cards, another Runaway Draw from Kaijen, getting 6 cards in total out of just those 2 abilities. Here comes the Capturing Aroma. It's a Tails, so here comes the basic Pokemon for Kaijen.
I just love that, you know, you've already written the narrative of 2 of these players being veterans in the scene, and both of them are so well versed on what each other is capable of. Now they're basically proving who is the best Chen Pao of it all.
Oh, that is something you should not say out loud here amongst the folks who are watching. But yes, it is indeed the final 2 Chen Pao players in top 32. We had 3 of them, one of them, Shami Raza, one of the veterans in Malaysia as well, unfortunately dropping out early on in the afternoon. And now we have 2 of them vying for a spot in the finals. Once again, the winner of this match gets an invite to the World Championship Series. I am excited, to say the least. So, let's see, Radiant Greninja down, Chen Pao into the active. Here comes Excalibur. Does Kaijen have enough to take a knockout on this Iron Hands and put himself 2 prizes up in this game? Irida will likely be for that super energy retrieval. I think it might be enough. I did see quite a few energies already in the discard.
Looking good so far for the side of Kaijen.
He's taking a bit of time though. Does he have enough?
He's still looking, sifting through the deck here.
He should have enough. He did use Chill earlier. Goes for another Chen Pao. And we should see... Oh, a Buddy Profit. Okay. It's going back in. He does have an Earthen Vessel in hand, so I think the knockout is confirmed for Kaijen. He's just making sure that he has a response in the following turn. The heads-up play. Oh, there's only 3 energies in the discard, of which 2 of them are water energies. So the question now is whether or not Kaijen has enough already in hand to be able to take a knockout. I want to say yes. We see now Dunsparce coming down with a Bravery Charm. Okay, Dunsparce isn't going anywhere. You're not going to get a knockout that easy, says Kaijen. Unless Jason's able to find a Lost Vacuum, which he does play one of.
Interesting variation with the Bravery Charm as well.
Yeah, and it's only effective if it's a basic Pokemon, right? So in this scenario, Kaijen here is making sure that the Dunsparce does not get knocked out from a Moonlight Shuriken. Chill here for 2 water energies from the deck. And now it will mean Kaijen should have enough. And it's even a superior energy retrieval as well. Kaijen burning through his resources here, and all for good reason, being able to get all the energies that he needs to take the first knockout of this series against the Iron Hands. 4 energies down into the discard, and Kaijen takes the first 2 prizes of this match. Now, Jason, over to you. Can you respond? Bibrel is great.
Respond, he will.
And yeah, he is. Rare candy, the Excalibur, Bibrel down as well. Now, what can Jason conjure up here? To be able to stay in this prize race, he has to take out that Dunsparce, and the only way to do it is to remove that Bravery Charm. He got the Lost Vacuum. That's the first step.
Okay.
Any energies? There is 3. Is that 3? That's 3. It takes a double knockout. Jason Wee saying, if you can take 2 prizes, I can too.
Definitely.
That was interesting.
Very, very interesting. Got the right card in the right spot.
It was
Takes out the Bravery Charm. And the rest, like you saw it, was 2 prize cards.
It was the perfect response from Jason. That was the only combination of cards that he needed in that time frame. And now over to Kaijen. Interestingly, right enough, at this stage, Kaijen is the only one with the 2 prize Pokemon in that Chien-Pao, and Jason is not offering any of them.
Just holding it true, right? Looking for the right moment in order to just unleash what he could basically have in store in the upcoming rounds. I'm going to go for the Capturing Aroma. And
indeed, so
there we go.
Yep, conceal
Energy.
cards, getting 2 cards off. The conceal cards, Nest Ball here for Kaijen. Now, interestingly enough, Kaijen here is himself. Oh, that's interesting. Iron Hands right off the bat. Okay.
Ooh.
So Kaijen playing with speed here, sensing he's able to get this knockout with the Iron Hands.
He's absolutely feeling the
Going
rush.
up 2 prizes as well. Also having a Frigibax in play, that guarantees at least an option for Excalibur in the next turn. But safe to say, I think Kaijen, with the hand he has built up, that the Dunsparce in turn 2, that runaway draw was perfect for setting up these explosive turns here from Kaijen. I'm not sure if Jason has the gas to keep going, but we shall see. Kaijen will take 2 prize cards here. He says, you don't give me an EX, but I will still take 2 prizes thanks to Iron Hands. And I'll leave it up to you for you to respond. Here it comes. Thank you very much with the double hands. Gets you 2 prizes. Jason now on the back foot once again. And it seems to me that this locks it up for Kaijen. Unless he's unable to get a superior energy retrieval or way to get energies back in hand. Jason does have a Chien-Pao. That's what's needed for him to stay in this prize race. Does have the superior energy retrieval as well. But I think Kaijen, with the hand he has built up, is probably too far ahead at this point. Jason just playing it out as best he can, going through the motions. Bravery Chill for 2 more basic energies from the deck. He only needs 1 to take a knockout. And I think that might just be it. These players are triggering knockouts turn after turn. It's a huge crowd here in the studio as well. Here at the venue, tuning in to this nail-biter of a match between 2 Chien-Paos. I say nail-biter, but it's only been 10 minutes.
It's just like a flying round, as we can see. Also, due to the speed of how they've been playing on both ends as well. Just having the opening hand to just start off first definitely has a significant advantage into prize claiming. And with them having a good opening round, the
Here
engines
comes
are
Super Rod
just
here,
at
so
5th gear.
Yep. So here's comes Super Rod here, recycling some of these cards. But I think Kaijen should be able to close out this game. Unless he whiffs on a superior energy retrieval. That is the only out here that Jason has. If Kaijen is unable to get a superior energy retrieval, but I think there might be a judge call here, so we'll let judges decide or pretty much assist the players in making sure everything is as it should be. What a game so far. I think Jason here may have gone through the motions a little too quickly, and now the judges are just making sure that everything is as it should be before we go on. But again, the only way out here for Jason is if Kaijian whiffs on the superior energy retrieval. And both these players here very accustomed to the Chen Pao archetype. As you can see here, Shivery Chill, the ability being one of the staple cards for the deck. Even when there was once upon a time where Chen Pao was taking a backseat to Palkia, you still run a couple of them in the deck just for Shivery Chill, being able to grab basic energies out of the deck in the active spot. And of course, Hail Blade, a strong attack, being able to go as high as you need to go. Unlimited damage, only limited to the number of basic energies you have in play.
And Chen Pao just stood the test of time overall.
Indeed.
Especially now with so many of all these newer expansions that allows the Chen Pao to actually thrive. Although, of course, between the two of them, very small differences when we actually make comparisons, which was rather interesting.
Well, the big thing here is that the Dunsparce for
Yeah.
Kaijian was able to grow his hand to a point where he had just he just had gas in the last couple of turns since then.
Indeed.
And the fact is, you know, Jason will only be able to drop to 5 with the Bibarel, whereas Kaijian can keep growing his hand to as large as it can be. And the best part is as well, there aren't any, you know, disruption cards at this stage. There is one Iono in Jason's list. That might be the card that he's looking for.
And it has not appeared yet.
No, it's not. We haven't seen it yet, I believe. So if Jason's able to get into it,
Is he gonna get it though?
well, it's currently still a judge call at this point. Let's wait and see. Well, the question now is whether or not Jason and Kaijian's, you know, game 1 here can be recovered. I think judges are taking the time to just deliberate. But yes, the one card that Jason should be looking for is that Iono, which will reset Kaijian's hand down to 2, and without any Bibarel or even Dunsparce in play, that could disrupt him enough for Jason to take the win. We shall see. But I think overall, you know, while the judges go through the motions here, I do want to say we have had quite a few exciting games. We also had players who are fairly new to the stream, you know, getting onto the stream for the first time. I've spoken to some of them who had lots of jitters after that, you know, enjoying the time here at the National Championships. We had players from all across the country, right? We had players from the north, the south, even from Sabah and Sarawak, and of course a bunch of players from here in the central region. You know, the game has grown pretty wildly, I want to say, in Malaysia specifically.
Throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, we almost tripled our nationals attendance since last year. So here we go. Jason be able to conceal cards for 2. And what do you draw? Is that the Iono? I think
it looks like it.
It might be the Iono. Oh, it's Irida. Okay, so here we go. It's Irida. My bad. But I was hoping it was the Iono. So I think here the situation might be that Jason has to go after the Chen Pao in order to force Kaijian to have a boss in order to win. Or potentially another Chen Pao with energy as well. So here's the Prime Catcher. And getting another Chen Pao, which does not do much for him at this stage. The Prime Catcher here would allow Jason to stay in the game at least for a while. Goes after the Excalibur. Okay. And takes a knockout on the Excalibur. And now, does Kaijian have it? He does! The Prime Catcher takes the win here. Iron Hands taking 2 prize cards off the Radiant Greninja. Kaijen takes game 1. The Iono was prized! The Iono, the one-off Iono that Jason had in this deck that he was searching for was prized, and he knew it. That was the turn that Iono would have come in clutch. Unfortunately, we didn't have access to it. So anyway, we're down to game 2 at this stage. What do you think can Jason do to come back in this game?
Well, Jason, I think like he definitely has played very, very well and how he actually started this one. And overall, just taking a look at how things have gone out. Surely, unfortunate with that card being into the prize. Other than that, in terms of execution, maybe just looking into going in for slight different variants of how they would like to actually begin the run. But once again, Jason should now be taking the opening hand to kick things off with. How is it going to favor him? We shall definitely see.
Well, some folks that I speak to usually tell me that Chen-Pao mirrors are all about who sets up first, right?
Yeah.
Who goes first, who goes into their Radiant Greninjas and pretty much take out the opposing side's feel. Now, the question that comes out here is that for Jason, he has access to Bibarel, and the fact is Bidoof has the Carefree Countenance ability, which actually prevents it being sniped. Whereas for Kaijen, Dunsparce does not have that same level of protection. So maybe the play that Jason has to go for here is that as early as turn 2, do exactly as what Kaijen would have done in taking multiple knockouts using Radiant Greninja. We didn't see that in game 1 because Kaijen had an easy prize in the active, which was the Iron Hands EX. So at the very least, Jason does have an out in as early as turn 2 in this game to knock out Kaijen's bench if those Dunsparce do come down. Now we did see a mulligan here for Jason, so Kaijen will get 1 card from the mulligan. And so this is going to be interesting. As much as we think it's an explosive match where these players will have to trade knockouts one after the other, cards like Iono, cards like Superior Energy Retrieval, even Iron Hands, these are cards that will come into effect and come to play in determining who comes out on top. So, I do hope we get to see a 3-game thriller in this match. It all depends now on whether Jason is able to recover from that setback in game number 1. And speaking of Jason earlier in between his rounds, he did say that he has streamlined his deck a little bit, you know, from the techie Jason Chen-Pao that he usually plays. So you will see a bit more of, you know, straightforward deck list, which borderline really, you know, values consistency. Whereas for Kaijen, he has been, I would say, a Chen-Pao aficionado as long as Jason has been, and he has gone completely with a different approach with that Dunsparce. At one point, I thought he ran Dunsparce with Bibarel. Thankfully, he did not, because that would have been super intriguing. Now, game 2, Chen-Pao in the active for Jason, and here comes a turn 1 Earthen Vessel, getting 2 basic energies. I'm very certain it will be for 2 more, thanks to Shivery Chill as well. So the question now is, does Jason have some of the support Pokemon that this deck desperately needs to get going? Any Bidoofs, and more importantly, any Frigibacks? Doing a quick deck search there by Jason. You see the Bidoof over there, Carefree Countenance, protecting it from damage while on the bench.
Definitely will be proving useful against the side of Kaijen to have more of these Bidoofs online.
The question now is whether or not Jason has any of the basic Pokemon. So far, he has a handful of Water Energy. Let's see. Attachment and pass! Oh, this is bad! This is not great at all. And Kaijen responds with a Buddy Poffin. And we will see Frigibacks at the very least, but also at least a Dunsparce. This isn't great at all for Jason. And there is the Dunsparce and the Frigibacks. Can't see exactly what's in hand on Irida as well. So there is quite a few options coming from Kaijen on his turn 1. Huge difference there from what Jason had, which was just basically getting energy out of the deck and attaching and passing. We see the Radiant Greninja. Perfect consistency card in this Chien-Pao archetype and in many archetypes in the Pokemon TCG. Go get your Radiant Greninjas if you don't have one already. And then and here comes Capturing Aroma. It's a tough situation for Jason, staring down this board as early as turn 1 in a game that he must win in order to stay in this match and in this tournament. There's a Rotom V from Kaijen. So even if he does not have anything in his hand after playing all these cards, there is still a Rotom that he will be able to rely on to refill his hand.
That's pretty much Kaijen's side super charged up on his turn. We just feeling like he missed out on that turn 1.
That's it. It's just an instant charge and passing on to Jason right now, and that's all Kaijen needs to do. He is in the driver's seat. Jason just digging for energy cards, but is he just not having anything else? Is he out of energy cards to even search? It seems like it. This isn't great.
Not at all.
This was not what this match was supposed to be for Jason, rather unfortunately.
Sometimes you're just dictated by what you actually have in your open hand as well.
It is, and it just goes to show that even right now, Jason not even playing a supporter, not even playing an Irida. Oh, at the very least, he did get a Radiant Greninja.
Finally.
That's something, right? So, okay, he does get Irida. That's great. So he will be able to play the Buddy Poffin, which is what we're expecting to see, and there it is. Immediately going for a double Frigibax, potentially one more. So 3 Frigibax, knowing full well that next turn, if Kaijen goes into that Moonlight Shuriken play, Jason will have nothing on the board without going for these 3 Frigibax. Not ideal because that's an additional bench spot that could have gone to perhaps a Bibarel. But this is a situation that he's been on. It's as if Jason started second in this game, even though it was Kaijen that went second.
That's what it really felt like overall.
Does he have anything else going for him? Does he go for the knockout here? I think he should. Yep, so takes out 1 Frigibax.
As a start to actually go for a recovery.
That's good for Jason to be able to go up the price rate. But here comes the Baxcalibur. Kaijen has the abilities online and also another Frigibax. So even if Jason goes for that Baxcalibur, there is another Frigibax on the bench already. This looks like Kaijen's match to lose at this stage. But Jason is not giving up yet.
There's still a potential that he could still find his way back in.
So here's Capturing Aroma. That's a hit, so Evolution. I would assume it's a Dunsparce, and that's what it is. Kaijen's bench space is very valuable at this point for him, and the good part is about this draw engine is he may be able to shuffle it back into the deck. The only situation where it might come back to bite him is if an Iono or Roxanne play comes down and he not be having any Dunsparce at all. But it has not been an issue so far. So I do assume this might be just a 2-price knockout for Kaijen on this Chien-Pao. But at the very least, it does mean that Jason can respond with a price knockout as well on that Frigibax next turn if Radiant Greninja uses Moonlight Shuriken. Here's a Buddy Poffin. Another Dunsparce comeback. Probably the same Dunsparce that we saw just now, getting ready to evolve into the Dunsparce next turn. Conceal cards for 2. Getting more energy. There's 2 of them retreating into the Greninja. And this is the play that we talked about. Being able to use Moonlight Shuriken knocking out 2 Frigibacks. Still taking 2 prizes, which is what Kaizen wants to do at this point. He wants to be able to take multiple prize cards each turn, either with Radiant Greninja or with the Iron Hands EX. Super Energy Retrieval is the choice from the Irida. Grabbing the Iron Bundle, which is probably going to be discarded with that Super Energy Retrieval. It is. So 4 Water Energy on into the hand for Kaizen. I would presume they will get attached. At least 3 of them to the active. 1 to the Chenpao. 2 Frigibexes down for the count. Kaizen taking the prize lead here. 4 prizes remaining to 5. Can Jason recover from this board state? He has a lot to do. There is still a possibility for Jason now, evolving to a Excalibur and taking out the Dunsparce and the Frigibax might be the play that you need to do.
That could be the only way out as well, especially having some of all these basic small being taken out off the list. Now Jason's turn. He's probably going to be able to do that.
That's a large hand. I would be really surprised if he doesn't have any options. But then again, his hand has been horrendous so far this game. Irida is a start. That's your Candy Excalibur. Does Jason have a way to go beyond? Ooh, interesting. That's a prime catcher with the Excalibur. So I think he might be going for the play that we spoke about, being able to get the Radiant Greninja. The question is, what is he going to go for? Candy Excalibur. That's step number 1. Goes for the Excalibur. I like this play from Jason.
Super cool.
Retreating and taking a knockout on the Excalibur here. Forcing Kaizen to be able to get the rare candy into the Frigibax. But Jason has to be careful as well. He also needs to get a Frigibax down, else he might run into the exact same situation of not having Super Coal. And it remains to be seen now for Jason. He does have an Ultra Ball, probably considering getting that Frigibax down.
Still thinking about it as well.
Because the one thing that he doesn't want to face right now is Kaizen going after his Excalibur and not having a chance to get one. Oh, going for the Bidoof. Okay.
Good play.
Interesting situation.
It's going to be able to utilize cap-free continents as well.
The key question now is whether or not Kaizen is able to get a Excalibur. If he can, I think this might be game over. He's checking his resources now, Kaizen. Even if they are in the discard, both these decks run multiple Super Rods. Kaizen running 2, Jason running 3. So here comes 1 Super Rod.
And that's
Iron Hands.
being safe.
Yep, Iron Hands, Iron Bundle, and the Excalibur going back into the deck. Just 1 energy off the Shivery Chill from Kaizen. So this is the interesting situation now. Oh, 2. Well, 1. Just 1. Yep. 1 more being already attached onto that Chenpao. Conceal cards for 2. Kaizen wants to draw into Excalibur, I think. Did Jason just buy himself a turn with that play?
I believe so.
It feels like at this point. Oh, but there is a Forest Seal Stone. Grabbing Irida, that's the rare candy Excalibur for you. If he didn't really have any one of those pieces in his hand, Kaizen is back in action. And I think that should be enough to go 2 prizes up and potentially be in the driving spot to take home this match.
Currently only sitting with 1 prize up against Jason Wee, but this is definitely that huge opening for the side of Kaizen.
But they're actually tied in prizes. They're both two prize each, so no prize up at the moment. But right
Looked
after
like
this,
a 3 to me. My apologies.
it's going to be 4 prizes taken for Kaizen. Oh, hang on a second.
It looks tree to me.
That's interesting. Is the rare candy prized?
Oh, that is definitely going to be tough for him to actually get things going. If that's going to be the case, it's not going to be able to find it.
That is going to be an interesting situation. Captain Aroma here grabbing, I think, at the Dunsparce. Plays the Dunsparce for run withdraw. Oh no, the rare candy was in hand. Hold your panic horses, everyone. The rare candy was in hand. Kaijin with his quick shuffles in the hand. Taking a knockout here, going up 4 prizes to 2 against Jason. Is there any way back for Jason V at this point?
Jason needs to look for a certain recovery. No?
There is probably too much that's needed right now.
He's got a couple of
needs
trainers in
to.
hand.
He probably needs to go for potentially Chen Pao, but that just means that it opens up for Kaijin to take a knockout on the Chen Pao as well.
It's barely even enough.
There isn't much that Jason can do, it feels, at this stage. It might be that he has to just go into this Moonlight Shuriken and hope that Kaijin has no way to bring out an Iron Hands. But no, instead going with the Chen Pao of his own. The question now is whether or not can Jason stay in the game. Can Kaijin find the pieces that he needs to close out this game and this match to head into the finals here at the Pokemon TCG Championships 2024. It's been a long and grueling season for all these players here who are vying for a spot at the World Championship Series coming in April in Hawaii.
Huge prizes on the line when you get there. But of course, their focus here is to be a Malaysian champion first and foremost.
That's right, so Superior Energy Retrieval. Grabbing 4 energies for Jason. Is this enough? Does he get what he needs? Retreating into the Chen Pao. So resigning to the fact that yes, I will just go and get a knockout of this Chen Pao and hope that you don't have a return knockout. That's the play that's gone for. Kaijin promotes the Radiant Greninja. Does he have the cards that he needs to close out this game and this match? Or will we see a Game 3? Oh boy, that's a Super Energy Retrieval. That's a concealed cards. Nothing yet, it seems. Dunsparce, runaway draw. Drawing 3. I think he might just have it already.
He should have it.
There's an Arven. Does he have the ball search for it? Nest Ball.
Nest Ball in hand.
There it is. Bravery Charm. Well, I think Kaijin needs to play at least a Super Rod to get the Chen Pao back. That's what he needs at this stage. Super Rod. That's the game, I think. Chen Pao. Energy.
Boom.
Super Coal. Into the active. We'll let Kaijin play it out. But I think that's pretty much the game and the match at this point. Retreating the Radiant Greninja.
Back in action.
Back in action. That's Shivery Chill from Chen Pao getting all the energy. 2 from the hand. Another 3. That's the Hail Blade for a place in the finals for Yoon Kaijin here at Championships Malaysia. What a match.
What a good game, well played from Yoon Kaijin. And of course, it was a frantic situation on the opening hand for the side of Jason. And after that, we still see those signs of struggle. Though he did manage to look like he actually bought just about enough time to recover. Some of all these knocks have already gone through, which will definitely put Yoon Kaijin way up ahead. And after that, it's just struggling to actually get those back scalar online as well. So definitely, it was a close call. And we had some pretty good back and forth going on in those early altercation in this best of 3.
It really seemed that both these players were not really hard pressed for Excalibur. That list pretty much built to a point where every turn you were seeing Super Coal coming down. it's all about the prize race in
Yeah.
these mirror matches. It just so happened that Kaijin was able to always be in the lead, always being able to go that extra mile with his deck. Now in the finals, locking his invite to the World Championship Series in Honolulu, Hawaii. Commiserations to Jason Wee. Rather unfortunate for him to had such a very weird start at Game 2 when he was the one poised to be able to do Greninja stuff essentially with the Moonlight Shuriken on the Kaijin side of the field. We didn't see that happening. All he had was a Chen Pao and energy and passing. I'm excited to see what's in the finals. We have Yokai Jin, the Asia Open defending champion from last year, now poised to potentially crown the national champion of Malaysia.
Yeah, and now this just shows how good he's been going on such a streak. And, well, let's see if he's going to be able to earn the title yet again. So, over on the other end of the bracket, of course, there's still an ongoing game to see which side of the coin will it favor when it comes down to our finalists to be playing up on the grand finals later on. So, of course, we'll keep you guys up to speed to that. Believe that we're just going to be going on a short break for a moment, and when we do come back, we'll bring you the grand finals action here in the Pokemon TCG Malaysia Championship.
Learn how to play the Pokemon card game in just 9 minutes! I got my first pack of Pokemon cards. Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokemon cards.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokemon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokemon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokemon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokemon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokemon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck! Have fun! Rock, paper, scissors,
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokemon that say basic?
Basic Pokemon. I have 2.
Place the first basic Pokemon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokemon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokemon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokemon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokemon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokemon. If a Pokemon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing one card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. Oh, I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey Ren, you have cards in your hand that say trainer in the upper right.
I have one Nemona and one Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only one supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito's Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach one water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose one basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokémon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokémon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take one prize card. When the Pokémon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time, I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right, I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with low sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose, so I'll take a prize card.
Pokémon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on, for my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down.
But before that, let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win. There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokémon trading card game. Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokémon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokémon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokémon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokémon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokémon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only one tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokémon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, How exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still have prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution! Yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokémon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Game in just 9 minutes! I got my first pack of Pokémon cards! Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokémon cards?
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokémon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokécard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokécard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokémon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokémon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokémon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokémon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right!
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck! Have fun! Rock, paper, scissors,
go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokémon that say basic?
Basic Pokémon. I have 2.
Place the first basic Pokémon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokémon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokémon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokémon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokémon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokémon. If a Pokémon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing 1 card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have 1 Nemona and 1 Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only 1 supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right! I'm not done yet!
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach 1 water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose 1 basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokemon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokemon's HP
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon TCG Championships Malaysia. My name is Aaron Minjit. With me here is Contra. We are at the grand finals here in the Starling Kuala Lumpur. Contra, I'm excited to see who will be crowned national champion here in Malaysia.
Me too. It's been quite a long journey. As you say, 700 over trainers have tried and they were tested here on the battlefields. And by the end of it all, now we're down to our top 2 to see who will win it all, as they will be locking in not only the flight tickets to Honolulu, Hawaii, to be into the big stages with some of the best in the world, but also to walk away to be crowned as the champions of the Pokemon TCG Championship Malaysia. So with that being said, we had some really exhilarating rounds, and we just take a look back into so many amazing decks that all these trainers actually fielded out. And it seems like the Chen Pao has made its way into the finals. And not only that, we do have a Lost Box or loose.
Lost Zone Box X, yeah. So basically, we've had a wheel of a time, right? You said just now with 700 players, 702 Masters players. This is not even counting the juniors and seniors that are participating here in day 2. There's at least about 90 of them as well total. This is arguably the largest event ever in Malaysia, and even potentially the region. And here you see the bracket that we've had so far. This is a top 16 bracket, but we did cut to a top 32 yesterday after going through the best of 1 Swiss. Now we have in front of you Yung Kai Jian, the defending Asia Open champion, up against Nick S717. And we have a treat for you. Not the new decks that we were expecting out of Twilight Masquerade, but indeed Chen Pao, Baxcalibur, the Dunsparce up against Lost Zone Box. That's the matchup finals. One of these players will be crowned national champion. Both of them have got the invite, so both of them have sealed their invites to Honolulu, Hawaii to represent Malaysia at the World Championship Series. Now it's all about the bragging rights now, Contra. Who gets to say, I am national champion?
That's right. The Asia Open champion definitely are hot favorites of, some of the crowds have been very familiar with how things have been running. But looking at it from the side of Nyx, he's also had such an incredible run. If you look into his side of the bracket, he's also dealt with so many other Lost Box variations across in order to make his way into this grand finals. And now moving into this, which one do you think has, a certain favor, or like when it comes down to the win condition between these two? Because when we take a look at that, how the Chen Pao plays out, looking for that tempo, looking to seal those early prizes, and then Lost Box, you want to ensure that you get all the setups up there and then eventually slowly wither down your opponent and close out the game.
Well, I think depending on the list that we're seeing here from Lost Zone Box, you can swing different ways, right? I think we need to take a look at how these decks set up. We need to take a look at the deck list as well, which we have in front of us right now. The key cards here that we are seeing is that we are having 2 Blood Moon Ursalunas in the Lost Zone Box deck, which is a little interesting take here by Nick. Not something you usually see. And no Iron Hands EX in the list, which is really awkward. I was immediately surprised.
It was interesting.
Look at the list. Where is the Lightning Energy? Where is the where is essentially the Raikou if you run it? Or where is the Iron Hands? Or even where's the Iron Thorns? But Nick has chosen to go for a streamlined build of Blood Moon Ursaluna with Iron Bundle as one of the key cards of the deck, choosing between them. And he's gone back to the tried and true double Sableye build. So honestly, I'm no Lost Zone player myself, Contra, but this is a unique take which I may or may not have seen in the past, but it's
definitely something fresh at the very least to add a little bit more flavor to our grand final. So that's how I really want to see it play out, because we see how popular the Iron Hand was on how it actually mixes so well with so many different variations of decks, and I think that trainers definitely favor it a lot more. But now Iron Bundle, of course, it does offer you the ability to be able to utilize Hyper Blower and just switch things out when things get a little bit out of hand, you know?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, right, these are just tech cards in the matchup. You know, we are seeing, you know, two very strong players, two very seasoned players. You know, Nick, a veteran player as well here in Malaysia. We have, of course, Kaijen, which is a champion in his own right, Asia Open champion from last year, now stamping his mark in an event that he jokes will finally get him to Worlds, because Asia Open, you're taking home big prizes, right? It wasn't part of the circuit last year, but this year he has an opportunity to go one step further, locking in a title win that would see him in the World Champions. But technically speaking, he's already at the World Champions. He's going to finish first seed in the championship points calculation for this year as well. That's an amazing achievement for Kaijen. This is
Incredible feat.
second year in a row of being in the top 8, I believe. So definitely someone to look out for at the World Championships if you're going to be there. Now for Nick, for what I understand of him, he's been a veteran player who plays different sort of decks. Now he's bringing his own flavor of Lost Zone box. We just see. I'm not going to give Nick Casas curse control. I'm going to just enjoy the match, although I am seeing quite a few tech cards that could swing the matchup either way.
True enough, and of course, this still being a best of 3 format, I still think that it's going to be pretty similar in how you want to actually build that form of tempo going on for the side of the Chen Pao deck being run by Yong Kai-Jin. And when we take a look at this Iron Bundle, I think we've seen already how the other side of the bracket has played out for the most part, but usually run with Giratina and stuff like that. So now playing with Ursaluna, I guess that is definitely going to turn the tides around, especially if you're going to be low on prizes.
Yep. I think one thing for sure is that in Malaysia, we have a good mix of brand new players trying competitive games for the first time ever, as well as some seasoned players. And of course, with experience comes the results, right? So these players here are those who have been playing for years and years now, and now being able to showcase their prodigy in pretty much the world stage. Now, we had quite a bit in terms of the meta game today. Not just Lost Zone variants. We saw Lost Zone Giratina, one of them squeaking to top 32. We saw Regidrago earlier from Weira winning and only going down to Nick in the previous round in top 4. Unfortunate for him. And then we also saw quite a bit in terms of Charizards that did not get into top 8. So the 6 Charizards that I talked about earlier on, all of them fell at pretty much the final couple hurdles. So it's interesting to see that the deck list here in Malaysia, or the deck choices here in Malaysia, are reflective of a lot of different things, right? We talk about seasoned players. We talk about some of them, being fairly new, fairly fresh. I do know some of the players were also quite jittery on stage as well. I think the previous matchup saw 2 very seasoned veteran players playing Chen Pao, Jason Wee versus Yong Kai-Jen. That was an explosive match, even though Yong Kai-Jen made it look sweet and simple in 2 straight games. But again, it's great to be here, enjoying Pokemon. I was here yesterday, I'm here today as well. And we're pretty much coming down to the wire on the final matches.
It definitely will be down to the wire on how this one actually plays out. So, of course, we want to see how the side of the Lost Zone will be able to actually hold on true. So, really getting into the activation of, all the comfies, Cameron stabilize of sorts. The drill of how Lost Box goes.
I was going to ask you, what would be your favorite matchup so far that we had today? So the first one we had was, I believe it was Raging Bull Ogapon up against, I want to say Lugia, was it? I can't recall.
There was a Lugia?
No, I mean, based on all the deck choices so far, Raging Bull Ogapon, we saw Lugia, we saw Frostlass, we saw Chen Pao.
Dragapult.
We saw one Dragapult out of the Regidrago deck. What has been your favorite archetype or favorite deck that we've seen so far on stream?
The Dragapult that was really fun to watch, honestly. I can see why that you love your dragons overall.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm definitely starting to become a fan of that, seeing how the gameplay went.
Oh, good to know. Good to know. I think that's a cool thing for me. I think to me, as much as I like my dragons, I really enjoyed the Chen Pao mirror match earlier. Although it was pretty one-sided at the end, it was just very cool to see 2 very good players, 2 very seasoned, experienced players, just duking it out, taking knockout after knockout. Yeah. We were hoping for a game 3, going down to the wire. Unfortunately, it just didn't turn out that way. But it's great to see a deck like Chen Pao, which has had success in the international scene, also being piloted by some of Malaysia's best players, I want to say, here at the national championships. So at the very least, the one thing that I'm unfortunate to say we didn't get to see is more streamlined or more, natural Dragapult decks, like Dragapult Zatu or Dragapult Charizard, decks which are popular here in Malaysia, I want to say. I've been to some of the LGSs recently. They're being played, but just not picked up either by our very strong players or just didn't squeak into top 32 to feature
Probably
a
the case.
So it's what it is. It's something that we have to live with, right? We can only show as many decks as we can. I was walking through the play area yesterday, and some of the decks that I saw were trying to get into top 32 were like Gardevoir variants or Ancient Box. These were awesome archetypes that from watching streams from across the world. They have been doing well. Gardevoir particularly, I was surprised because we had, I think, about 7 Gardevoirs that were trying to get into top 32, and only like 3 made it in. I think I want to say more than 7. It's a very popular deck here in Malaysia, but it's not the best deck for a best of 1 format, and that's where I think there is a huge difference in the meta game that we see here today, yesterday, and against tournaments that are in the West, right?
Yeah.
So in essence, what we can let's take a look at the deck list that we have right now today, right? So on Nick's side of the field, the Lost Zone variant that we did not get to see so far, we've seen the Lost Zone Giratina. This is a Lost Zone box. Now, your typical standards, Comfey and Cramorant as per usual. The double Blood Moon Ursaluna EX and the double Sableye stands out as interesting here. Now, there's also a Manaphy for making sure that they don't get sniped. Iron Bundle, which is able to push out some of the Pokemon that, like Fluttermane. We won't see that here for sure. Interesting enough, this is a deck that runs one card that I think might be interesting in a matchup if Kaijen and Chien-Pao doesn't play as carefully as they can, and that's Technical Machine Devolution, a card that we have not seen so far today, but we have seen at least in one of the decks that we had earlier. And look at that, the players are set up ahead of time, which is great. That means we get straight into the action. Young Kaijen versus Nick. We will crown the champion very, very soon. Kaijen opening up here with a Iron Hands EX. Straight off the bat, going for an Earthen Vessel, and on Nick's side of the field is an Iron Bundle, a tech card you don't want in the active, but unfortunately he starts with it. Not the end of the world though.
Yeah, so I will still say it's pretty decent. And starting off over here with a Nest Ball, looking for what he needs as well from what we saw over on the side of Young Kaijen. Of course, you want to get the Frigivax.
This is not a good sign though. It seems like Kaijen is only going for concealed cards off this Radiant Greninja. Oops, cards have dropped, but that's fine. We just got to make sure the game state is clear. Now the question is, does he have a way to get Frigivax as well as Dunsparce, which are the 2 cards his deck needs to function. More importantly, a Frigivax, obviously, because that's the card that you want to see on your bench if you're playing Chien-Pao on turn 1. So he's a Heavy Ball here with no other card, no other basic Pokemon, I should say, in the prize cards. And he's just passing. This isn't great. This is reminiscent of game number 2 for Jason Wee in top 4.
Pretty similar in how the fashion went by. At least, Nick's just going to be pretty happy about that. Let's take a look at
here's a Pokestop from Nick.
There we go.
Making sure things are smooth. Taking 3 cards, and oh my god, that is triple Colress Experiment.
Oh,
that is not what you're gonna see as Nick. That is
devastating.
My god,
so devastating. Oh man.
Contra,
so how are you gonna get these numbers into the Lost Zone?
I have to retire after this stream. There is no way that I would have expected that for Nick, and he just passes. That's all he has. And Kaijen now is able to play an Arven, getting set up. But God, that was
heartbreaking.
Someone clipped that.
That's just heartbreaking. The luck of the draw sometimes just
feel for him. If this had happened in any other match, it wouldn't have felt as bad as it is today. But it happened at the finals, at the championships. On stream. Immortalized forever on stream. That is crazy. Anyway, moving back to Kaijen here. Buddy Puffin getting him double Frigivax. It's business as usual for the Chien-Pao deck at this stage. Oh, can we get the chorus experiment, back in? I don't know.
Could you fish it out somehow?
There is a pal pad in Nick's list, but you would have expected that to be played like right now. But Nick didn't have anything else.
Nah.
And it's going for Pokestop again. Let's see what's happening here. Oh, that is painful. That is another supporter in the Roxanne. Another a Sableye and an Ursaluna. Nick has just gone through 4 out of his 6 supporters in his deck of 2
What's the
Pokestop
remainder
users.
too?
He has 1 more Chorus Experiment and 1 more Roxanne, and that's it. There is nothing else left in terms of supporters for Nick. There is still a Pal Pad, but the fact is he has nothing going on right now in the game.
Barely even kickstarted anything at all. It's only have to have 1 starter, and that's just about it.
And yep, and so Kaijen just goes for the manual attachment and does an instant charge with the Rotom, and that's about it. Nick draws an escape board. That is not what he wants to see. Pokestop again. Let's see what happens here.
Oh.
Okay, it's not horrible. It's a switch card and a Super Rod, but it doesn't get him into the game. There is no Buddy Puffin, no Nest Ball.
He's gonna
Just
to his hands.
nothing. It's a huge hand with no gas, nothing at all. Back to Kaijen, who is at this point just 1 energy away from taking a win. Well, 2 energies away, I should say. There is no way for Iron Hands to actually use its first attack in this deck. So I think that's it. Energy from the discard from Super Energy Retrieval. Excalibur Super Cold, and that's game number 1 wrapped up from Kaijen in under 5 minutes.
Rapid round. And now we're left with 50 minutes to
and
go.
Everyone's exchanging notes on which supporter they have prized or discarded. That was crazy. I'm speechless at this point. Why are we here?
Yeah, on the grand final stage, like you've been waiting for this moment. You've been training, going up against all the other trainers out there, and now
it's
this moment. It shouldn't happen, but it did.
Well, the probability of that happening is definitely not very high.
Gotta shuffle really hard.
It's a crazy situation to be in for Nick, unfortunately. But then again, it does mean that we have a chance to go all the way for Game 3, provided Nick is able to come back from this setback in Game 1. He must be heartbroken at this point. But then that said, we do have a Game 2. We will be able to get, at the very least, one more game going, and I'm hoping Nick is able to pull through here. Of course, Kaijen is running such a straightforward deck here for himself. It can be, a situation where he can just outspeed Nick if Nick has a slow start like what he had just now. We saw it in what, 4 turns, I want to say, 3 or 4 energy attachments, and that was it from the whole game. Oh wow. Anyway, Nick goes first here, which is what he wants to do against the Excalibur deck, against any stage 2 deck, I should say. Let's hope he's able to open with at least a Comfey or something that's able to be played. Now, I want to just bring attention back to the list that we have. He opened with an Iron Bundle, which is probably the second to worst opener besides Blood Moon, and he had no other active, right? Now, let's see if we can get a game here in Game 2. It looks like it is a mulligan here from Kaijen, which is great. Nick does get 1 card from the deck for the mulligan. I did not see what was that in the active. Did you see it, Contra? I wasn't able to catch that one.
Not quite.
Oh boy. But then again, these players, they've come all this way. Regardless of the outcome of today's match, we are, these players will be proud of their achievements. They should be proud of their achievements for going this far. Out of 702 players, they are the final 2 standing. Game number 2 here in the grand finals of the Championships Malaysia 2023-2024. And Nick kicks us off. Game 2. Comfey start up against Rotom V. Nick has a Comfey. Flower selecting will be live, which is great. Goes for the Nest Ball first. Does have quite a decent hand. I see another Comfey already in the hand here for Nick.
You gotta check what he has in store so far.
Let's check. Do a quick deck check here, counting your Chorus Experiments, counting your energy, counting your available basics. Probably looking for the Radiant Greninja. Not sure if it's there. Might be prize. Has a Sableye, has a couple of Sableyes. The Iron Bundle is there as well. But no Radiant Greninja. It might be prize here, folks.
I don't see it either ways.
The question is, where is the Hisuian Heavy Ball? Did we see that card? Oh, it's there. Great.
Okay.
It's there. It is there. And I believe that might be the special stem one given out here in Malaysia at the Pokemon gyms. So Nick flexing the Radiant Greninja. And we will have a game. We will have a match here.
Much better start for him so
It
far.
will be, yes, definitely. Leaps and bounds better. Finally being able to get some resemblance of a Lost Zone box deck. So Nick here, I assume, would be going into a flower selecting. Kaijen just cutting the deck here as per the standard. He does have energy in hand for concealed cards, but opts to go for flower selecting first. Switch and a Prime Catcher. Ouch, that's not great. To lose a Switch because you have to pick between a Prime Catcher and a Switch, that's not great. Thankfully, they run multiples of it. Switch card into the second Comfey, another flower selecting right now. Sableye and... Ooh, that's the spicy card. That's the Technical Machine Devolution. And Nick, as you see there, valuing the Technical Machine more than the Sableye.
There will still be a couple of Sableyes.
Just one more left. The concealed cards have 2. Is there anything else? There is a Cramorant, so that's good. Early pressure from Nick can be applied. Decides to bench it here. And probably that's all for turn 1. And Kaijen, now, draw. Does he have anything going on? He does. That's a Nest Ball. Presumed for his very own Radiant Greninja, if not for potentially Frigibax. He does have the Rotom V in the active, which is a good, decent card to have down early to be able to use that instant charge ability. But both these players here going for Radiant Greninja on turn 1. Earthen Vessel, discarding the Lightning Energy. That's what you're going to see. Being able to retrieve that Lightning Energy later on with Superior Energy Retrieval. Kaijen grabs a couple of water.
Both sides with the Radiant Greninja all set up. Well, let's see
now
if he's got more.
Concealed cards here for Kaijen. Hoping to draw into the cards he needs. And that's an Arwen. Great pickup. And I think it might have been off the concealed cards. So Arwen here, a staple now in many decks in the format. Being able to get yourself an item and a tool card. And in this case, I think it's probably going to be a Buddy Buddy Poffin and a Frozen Stone, which it is. Frozen Stone here pairing super well. Using it right off the bat here, Kaijen. Not even, sparing a breath. A second Buddy Buddy Poffin perhaps to get Dunsparce onto the bench? Yes, that's what he's going for. No, just a Frigibax. So Kaijen here thinking he can go the long game, but making sure, no matter what it is, that he will have a Baxcalibur online as soon as possible, going for the 3 Frigibax play. Energy attached to the Rotom V and using Instant Charge. And now over back to Nick on his turn 2. Kaijen there respecting the potential for a Moonlight Shuriken from Nick as early as turn 2. Chorus Experiment, the card you want to see, not in the discard pile, but right here on his first potential turn for Nick. Look at 5 cards and grabbing 2, or 3 I should say, and 2 going to the Lost Zone. That brings his Lost Zone counter up to 4.
This is his own Pokeball as well, if he wants to.
Oh, the Hisuian Heavy Ball is part of it. That makes this decision a little tight. He might need to hang on to the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Oh no, he doesn't. He's getting rid of it. Okay, he's getting rid of it with a Water Energy. He values the other 2 cards. I did not get to see what those cards were, unfortunately. But
I believe he remembered what he checked over on the deck, that he might not have all too much valuables over on the prize.
ooh,
which is why.
Super Rod in the Lost Zone, not ideal.
No.
Oh, that was unfortunate. I believe that was 2 Super Rod off that one Comfey. Switch card into another Comfey here. Another Super Rod. That's not ideal to see right off the bat, but I guess you're okay with getting rid of a Buddy Buddy Poffin. So at this stage now, Nick, he's just 2 cards away. Or 1 card away, I should say, from being able to utilize a Mirage Gate. The question is, can he get there?
Eventually, for sure.
That's
still has
interesting.
like a nest ball that he can utilize, I do believe.
That's a technical machine devolution. Attaches it to vacuum it away. Brilliant play here.
Oh.
That activates Mirage Gate. 8 cards in the lost zone. As early as turn 2, 1 card from the Super Rod into the deck. And Mirage Gate to get the NGs. I think this might be the turn. Nick will go for 2 prize cards on those Frigibags. A complete turnaround from what we saw in Game 1. So 2 energies on the Radiant Greninja. And we will see Nick taking the lead here. Going up 2 prizes to 0 on Kaijen's side of the field. Knocking out 2 very valuable Frigibags. Heads up played by Kaijen in the previous turn to bench all 3 Frigibags, respecting the Moonlight Shuriken that we now potentially see if Nick has the 1 energy and switching out that he needs. We see the energy. Does he have the switch out? That's the question now. Oh, he might be thinking of... Oh, he does have the Prime Catcher from earlier, so he does have the switch out. Goes into the other Frigibags. And I believe this is the one with 2 retreat costs, so it's going to be quite painful for Kaijen to get it out of the active. And there goes 2 Frigibags down to the Radiant Greninja. Nick drawing first blood here in the game number 2.
Wow. In 2 turns, immediately getting 2 prizes already. Young Kaijen definitely will be scrambling to actually make something work out this time around.
It's a Capturing Aroma here from Kaijen. Grabbing the Luminion. Okay, not a card that we usually see in Chen Pao anymore, but that is a staple for many decks of the format. Being able to grab yourself a supporter. And here you see Capturing Aroma coming in clutch because it's able to grab either a basic or an evolution, but you can't really choose it. It's all based on a coin flip. Here we see the Irida that was picked up from that Luminion V. What does Kaijen need here? Is he going to evolve into that Excalibur to put it out of range from another Moonlight Shuriken?
Could probably be that safe play.
And I believe... Yeah.
Irida?
So it's a Super Rod here. Grabbing double Frigibags back into the deck, valuing the Frigibags being in the deck to ensure an ability to get Excaliburs. And yet again, 1 more Frigibags coming down again. So the question is, does Kaijen already have the Excalibur in hand? It looks like he does. There it is. Excalibur down on turn 2. Super Cold to the active to retreat into the Radiant Greninja, and it looks like Kaijen is able to pull off his own Moonlight Shuriken at this point, which is such an interesting situation here, knocking out both of the Conveys that Nick has. Yes, that's the play. So 4 Water Energies into the hand, Super Cold online, Radiant Greninja, well, he even has enough energy to conceal cards. So this matchup here, swinging back and forth very quickly. Now the game evened up once more. Both Conveys going down to the Moonlight Shuriken. Kaijen tying up the prize count. Now what does Nick have? There are no options for him to take 2 prizes this turn other than going for a Luminion or the Rotom. He does have a couple of cards in hand here.
Starts
so there's a Nest Ball. Will we see the Blood Moon Ursula this early? I don't think so. It might be that he has to go into a Convey again to get more cards into the Law Zone, activating Sableye. Goes to the Convey.
Has to be it.
That would put him up to 9 cards in the Law Zone. 1 Convey available at this point.
I do spot that there's still a Sableye inside of the deck. And
Oh, yes.
So that's gonna be at least
That's an option.
An option for later on.
Yep, he needs that option later on, only when you... Well, the thing is about Sableye, it's only usable when you have enough cards in the Lost Zone. So if you don't have enough cards there, 10 cards specifically, you're unable to use Lost Mine. So here, didn't get to catch what those 2 cards were, but Nick is contemplating here on his options. Must be a tough one. What were those cards? This is the thing about Lost Zone deck. You will get times where flawless like things will be difficult. Sometimes extremely difficult even. But Nick here has to respond. He is already 1 game down. And Kaijen will pull a hit.
What's he gonna pick though?
I want to know what were the options.
I think both are... It could be trainers over on the hand.
I think one of it might be a switch card. I think one of it might be a switch card and the other one I'm not too sure. But it just goes to show that this deck has many options and you have to protect some of those options essentially. And let's see what Nick decides on here. Oh, it was a Mirage Gate and a switch card. So that's 2 Mirage Gates down. 1 was already used. Now 1 in the Lost Zone. The switch card here is something that Nick values to get him, well, to get it out of the activity. Oh, it's just a spin innocently for 110 damage. That doesn't get a knockout. It does set up for some good math for Lost Mine, but now Kaijen will be able to pull a hit in this price race. Champao down the field goes for the Prime Catcher onto the Comfey, grabbing energy out of the deck with Shivery Chill. Kaijen here playing with speed that you saw in top 4. Does he sense the win already? Does he feel...
He can smell it.
Yeah. And there's a knockout. Hailblade taking a knockout onto that Comfey. Nick has been down 3 Comfey now. And Kaijen up 3 prizes. What can Nick respond here? It's probably a good turn for the Blood Moon Ursaluna. You will have to invest some energy in it though. But at least it's an option. This might be the out that Nick was looking for. Let Kaijen go down to 3 prizes. Allow him to use Blood Moon Ursaluna for 2 energies, which is essentially 1 Mirage Gate.
That will be the perfect setup for him this very moment, actually.
Covers the spam off the top. That's what he needs right now, Nick. What are his options? You see Body by Puffin and Energy. Might be just another Super Rod there, unfortunately, which is not ideal. It probably was. He's checking the number of Super Rods he has access to now.
Just measuring on what he really needs for this hurdle in particular.
That's a Temple Sinnoh that he can get rid of. The Sinnoh is probably the card that you value the least at this stage. Oh, I think he went for double Puffin. So holding the Temple Sinnoh, maybe hanging on to it just to make sure that he bumps off a potential Pokestop. The player CHS agreeing on how to arrange up the Lost Zone. We are already beyond the 10 threshold that we needed. Concealed cards here for 2. That's a Sableye. That gets you 2 prize cards if you're Nick. That's where you want to be. Question is, do you have the energy? Is there the Psychic Energy available to Nick at this stage? Is it in the deck with the Mirage Gate? Does he have the Super Rod for it? I believe he should have multiple Super Rods in his hand at this stage.
Yeah,
the question now is whether or not can he access those energies.
Definitely trying to recall right now.
He does have the escape board, so the Cramoran can go to the bench. So here, Super Rod, 3 energies. I think a couple of water and a Psychic Energy into the deck. Nick has to stay in the game here. Has to win this game, I should say. else Kaijen will be the new national champion. There's still a lot of time, I should say, owing to such a quick game one. There is definitely a chance for us to get 2 full games to close out this match. Does a counter catcher bring up the Excalibur and just hitting it for 110 with speed innocently. Okay, so while not able to get a knockout this turn, is forcing Kaijen to spend resources in order to get the Excalibur out of the active. And he has expended quite a bit so far. That's an Irida. So we will potentially see the superior energy retrieval to get the Excalibur out of the active, hopefully. Oh,
He's swinging heavy
just
ball.
getting his heavy ball. Okay. Is the Iron Hand somewhere in the prize cards? That's a card we have not seen so far. Perhaps it is in the prize cards.
If it is, then this.
Oh, I
definitely
think
pretty
Kaijen
heavy.
here might have made a misstep. He probably wanted to get the superior energy retrieval, but went for the Hisuian heavy ball instead. In any case, he does have one already in hand, so that's fine. So, superior energy retrieval, 4 energies out of the discard. So what will Kaijen do here? Another Excalibur down, so 2 here. There isn't any more threat of that TM evolution. Kaijen putting up the Chen Pao to take the knockout here. Super Cold getting energy into play, which is perfect. And goes for the knockout again. So now Kaijen down to just 2 prize cards.
2 prize cards.
And Nick left with just a Radiant Greninja. Kaijen 2 prize cards away from being crowned National Champion of Malaysia. Question is, can he get there, or will Nick force a Game 3?
It's definitely running onto limited options here for the side of Nick as well.
Well, 3 Confays already down, 1 Sableye in the lost zone.
Still hasn't really gotten into activating a Blood Moon Ursaluna. Here comes the Super Rod.
Super Rod going, Super Rod as well as a Nest Ball. So potentially grabbing one of the cards to put back in. I think it's a Cramorant, which he returned back to the deck. So Cramorant returns back to the field. There is a world here where Nick is able to take multiple prizes using Sableye. The question is it already too little too late? With Kaijen already at a 4 prize lead, or I say 2 prize lead, 4 prizes up against Nick's 2. But I wouldn't see a Blood Moon Ursaluna at this stage, because that essentially means Kaijen takes that knockout for the match and championship. Immediately plays the superior energy retrieval. I think Kaijen feels he's just 2 turns away from a win at this stage. Still cards. Drawing so much off the deck. We have not even seen a Dunsparce, by the way, from Kaijen. He's just playing this as a Excalibur,
You're absolutely
Chen
right.
Pao, Greninja deck almost.
We've seen that in the previous run that he had, and this time he didn't even have to rely on that at all. Really activating all that he needs, it seems. Like you said,
Wow.
2 rounds could just seal the deal for Kaijen.
Kaijen 2 turns away now from potential championship victory. 3 energies already on the active Chen Pao. There will be a knockout happening here. The question is, what would Nick's response be? He'll blade for the knockout. Kaijen down to the final prize here in the grand finals. 1 prize away from being crowned the winner, the champion. Unless Nick can do something about it.
what's going to be the Hail Mary play here for the side of Nyx? Now, set on the back foot.
I don't think he has anything else to be fair. It's a super tough position to be in. Any Pokemon he puts into the active can be knocked out by something on Kaigen's side of the field. Now he goes to the Blood Moon, takes a knockout, and now does Kaigen have the winning play? Promotes the Baxcalibur. Iron Bundle for the win here. Does he have the energy? Superiority retrieval. Trainings off the bat. We have a new Malaysian national champion. Round of applause for Young Kaigen. Closing it out in style.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a series it has been, and what a run with the Chen Pao throughout the course of the battle. And my the round 1 was just a rapid round for him.
And yeah, it was unfortunate.
That was
one.
unfortunate for Nyx, of course.
Yeah.
And then, of course, heading into this very final matchup, I think that he already knew that, okay, this sort of setup, he could absolutely work with it, and things just fall into place surely by the end of it all.
Yep.
But all good things must come to the end. But do stick around as well, because just looking back at the journey, it wasn't exactly all the easiest coming for him as well as Chen Pao.
Well, I mean, commiserations to Nick firsthand.
Yeah.
I think that game 1 is something that it's really unfortunate, isn't it? For you to have to start off with a Pokestop, throwing with 3 of your best supporters in the deck, and then not having anything else going for it after that. Very unfortunate situation. Commiserations once again to Nick, but he should be definitely proud of his run. He is definitely still invited to the World Championships, but today is a day for Young Kaigen. Today is a day for Chen Pao to once again take a major event down. This is Young Kaigen's second major tournament win in under the past year. Asia Open Champion 2023, now Malaysia National Champion 2024. Congratulations, Young Kaigen. What an amazing, amazing performance. We've had a great time today with all of you viewers and all of you here in the studio as well, here in the Starling. I am honestly, I just enjoyed the whole day, Contra. It's been an amazing day for Pokemon. It's been an amazing day for Malaysian Pokemon scene. You know, tell me a little bit of how you feel right now. Any reflections over the match we just saw?
Yeah, I'm just really thankful to see such great games to be played out, and we see so many brand new alterations coming into certain decks, and also, you know, some surprises that makes it into the top 32s overall. So, of course, kudos to all of you guys who have, of course, arrived here in the Starling Mall to compete, and also to take a visit, supporting your friends, and not forgetting all of you guys over on the live stream. So make sure you guys will be cheering on to our representatives that will be heading into Honolulu, Hawaii. I guess up next we're going to be moving for the prize ceremony really soon. So, and last words?
No, I think you sum it up pretty well. I think all I can say is if you ever want to experience Pokemon TCG as we just experienced, join a local event. Head down to your local game store, seek out some Pokemon friends, and enjoy the festivities for the year. This is just one of the events that you can participate in. And who knows, you might be on stream next year in next stream as well. Anyway, I think we should sign off here. I'm Aaron Minju, this is Contra. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Take care, everyone.
Learn how to play the Pokemon card game in just 9 minutes! I got my first pack of Pokemon cards! Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokemon cards?
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokemon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokemon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokemon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokemon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokémon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck! Have fun! Rock, paper, scissors,
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokémon that say basic?
Basic Pokémon. I have 2.
Place the first basic Pokémon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokémon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokémon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokémon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokémon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokémon. If a Pokémon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing 1 card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have 1 Nemona and 1 Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only 1 supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach 1 water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose 1 basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokémon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokemon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take 1 prize card. When the Pokemon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right, I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with low sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose, so I'll take a prize card.
Pokemon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on. For my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down.
But before that, let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win. There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokémon trading card game. Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokémon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokémon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokémon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only 1 stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be 1 in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokémon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only one tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokémon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work.
Welcome back once again to the Pokemon TCG Championships Malaysia. This time around, we'll be covering the finals of the junior section. And of course, as always, it's Contra as well as Aaron Minjit to be commentating for this particular match. And we got something really exciting for our finale coming from the juniors.
Yeah, Contra, it's an interesting thing, right? We now have the juniors finals and later on the seniors finals. So if you almost stepped away because you thought you got rid of us, nope, we're back here. And we are going to have an interesting match here with the juniors. First up, an interesting matchup as well. We have Raging Bull Ogapon, the deck that we saw in the first round here at the Masters earlier in top 32, up against Roaring Moon EX, a deck we have not seen at all today. We have not seen in a long time, I want to say. But the juniors division have now begun. We are here with Vboon versus Kinyu, two players who have gone through the entirety of the juniors tournament here at the Starling today. And Vboon will kick it off with a Squawk ability in the active up against Kinyu's Raging Bull EX.
And just looking at how Raging Bull side is going to work is you're looking at a certain tempo play as well. We have basically just basics to work alongside with.
I mean, both decks are basic Pokemon essentially, right? We have ancient Pokemon on both sides, right? We have ancient Pokemon EX in the Raging Bull deck with the Tilma's Ogapon, and then you have basic Pokemon EX in the Roaring Moon, ancient Pokemon as well, and you have the non-EX in that deck as well. So a lot of options here for our viewing. Now we shall see what kicks us off. It's Vboon with a Reading Greninja. Seems very familiar. It seems like we have seen more and more Reading Greninjas off the bat.
Just a really good way to actually kickstart how you would be able to actually set up the openings usually.
Indeed. And so now this is Vboon's opportunity to get some energy into the discard. Discarding a water energy to draw 2 cards with concealed cards. That's the Roaring Moon EX. That's the card we have not seen at all today. And here we have an energy attachment onto the Roaring Moon EX, and I believe that might have also been
an
ancient booster capsule. And here's a Pokestop. So Roaring Moon EX is an archetype that can explode out of the gates. It is an archetype that we have rarely seen for some time, but it's still a powerful archetype, being able to knock out a Pokemon outright with Roaring Moon's Frenzied Gouging. And that's a perfect Pokestop for Vboon, getting all 3 cards into the hand. One of them was the Nest Ball, a couple Ultra Ball I believe as well.
You could just amplify the damage by just discarding the Stadium later on as well, just to get an instant KO. So,
Vboon will not be using that, unfortunately, because that will only deal 220 damage on this Raging Bolt. He will need to use Frenzied Gouging to get a knockout on a Raging Bolt. So, of all these cards have been played, Vboon still has yet to use the Squawk and Seize. So another Roaring Moon EX in play. Vboon knowing full well that this is what they need. Passing turn over to Kinyu. Now, what will Kinyu have? Using the Pokestop on his side as well. Fighting Energy Pokegear, and that's a boss order. Unfortunately, that gets discarded. Heads up play from Kinyu here. Putting the Fighting Energy slightly adjusted. Knowing full well that's the card you want to see. And here comes the Pokegear. I realized Vboon did not actually use the Squawk and Seize, maybe valuing their hand. Pokegear looking for the Professor Sada's Vitality. But no other bench Pokemon so far for Kinyu. And that's a whiff. No Professor Sada's.
Not really the smoothest start, but I think it's still pretty much salvageable from what we are witnessing here. Got to take a look at what's next to come.
Here's a Prime Catcher. Did he use it? Not sure now.
Okay. We will...
Oh, here's an Iono. Okay, so Kinyu had a pretty rough hand, but now being able to refill up to 6 fresh cards. And huge appreciation and thanks to our judges here assisting the match. 6 cards for both these players, 6 fresh cards. Kinyu attaching the Brave Charm, playing an Ultra Ball now. I would presume this is for a Tilma's Ogapon EX. That's the draw engine of this deck. Or it might even be a Greninja, a Radiant Greninja. mirroring the play made by Vboon earlier.
If we could find it, that will be definitely sufficient for Kinyu to really get a decent setup. But for now, it's just gotta come to this. 20 more minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and I believe this is a best of 1 grand finals, by the way.
Best
so
of
no
1.
best of 3. Yeah,
It's like daunting,
It's a
honestly.
little daunting. I wanna admit. But these players, they've played multiple rounds of best of 1 so
safe.
far. So yeah, here is the Tealmas Ogerpon EX. No Radiant Greninja. Interesting enough. Perhaps it's prized, or perhaps it's ready in hand. We shall see. And using, I think that's a Burst Roar from the Raging Bolt EX. Yeah, it looks like it. So Kinyu discarding their hand, getting a fresh hand of 6. Lots of resources they're thrown there into the discard. One of them was the energy retrieval, I believe. Now back to Vboon's side of the field. Are they able to get a knockout on this Raging Bolt? Frenzied Gouging would bypass the Bravery Charm. So this Roaring Moon EX is poised to give Vboon the lead.
Should have just about enough of Darkness Energy already in store.
I think Vboon is short a couple more. So Water Energy comes down as an attachment. That's normally not what you usually see, but he does. I think they have a Dark Patch. Yeah, there is a Dark Patch in hand, and there is a Dark Energy in the discard. So we might be seeing a turn 2 knockout. Ooh, Professor Sada's Vitality, even better. So not even you need to use that Dark Patch.
You just save it for much later.
Oh yes, drawing 3 cards here as well. Now Vboon just requires to get the Squawkabilly out of the active. That's a Nest Ball, not the switch card that they're looking for. Red, unfortunately. Potentially could be an energy switch as well, because Vboon has already attached for the turn. That's an Iron Bundle coming down. That's pretty early for it. We shall see where does it lead Vboon. I mean, if all things considered, it might be a good idea to just go for that Ogerpon, because a Tealmas Ogerpon EX actually hits for weakness against a Roaring Moon. So the Iron Bundle here might be heads up play here by Vboon, going after the Grass type Pokemon on the bench. Here's a switch card.
There we go.
There we
Going for
go.
a knockout.
Yep, we will see a knockout. The question is which one? Will it be on the Raging Bolt or the Tealmas Ogerpon? Vboon is considering here. Takes knockout on the active, removing the energy. And that's it. 2 prizes to the good here for Vboon. And Kinyu has a lone Tealmas Ogerpon EX in the active. And yes, Frenzied Gouging does put quite a bit of damage onto the Roaring Moon after its use. But at this stage, it wouldn't really matter, because in the case of a Tealmas Ogerpon, it will one-shot the Roaring Moon anyway. However, there aren't any energies at the moment on that Tealmas Ogerpon. Here is one, still too short from an attack for a knockout. And the only way I think Kinyu will be able to do that is likely through some energy switch shenanigans, which I believe they don't really play. No, they don't. So there is no way for the knockout to happen, unfortunately.
So he has to go in manually. It's only going to be relying onto the Teal Dance now, searching for more coming in with the Nest Ball as well.
Yeah, for some reason I thought the the Raging Bolt deck had the energy switch. Is actually the energy switch on the Roaring Moon deck. So all these ancient Pokemon having very similar names, but anyway, we do see another Raging Bolt, I want to say, coming down on Kinyu's side of the field. Now, Vboon is in the lead already. Can Kinyu find a way to take a knockout on that active Roaring Moon EX? So Professor Sada's Vitality getting one lightning energy onto the Roaring Moon, drawing 3 cards. Kinyu is looking for a fighting energy and a switch out. And that would get the knockout. That's an Earthen Vessel. That's step number 1. Fighting energy to the hand. Do they have a switch card?
If you chance upon it, that will be pretty perfect.
There's only 2 switch cards in the deck. That's what they need right now in order to get a knockout, a return knockout. So just retreating. Okay, this is doable as well. It's just that it makes it so that Kinyu has no energy left on the field after this. Discarding 2 energies to take 2 prizes.
Equals the playing field.
Yep,
4
so,
apiece.
Yep. So 4 prizes left for both these players. This is the explosive nature of the Raging Bull Ogerpon deck. From just having a lone Ogerpon in the active, from just no energies attached, to having 3 energies in play, and now back to V-Boon side of the field. What can they conjure up? Are they able to take a knockout on this Raging Bull EX? There is already 1 energy attached to that Roaring Moon EX, and we did see a couple of Dark Patch in the hand, with some now Dark Energies in the discard. So V-Boon promoting the Roaring Moon, the baby Roaring Moon as we call it, the non-EX version, right?
Yeah.
So V-Boon, couple Dark Patch in hand. We'll need a way to switch out the Roaring Moon in the active as well, which has a hefty 2 retreat costs. Perhaps it would have been good to promote the Greninja? Oh, that's an energy switch. Okay. Tracking shoe for energy switch. I don't think that's what you need right now. But V-Boon thinks otherwise. We shall see how this turns out. Ooh. That's another Roaring Moon.
Wow.
So 3 already seen so far. There's a Hisuian Heavy Ball. Not sure if they're looking for something particularly.
What did he manage to pick up?
No, nothing at all. There wasn't any basic Pokemon in the prize cards. So V-Boon now is probably just finding a way to get the Roaring Moon out of the active into the Roaring Moon EX. So 1 energy from the discard pile, thanks to Dark Patch. Another Dark Patch. Things are progressing nicely. Does V-Boon have the switch card? That's the question. Pokestop. Alright. Do we see a switch card? We got a Prime Catcher. That's good as well.
Well, actually, a really good hand.
Yeah. That's a perfect card for V-Boon here. Going for the knockout on the Tilma's Ogerpon EX without using Frenzied Gouging. We'll be using the Calamity Storm instead.
Prime Catcher in play.
Prime Catcher played. Here comes the Roaring Moon EX. So discarding the Stadium to take a knockout here. V-Boon replying with a knockout. And leaving Kinyu once again with a lone active after this. Even as an Earthen Vessel on V-Boon's side, getting more energies from the deck into hand. And I believe V-Boon has not attached any energy yet, so it might be so that, yeah, V-Boon will be able to attach to another Roaring Moon EX. Or potentially even the basic or baby Roaring Moon. But I think if you're going up against an EX deck as heavy as Raging Bull and Ogerpon, you'd want to just charge up those Roaring Moon EXs. That was a perfect card to get off the Pokestop. And now V-Boon will be in a commanding position, discarding the Pokestop. 2 prizes, 2 Roaring Moon, and Raging Bolt is the lone Pokemon once again. And not for long though, here comes Tilma's Pokemon and another Raging Bolt and Radiant Greninja. Kinyu pulling up all these cards from hand. A Teal Dance for 1. I don't think Kinyu has anything beyond that though. I did not see a Professor Sada's Vitality in his hand. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
All
there
right,
it is.
I stand corrected.
Here you go. Finding
So,
energy.
potentially, Raging Bolt can respawn here. It looks like it. Wow, 4 energies. Here we go.
It's just
Another conceal cards. Look at this deck. You pretty much left with just a single active Pokemon, a single Pokemon essentially, and out of nowhere, 4 energies in play. Even now having Hisuian Heavy Ball, grabbing a Raging Bolt, it looks like. Oh no, decides to leave it there. Alright, so Kinyu decides to leave it in the prize cards.
quite a good recovery coming from inside of Kinyu as
Oh
well.
yes, definitely. This is what the deck does. It's able to, accelerate energies out of nowhere. And when you least expect it, from having no energy in play, V-Boot is now staring down 4 energies.
And they're just going to go pound for pound. If that's the case,
It'll go down to the wire.
it definitely will. Oh,
It's an
Kinyu.
exciting match.
He definitely wants to turn this one around and make it even with only 2 more prizes to leave by the end of it all. But
This is the exciting part of these
Aw.
decks. Both decks trading knockout after knockout. 2 prize knockouts on each side. I believe Kinyu is 1 card short, 1 energy card short though. Here's a prime catcher.
and also to take note, there's only about 8 more minutes left.
Yes, indeed. So I think
See.
Kinyu is going after Squawkabilly here. Okay. Going for the Squawkabilly, promoting the Greninja. And just passes. Kinyu was not able to get a knockout.
Oh no.
1 energy short. We were both assuming that they had the knockout right off the bat. But no. And V-Boon here attaching an energy to retreat the Squawkabilly. Here comes Roy Moon EX. Is there a boss? If there is, this is game, set, and match.
All dictated by just that one
Conceal
energy.
cards for 2. V-Boon's top deck has been amazing this game. That's a Sada and an Ultra Ball. That's not the boss's order.
Here comes Professor Sada.
There's only 1 in the deck. Surprisingly, just 1 boss's order. And where is it?
Gotta dig deep for it. There's still plenty of cards left inside of the deck.
Indeed. So goes for the Professor Sada's Vitality, getting more attackers in play, pretty much locking up this game at this point.
Another stadium.
That's a town store, allowing V-Boon to grab a Pokemon tool from the deck and discarding the stadium with Calamity Storm. V-Boon down to a single prize. 1 prize remaining from being crowned champion in the juniors division here at the Championships Malaysia. Kinyu will do what they can, getting energies into play with Professor Sada's Vitality.
There you go.
So there will be a knockout, but V-Boon is just 1 energy attachment away then, because that Roy Moon EX on the bench already has 2 Darkness energy. We don't see in the hand, do we? I don't think so, but
I don't think so either.
Kinyu will be able to go toe-to-toe with another 2 prize knockout.
Kinyu needs to get the setups right though.
Yep, calculating the energies. They will need 5. Yep.
Thank you, Marshall.
Yes, just making sure, and that's a knockout.
At least getting that out of the way would
Yes, indeed.
put
So
a lot
Kinyu
more
down.
relief for Kinyu.
Yes, Kinyu down to 2 prizes as well. Now V-Boon has to have that energy for the knockout. Do they have it? Top deck. Sada's Vitality. That should be game. That should be game here for V-Boon. Do they see it though? That should be the championship. Plays the Mew. Oh, there it is. There was even an energy from the deck, or from the hand, I should say. And that should be the match and the championship. Frenzied Gouging for the knockout. Vibun, national champion in the juniors division here in Malaysia. Congratulations. What a well-played game.
Very, very well played by Vibun. And everything fell into place so efficiently when it comes down to how some of all these trainers were actually used into perfection as well. And like off the bat, we see the Roaring Moon, the stadium set into place, and the engine was running from the get-go.
Indeed. And very unfortunate that we had Raging Bolt decks not doing too well here on stream today. We had one earlier on in the Master Division that took a loss to Chen
This
Pao.
one managed to make it to the final, so kudos to it.
That is true. That is true. And the deck went toe-to-toe all the way with Roaring Moon. And what probably is a very awkward matchup because Roaring Moon has an ability to move into a non-2-price attacker. But in this case, it was all about Roaring Moon EX, all about taking knockout after knockout. Basically, 2 knockouts each turn in 3 consecutive turns. And that sealed Vibun the victory.
That's right. And of course, congratulations to our finalists making it all the way. And of course, with Weebun being the champions, we will have a ceremony for the juniors in a moment's time. So with that, we'll also be moving into the seniors division in just a couple of minutes. So do stay tuned for that as well. Once again, we'll take a couple of minutes and we will jump right in for our very final game of the Pokemon TCG Championships Malaysia.
Learn how to play the Pokemon card game in just 9 minutes! I got my first pack of Pokemon cards! Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokemon cards?
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokemon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokemon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokemon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokemon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokemon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck! Have fun! Rock, paper, scissors,
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokemon that say basic?
Basic Pokemon. I have 2!
Place the first basic Pokemon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokemon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokemon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokemon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokemon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokemon. If a Pokemon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach one grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing one card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey Ren, you have cards in your hand that say trainer in the upper right.
I have one Nemona and one Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only one supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach one water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose one basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokémon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokémon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take one prize card. When the Pokémon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time, I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right! I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with low sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose. So I'll take a prize card.
Pokémon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on, For my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down!
But before that, let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win! There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokémon trading card game! Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokémon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokémon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokémon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokémon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokémon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only one tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokémon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon TCG Championships Malaysia. My name is Aaron Minjit. With me is Contra. We're at the final match of the day here at the Starling Mall, Kuala Lumpur. We have the Seniors Division Finals right up for you next. This is the last match of the entire championship weekend. We have for you Yijen piloting Charizard EX up against Kane piloting Lost Zone Box with a little bit of interesting flair, wouldn't you say, Contra?
Yeah, it definitely is, and I do think that this is a very interesting interaction between this specific matchup. I want to see whether if the Charizard deck will be able to thrive in this situation because of the existence of Iron Thorn EX. So this is definitely going to be a little bit annoying to deal with in that sense in the early game at the very least.
100%. Iron Thorn EX here, the choice of Kane here for their deck. There's also an Iron Hands and Iron Thorns EX, both of them coupling together with an Ursaluna as well. So this is the type of Lost Zone Box that I was aware of. I was a bit more familiar with this one. But I think this is the first Charizard EX we will be seeing after all the talk about Charizard EX in the Masters Division earlier today. We didn't see a single one in top 4.
And it finally appears here in the very final game. So
and in the Seniors Division as well. So
Charizard
that's very interesting. Yep.
Cheers for you.
By all means, I think this is going to be an interesting matchup. It's Charizard being a very popular deck in Malaysia and in the Southeast Asia region. And now you see one going all the way to the Seniors Finals. But then again, we also see a very cool deck in Lost Zone Box, which is not a deck that you normally see in a best of 1 format. The events here in Southeast Asia are mostly best of 1 up until you get to best of 3 for the Masters Division. However, for Seniors Finals, it will probably be a best of 1. So, well, if the player is, the players are ready, we'll definitely hit on there right a bit. But tell me a little bit more about the options that the Lost Zone Box deck had for Kane.
Well, just looking into what it has in store for us, we of course have the inclusion of Manaphy as well as the Iron Hands, that EX that I was about to play that you did mention on, and also the Iron Bundle. So I guess it's a little bit more utility on what the situation is. But when it comes down to how this could actually play out, we'll definitely see how you could basically turn the tides around in certain situations with the Coltress as well as the Roxanne that's in the deck as well. So you could just basically play an extended game and you'll still be able to deal both of blow against the Charizard side as well.
Well, the key card here that I'm really looking at is the Iron Thorns EX. That is the card that I would love to see come out right off the bat for Kane. Yijen there on the left, Kane on the right. That Iron Thorns will be clutch. If Kane is able to get that in the active, it immediately shuts down Yijen's entire deck. No abilities for Charizard, no abilities for Pidgeot EX, no abilities even for Rotom V even. So that's going to be the situation. Can Kane find the Iron Thorns EX early on? Playing very quickly here, we have Convey in the active, perfect starter right into a Radiant Greninja, and now a Buddy Puffin. This is a perfect start for a Lost Zone deck.
Oh yeah, and like you just said, like once it does come up online, it just hinders the evolution so much, which, of course, when you're playing a Charizard deck, you're hoping to actually get, of course, the very, very iconic Pokemon. Now, it's going to be another comfy to get another flower selection as well, I do believe.
Yeah, there's an interesting build
With
here
the
that we see
Cameron.
from Kane. Only 8 basic energies in the deck. Well, it is after all a Law Zone deck, so very limited in its options. But playing the 3 Water, playing the 3 Lightning, and the 2 Psychic, so it still has access to Sableye, has access to Radiant Greninja, pretty much typically of the Law Zone decks, Law Zone variants that we have. Now we see quite a few Confays on Kane's side of the field, retreating into the final one. So 3 Confays already down, 3 cards in the Law Zone thanks to flower selecting. And I think Kane couldn't ask for a better start.
Yeah, this is just a great run overall for the very first turn.
And we might be down for a very quick match if Kane is able to go straight into an Iron Thorn DX on turn 2. But let's see what
Hopefully not
Egen
the
has.
case, so we actually see an extended battle in the finals here. Even on the main hurdle, of course, sometimes you don't really get the best of draws, but I think that Egen still has quite a little bit more to offer. We already got the Charmander as well as
it just
Pidgeotto.
passes. That's just a pass into a Colress Experiment. That's about it. So Kane is now going into their second turn with a Colress Experiment off the bat. This does not look very good for Egen. If Kane is able to find that Iron Thorns right now, it's probably the championship. Now picking options of this Colress Experiment, another Colress Experiment ending up in the Law Zone. But Kane is now only a couple of cards away from activating Mirage Gate. Flower selecting number 1. Lightning Energy, and I couldn't see the other one.
You did mention how popular Charizard has been throughout the scene here in Malaysia, and perhaps Kane was smart enough to bring this deck to try to deplete some of it. And Egen seems to be the king of Charizards right now, at least in the seniors.
Yeah, so here is another Flower selecting, digging deeper into the deck. This would activate Mirage Gate for Kane. Iron Bundle into the Law Zone. 7 cards now. 7 cards, yep, 7 cards in the Law Zone. Do we have a knockout? I would think so. There is already enough cards to activate Cramorant. But the question now, I think, would be, is there going to be an Iron Thorns coming down? Super Rod, getting some energies back into the deck.
Cycling it into the deck once again.
And here is a Mirage Gate. I think that's game. We didn't even talk about it. The fact that the Radiant Greninja play was also online to knock out these 2 Pokemon. There it is. It's the shortest match you see. Less of 5 minutes down. And that's the win here for Kane. Unfortunate for Egen. We didn't even get to see the Radiant Greninja down there, but rather unfortunate that it's a quick game here. Less than 5 minutes done, and we have a Seniors Division champion. Wow, that was a big one.
Honestly, I'm just baffled. Like, we didn't even get any form of activation coming in. The first draw, I guess, like, okay, you got a Charmander going as well as the Pidgeotto. I mean,
the Pidgey, yeah. No, we pretty much tunneled into the Iron Thorns, not realizing that, hey, all he needed was just another energy attachment on the Radiant Greninja.
And it was straightforward.
And it was done, yeah. It was as quick as it can be. And I guess that's pretty much the end for us at this stage. Well, commiserations and congratulations as well to Egen for going all the way. These juniors and seniors, they had to go through quite a field. There were about 50 people here playing in each division. It was definitely an experience for them to go all the way to the finals. So definitely congratulations to Egen. But we have ourselves a seniors division champion. Congratulations to Kane with Lost Zone Box, who will take home the prize and the bragging rights.
Yeah, and this is basically top speed record as well. And good to see you. Definitely well deserving of this win. So with that being said, this concludes the entirety of what we have to offer here in the games of Pokemon TCG Championships Malaysia. So Aaron Minjit, it's been a pleasure to share this with you.
It's been a pleasure, Contra. It's been an awesome, awesome weekend of Pokemon TCG. Now, if you're interested to find out a bit more about the Pokemon trading card game or about Pokemon in general, head on down to your local game store. Engage with some of the staff at your local game store. Pick up a deck. Pick up a Nintendo Switch even if you like to go VGC, right?
Yeah.
But pick up a deck, play some games, enjoy it with your family, enjoy it with your friends. This is the best time to play the Pokemon trading card game. I'm Aaron Minjut. This is Contra. Signing off. Till next time. Take care.